Hello, defenders of your emotional security. How are you all doing? This is part 3 of Mars in Cancer for the all 12 signs. This video will be Scorpio, Libra, Virgo, and Leo. I do recommend checking out the introductions for part 1 and part 2. Part 1, I talk about Mars in Cancer. Part 2, I talked about the cards that got pulled for the sort of the collective energy. They were very, very potent. It just added another layer of how we bring Mars being in Cancer into our lives in a nuanced way. And I just wanted to say thank you for being here. I really appreciate the viewing and all the energy transfer that's coming through. So my name's Chloe. I work with card divination, astrology, and I channel energies through my body. As you can see, my hands are moving around right now. This is independent of my conscious thought. I work with the tropical zodiac and the whole house system. This means each sign represents the whole of a house. I also apply Hellenistic approaches. This is the Greco-Roman practice from thousands of years ago. What does this mean? This means essentially I don't use the modern rulerships for the outer planets with Pluto in Scorpio, Uranus in Aquarius, and Jupiter in, Neptune in Pisces. I can understand why they might be applied, but it's just not something that I practice. I don't feel called to do that. I also don't apply the first house always having an Aries flavor to it, and then therefore each of the signs moving through the 12 houses in that order. I just find it to be very limiting, and it's not part of my practice. I recommend with these videos to check out your rising sign if you know your time of birth. This is the first house. This is your house. The astrology that I talk about will apply to that house, that sign, you having that as your rising sign, and where the transit will fall in your chart. This doesn't mean that you shouldn't listen out to other signs, particularly your sun and your moon signs. This will just mean wherever your sun or your moon is, or any other planet or any other sign. Remember, we have all 12 signs in our chart, so they are all relevant energies for us to work with all the transits. It'll just mean that these things apply in a different area of your life, so the messages that come through, the way the energies are talking to each other with the aspects, are still very, very relevant. So while I'm doing the videos, I will be shuffling while I'm talking about all the different aspects, and then the energies will want to see where the cards go. This tends to be when I'm quiet, because I let my monkey mind calm down, let the energies move through me, and so it's a bit tricky to channel, think, and talk at the same time when I'm doing that. So do bear with me with that process. Also, the energies like to do energy work throughout to sort of harness on a very subtle level the meanings that are coming through. I also find it feels like it's clearing some of the stuck energy that we may have had to work with, but with the messages combined with the energy work, it's sort of shifting that energetic field and raising the vibrational level. There are many different vibrations to all of the energies, all of it, all the time. And sometimes these things show up, and then when we are consciously aware of them, we can shift and raise that level to getting more in touch with our soul's purpose. How I read the tarot is predominantly based on your personal inner work. Your birth chart can represent in its entirety you, but at the same time it can also very much be about other people and things going on. Those sorts of things will more apply when as you're having a personal reading, but in these readings, as I said, I focus on the inner work. The more that we do that, the more that we get in line with ourselves, the more that real, compassionate, and abundance driven, in terms of potentially having a little bit of a fantasy there, the more we bring these things together, the more we open up ourselves to not only reality but also that which we cannot see and cannot fathom. And then that work that we do changes our vibrational level. It affects the people around us, and it also goes out into the collective, making that energy more accessible for people who might not have the time to be able to do the inner work. It takes a lot. It's a hard work to do. Can't lie. Hard work doesn't mean it's not good. I'm a big fan of hard work. and putting things in and putting integrity in. But sometimes, you know, we're overworked, we're underpaid, we're living in survival mode. The outside world is utterly bonkers right now. And that can mean that we don't necessarily have the energy, the space to be able to sit and be in contemplation and question absolutely everything, not only about the outside world, but about ourselves. The more we do that, the more that we're open to being wrong and open to change, the more we bring in the quantum field, the universe, creator energy, however you want to talk about it, to bring in this space of abundance. This doesn't mean that things are always going to be perfect, that we won't realize that perfection in the moment because it may be difficult or challenging. But everything in this moment is truly divine. That was a message I channeled with Venus being in Pisces, and it can be a difficult one to work with. So when I'm pulling these cards and talking about the energy, these are energies available to us. It may be that some of this energy manifests in ways that might feel difficult, but always look to the lessons that are there. Always take a step back. It's one of the reasons why I do this channel, because astrology helped me do that. It helped me bring some comprehension and understanding to the fact that yes, it's all affecting me, but also in a way that I can just sort of detach myself from feeling very subjective and very personal about the astro weather. And the more I was able to do that, the more I was able to move through this world with ease and more flow of really being able to understand the fact that we're all connected and we are influenced by this energy. But the more we're aware of it, more we, as I said, can open it up and flip the switch on the energy and change it around, rather than getting stuck and stagnant and holding in that space as if that is always going to be the case. Everything is constantly changing. So also when I'm doing the channeling, often I'll have energetic releases or I'll be shaking. I tend to mention these while it's happening. You may have an intuitive response about what that's about. That's why I like to give as much information as possible, because you're here to sort of tap into what it is that you, the messages that you receive from what's going on. Take what resonates. Some of the messages are very personal to certain energy fields. It may not be relevant to you. Doesn't invalidate the connections that you do make in the readings. I don't tend to do love readings in unless it's a very loud message. I leave that more for personal readings because I find it quite limiting. We're not all looking for that, and everything's incredibly subjective. We all have an individual natal chart. This means that everything is affecting us in a very, very subjective and nuanced way. The reason why I do all these transits and really break everything down is so to get you all to want to check out and look at where everything is, and maybe write down what's happening, and then get more of an understanding and a felt sense on your individual level of what that means to you, because it's always going to be very personal. I don't have any astrological software like big programs. I've only got the Astro Gold app, not sponsored by it, not trying to push it, on my phone, and I just find I don't think it was very expensive. If you're interested in following and tracking everything, I do recommend getting an app like that, or using one of the many websites out there that do the daily look of what's going on, and just find it, the more we grow, the more we understand, the more you're able to, as I say, open up that space of imagination, and be able to intuit from your own space rather than be in a state of learning. I repeat quite a lot in my channel. It's something I've really had to learn to do. Because I'm not a fan on a personal level, not a fan of repetition, of like, just get to the point. I've already heard this, let's move on. I've got a lot of fire and air in my chart, but I realize that the more things are repeated, the more, as I say, the less you are in the learning state, the more you are in the contemplation state, and the more you get and really understand and embody what's going on in the astro weather. Also, sometimes when I'm shuffling, no cards are going to come out, and that's usually because I've got some energy work to do to clear the through the channeling. They just want to do something. I just always forget to mention that, but this is what's going on, so I don't have to say this in every single reading, because for those of you who are watching multiple readings, it might get a little tiring. Do be aware that I am aware of the repetition, and it's something that I struggle with, but it's got to be done. What else do I want to say for the introduction? Yeah, if you want, if anything in these videos resonate with you, and you feel like it's helped you understand what's going on and helped you be able to shift or move anything or understand or hold space for something, please, there are several ways you can help the algorithm. You can leave a comment. That can just be an emoji. You don't have to write anything. I appreciate that's vulnerable. Hit that like button. Watch more than one video in a row. Search for the channel in the search bar and access the videos that way, or share it with other people. Again, I appreciate these all take time. These all can be vulnerable states. Don't do this for me. I'm not asking to do it on a personal level. I do this channel because I love it. I love it so much, even though it is very draining. Again, that hard work that I really appreciate, but you acknowledge that these things do take your time, energy, and resources, which is completely fine. But as I said, don't do it for me on a personal level. It's not something I'm seeking, but if you want to pay it forward, if you want the algorithm to push this out there to random people who may never find it, please do so. Help because YouTube isn't prioritizing long form content. So the more that they see that people are watching it, the more they see that people are engaging with it, they see that has worth to the rest of the YouTube world, and so they'll push it out there. Right, so in this introduction, I'm not going to talk as long as I usually do. As I said, I do recommend you check out the introductions for part 1 and part 2. But in this one, I just wanted to say a couple of headlines and also some examples of people who have Mars in Cancer. So yesterday, this was Thursday the 30th, there was a lot going on astrologically. We had Venus conjunct Uranus, and at the same time, Mars was trining Saturn. We would have felt these energies leading up to and coming afterwards. And that reminds me, that's something I must say. So when I talk about the aspects, when I'm pulling cards for different aspects, I'm talking about the exact aspect. With some aspects, we feel it in the lead up and we feel it afterwards. So if the things that aren't manifesting, that come through in the cards aren't manifesting, be aware that there is a time frame. There is a wider time frame for a lot of these things. Sometimes these things come earlier, sometimes they come later. Sometimes there's no rhyme or reason to it, although I'm sure there is, because we do live in this crazy cyclical clockwork amazing construct that is the universe, that does appear to mean that we don't have any fate. However, I'm going to do a video on that at some point, because there is. It's just because there's different vibrational levels that we can work with that energy and shift our fate. Right, yes, so there was a lot going on astrologically, and I got my hands on a free paper, and some of the headlines, these were all the main headlines. This is in London, and this was the Evening Standard that comes out in the afternoon, so it's kind of embodying what's come up during that day. And we had, so this is more linked in, well, it's not. It's linked into both Venus and Uranus. So Uranus is often linked into electricity, thinking differently, being a bit more maverick. Venus in Taurus, helping us smooth the physical world that we live in on an individual basis. At the same time, Mars is very much linked into movement and vehicles, and Saturn is linked into longevity and integrity. Whatever your opinions on this is still the astrology is very on point here. 100 million pounds is being given to boost the ability to, like, more ports to charge your electric cars. So this ease to move around, this ease with this harmony, this connection of Venus with Uranus, electricity, new ways of thinking, with Mars in Cancer, us ability to move around is very much linked into the home, probably having these ports near lots more people's homes, of being able to charge our vehicles. I thought that was quite funny that's getting a boost. Saturn bringing in sense of a structure and systems is very much linked into Saturn, and sort of long-term goals. well, the energies had something to say about that. And the other two main headlines, actually, one of the main ones was that King Charles did a speech in Germany's parliament, and a king has never done that before, admittedly, because the Queen was living forever, and before that, well, we all know what happened before Elizabeth I. Yeah, so that was a groundbreaking, world-breaking event that happened. So again, Uranus, Maverick, talking about things that we can connect to on a emotional basis about protecting values, and the thing and how we want to treat one another. So yeah, that can also be applied, but I really wanted to focus on these two other headlines that is very much linked into one of the vibrational levels of Mars being in Cancer. Now, before I say these, Mars in Cancer, Mars can be conflict, can be aggression. And Cancer is very much linked into maternal figures, into the home. Very emotional. Mars can be very emotional in this space, and there can be outbreaks. This can be a vibrational frequency linked into domestic issues. I'm not going to say the other word because I'd rather this not get flagged for anything. I need to really actually check what YouTube flags before getting nervous about things. Anyway, it can be a trait in charts of people who have that dynamic. I knew this before. And there was part of me when I was going through the examples, because there are a few that came up where I was like, oh, I could use that. And I was like, I don't necessarily want to highlight that particular frequency. I can be a little it's not that I want to paint everything as rosy, but it was more of not wanting to say that, because if you have Mars in Cancer, then you'll be like, oh my god, is that me? Is that something I've got inside of me? We have all of these vibrational frequencies within all of us. We are the good, the bad, and the ugly all at once. And I don't want to name or shame anything in that regard. But it's certainly a possibility, and it all depends on your individual chart. I'm not saying it's there, but there's usually a reason why these things happen. I very much feel that with all trauma, and we're dealing with our collective trauma right now. It's all very loud and proud and being very in our faces right now in order for us to break those cycles. I try and always find space for compassion and forgiveness in these situations, because you've got to zoom out and look at the systems and structures that we are in and have been in for so very long, rather than, as I say, shaming things. So there is this vibrational frequency of those things happening. But on the flip side, a lot of people who are defenders of these, protectors of vulnerable people, have Mars in Cancer. So you can see these different frequencies that are available for all of us to access. And the two headlines were victims of domestic abuse. Oh, there we go. I've said it now. Deserve better from prosecutors, says Watchdog. So essentially that's highlighting where certain individuals in society are not being protected, are not being defended, and how we should be striving long term to do so. The other thing was Scotland Yard, which is like the head of the police in London, are thinking about vetting officers with psychological profiling. There's been a lot certainly in the UK, and I'm sure it's the case all around the world, of trying to sort out corruption and issues in the police force. Now, I have my own views about this. I feel a lot of these services are underfunded, undereducated, and the more, like, when people aren't paid very much, and when people aren't given the space to learn and understand different perspectives, it's really we fall into those power dynamics that are linked into trauma and abuse in so many different ways. Like, that's across the board, and the police department is certainly one of them. I always think about, before we had the police department in England, of that there was just rampant gang crime constantly. This was in, I think it's Victorian times, or maybe a bit before that. I should double check that. No matter what issues there are with any environment, there's also the good, and that's the same across the board. In terms of, if you're not a fan of electric cars and you have issues with it, you also have to appreciate that what it's trying to strive for is trying to help us be in a more sustainable planet. There's all these layers with it, and so there's been a lot of cases recently where people of that in that what's the word? It's not service. In that profession have taken advantage of the power that they have, and done things that aren't cool in any way, shape or form, and particularly against vulnerable people. And this is, this is all about power dynamics. We've now got Pluto in Aquarius, the collective air sign of universal truths. And what do we want as a collective? I will be doing those Pluto videos. I know I said they'd be out this week, but a lot's been going on, and I really want to do Pluto credit to what's happening. That by doing psychological profiling, yes, we can put into question how they go about that. Is the system that they're going to put into place that's trying to protect the system going to be perfect or be with flaws? And how do we have that system? There's also the arguments that, like, a lot of the news blows out of proportion all this minority group, when there's actually so many in that industry, in that profession, that are trying their utmost to do the best that they can. It's such a difficult job. And so, but I just thought that is certainly a direction of the head of the Met, who's been trying to clear out people who've been, because there's been a lot of stuff in the news about how police have been reported on by members of the public, and it never follows through. Like, this whole sticking together mentality that you get in a lot of service professions, that if we show that we've got people who aren't doing the right thing, then it's going to taint the viewpoint, and we're already struggling with how people view us already. So there's this fear of being integral, and I really appreciate at least the attempt of trying to work with that and away from that, because it's a very, very difficult thing to do. Throughout history, there's been corruption. This is absolutely nothing new. But we're edging there slowly but surely, even if it sometimes feels like we're making steps backwards. So those were some things that came up that seemed very appropriate. Of, with Mars in Cancer, what are you going to defend? The home, the people that you care about, the nourishment, the needs of the people. The moon in traditional astrology is often linked into the people, because the sun was linked into the king. So actually, I should have checked King Charles's chart. I can't remember if I know Queen Elizabeth, I think she had a sun in Taurus at 0 degrees. Powerful. And I think King Charles's moon is in Taurus. They've got some real synastry with their charts. I'm just thinking about his speech on that day. I should have checked. Sorry, guys. But yeah, there's just, what was I saying? There's a lot of, you can really see this integrity with Saturn, trying to facilitate Mars, and how we are motivated to take action to protect. Cancer is a yin night sign. It's about protection rather than attacking. It's about drawing things in. It's about being receptive and open to ideas and to change, and being in this space of cultivation rather than direct action. So there's a sense of planning here. There's a sense of strategy. So those were the main headlines that I thought were particularly loud and proud when it comes to Mars being in Cancer. Right, now I'm going to give a couple of examples of people who have Mars in Cancer. Mars in Cancer is traditionally in its depression, in its fall. So Mars is exalted in Capricorn, which is opposite Cancer. Mars likes a job to do, and sometimes it's quite difficult to do jobs when you're all in your feelings. But it's, I've been trying to work on how the depression, the fall, the in exile terms that we have from the traditional astrology is certainly based on sort of limited constructs of how you want society to be and how you want people to be, that are based on these Greco-Roman viewpoints. You know, Mercury in Pisces, for example, is considered in its exile and its depression and fall. And it's based off the especially the Greek standpoint of logic being the highest vibrational frequency, rather than this felt sense, this magical sense. And if you go back to that video that I did, I loved, that was one of my favorite introductions of the powerhouses that have Mercury in Pisces, were just phenomenal. So it's just like, we have to think about, okay, this may feel difficult for Mars being in this watery sign. But there's a great strength there that we can tap into that might not have been prioritized. You know, Mars, I don't feel is all about war. I don't feel it's all about conflict. I feel like these energies have the capacity of more than just the stereotype, which has certainly been coming through in a lot of the channeling that I've been doing. Right, let's get on with it. So, Meatloaf has Mars in the 6th house, and the moon in the 2nd house, so his values, his principles. And for me, it was like the song "I Will Do Anything for Love" came into my head repeatedly, and then wouldn't leave. Just this defending and taking action based on love can very much be a Mars thing, particularly in the sign of Cancer, which is ruled by the moon, which is our emotional body. And having the moon in the 2nd house, because we look to the moon, because moon rules Cancer, so there's always a correlation between these two of how they manifest, of him expressing that through his actions in with that Mars in the 6th house of work. Robin Williams had his Mars in Cancer in the 9th house of philosophies, pictures how he mapped himself out in the world. And he had his moon in the 5th house, which was Pisces. So he was a Scorpio rising, so he had a lot of water in his house of creativity. And so Robin Williams, there's that other side. If you look at all his roles, he was an advocate for people. He was trying to make us all laugh and connect through our feelings. And some of those things were bittersweet. Some of those topics were very difficult to tap into and to deal with. And he had such a wonderful, magical ability of being able to bring us all together. But he also suffered with depression, so much so that he took his own life. And that is another side of there's other things in the chart, but of his, that Mars in Cancer can struggle with that, can struggle to be feeling that being swamped down in those emotions, in that sense of not feeling safe, of feeling disconnected from its ability to take action directly. That there can be this heaviness there that can be quite hard to shake. As I said, it's all very relevant to the chart. I'm not saying I'm not, as again, the same with the other difficult topics. This doesn't mean that you have it. But if you are suffering from that and you have Mars in Cancer, just be aware that is one of the energy fields that is available. But there are many others. But I found, like, for me, I talk a lot about how I have my moon square Saturn. That energy, there's a vibrational frequency for a moon square Saturn for depression. I've struggled with depression my whole life. I've really struggled with wanting to exist, I've been looking for the off button and questioning why we don't have one. Just, have a break, like, because this is a ridiculous roller coaster that we're on. And one of the things for me, when I looked at my natal chart and I found out that, and we worked with that energy of, that's what that means, that I was able to sort of detach from it and try and get to the root of why that might manifest and how to support it and change that energy, which is what I try and do in these channels. Dolly Parton had Mars in Cancer in the 11th house of friends, groups, alliances, hopes, and dreams. She also had that conjunct Saturn. Now, I will always mention Saturn in some of these because I know we're all scared of Saturn, but Saturn represents legacy, represents stability, represents commitment, represents long term. Again, it's another energy. You know, Mars and Saturn, they're the malefics. They can be difficult energies, like really getting to understand what other frequencies are available that we can work with. So, you know, having her Mars, the actions that she takes, she's such a I'm not going to be able to say that. She does a lot of work to help people, raise people up, a lot of charity, a lot of support work, a lot of grants. You know, she's really nourishing and giving through her actions. The moon, which she has in, where is it? In the first house on her ascendant, you know, which is Scorpio. So not Scorpio. My bad. Did I write that down? That will be Virgo. Sorry, I've written MR and I can't for the life of me remember what that is. But she's the ability through, like, your ascendant is how you embody your sun or your moon, and her moon is on her ascendant, so she's very easily able to embody her emotional needs and the needs of others, and how she nourishes, very nourishing through her actions, and her embodiment of her actions, and it's sextiling, so it's an aspect of Venus, huge on giving to others, huge on supporting others. Also, the Cancer does rule the breasts, and that is certainly something that she is very known for, and particularly linked into surgery, because Mars is linked into cutting and can be linked into surgery. Bear Grylls, survivalist, very, very well known for survival. Cancer can be very much about survival, and he has it in the 9th house of his big picture philosophies, foreign travel as well, and he has the moon in the 3rd house. So that is so I haven't written it down and my brain's just gone, right, Scorpio, Capricorn. So long-term legacy of the human body, survival. I link Capricorn in not just to the hierarchies of civilization, but the structures, the systems of the human species. Survival, 3rd house, day to day, how he communicates his local community, going out and surviving in the communities that he's just dropped into. We also have H.G. Wells, a famous author who wrote, wasn't it 1,000 Leagues Under the Sea? His first book I think it's his first book. So he has the Mars in the 6th house, how you work, and the moon in the 1st house in Aquarius. So very unique ways of looking at things, and the home, embodying the individual and how you the individual represents the home. And he had the first men in the moon. So the first, having the moon in you, the individual, yourself, men in the moon, and as in like going to go and travel and live in the moon. Mars, action. That just made me laugh a lot. Mikhail Gorbachev had Mars in the 10th house. So this was big action energy in the 10th house of how he was seen in Cancer. And he had the moon in Leo in the 11th, hopes, dreams, groups, alliances, friends. But this is very much protecting and nourishing the safety of not only his own country, but the rest of the world. So got a couple more. We've got Karl Marx, who had Mars in the 6th. There's a lot of people with Mars in the 6th because Mars loves being in the 6th house. So it's not that surprising. It's his favorite place to be. because it likes hard work. As I always say, give Mars a job to do unless you want it to blow up in your face. So he had Mars in the sixth house of work, of routines, and he had the moon in the fourth, the moon representing people in Taurus in the fourth, the home, roots and foundations. He wanted to protect the people in the way that they worked, because they weren't being looked after. They weren't, whatever you think about communism, there are tenets in there that are full of integrity. It's just a shame none of it's played out very well on the world stage, but that's not the point. These ideas came about at a very poignant time. It was very much linked into Saturn in Pisces in certain ways. So there's a lot of stuff about communism with Saturn and Pisces. So very interesting about that. Marie Antoinette, she had Mars in Cancer. We don't have a timed birth for her. Actually, that's not the case. Yeah, I just realised that I'd found her chart. So I was just looking on, I think it was AstroSeek, and they didn't have a timed chart for Marie Antoinette, but she has Mars in Cancer. She was married to, what was it, Louis the 14th or the 15th. And this was, there's a lot, this will probably come up a bit more in the Pluto transit. There's stuff's going on in France right now that was very on point. She had Mars in Cancer in the second house of her values. She has a lot of water in her chart, and she was, her response mechanisms was very emotional. Her actions were driven by needing to feel nourished and needed and seen. So I just wanted to highlight that as a, this is a way that this can come out. We have, who's this? Right. So we have Amal Clooney, famously married to George Clooney, but also otherwise known as a lawyer for, I think she's worked for the UN. And very interesting, she's got Mars retrograde. We don't have a timed birth for her, but it's opposite Mercury. And so I was thinking with the Mars retrograde, with a lot of legal cases, it's about overturning situations that have already happened. And she's also represented Julian Assange and other journalists as well. Mercury communication can often be linked into journalists that through her speaking, right, so we've got an opposition, and oppositions are all about bringing things into balance. Through her ability to communicate, she is able to rectify this Mars in retrograde, a revision of previous actions, and bring them into balance. I thought that was cool. I've got this person. Why did I pick them? Oh, yeah. So there's this John Baptiste Lamarck. He was born 1744, so pretty in the past, but still very relevant. He was one of the first proponents of the idea that we evolved through biological means rather than God means. I mean, nature is the same thing, but not the scriptures that were in Christianity. And he was a biologist, an academic, and a soldier. So he had Mars in the fourth house, our roots, our homes, our foundations. And the moon in the second house in Taurus. So the second house of values, and it is a physical body of Taurus. So I thought that was very interesting that not only does it show up as a soldier, that can be a very prominent aspect in people's charts if they are in that profession, but the fact that he was taking action about who we are as a people, that changed our understanding of where we came from, our home, and the moon is very much linked into the home. The final person, or was it, no, I want to do, this is a bit complicated, this one. I'm going to save him for another, because this is going to be a two-part series, because this is I'm only doing up till the 27th of April. The final person I wanted to use was RuPaul Charles. For those of you who don't know, this is from RuPaul's Drag Race. I'm a big fan. I'm definitely going to be doing videos linked into each of the series, because I think it's an incredible microcosm of the evolution of our consciousness. RuPaul had Mars in the first house, the ascendant, how you embody yourself through your acts and your deeds. Very nourishing and caring of his community. There's a lot of controversy around this figure, but I think it kind of blindsides the fact that the community and the support that TV show has given for so many of that community, it really does outweigh some of the difficulties that are linked into essentially having all of this stuff in show business, and show business tends to have issues no matter where it is. I'm not saying it shouldn't be reformed. I'm just saying that there can be a disparity in negative talk. The moon, he has the moon in the 5th house of creation energy, and this trines the Mars. So, through creative means, very much a entertainment art form. It is an art form. It's a creative art form, and connecting that to how taking actions in order to provide space and safety and money for the community. Right, those are all the people that I wanted to talk about, to give you an idea of how this energy can manifest, how you can tap into it in your own lives. And now I'm going to be moving on to doing the final 4 signs in this part series 1 of 2 of Mars in Cancer. And this is going to be Scorpio, Libra, Virgo, and Leo. Hi guys, so I always pause between the introductions in each reading, and the person that I live with had overheard me talking about H.G. Wells, and when I said 1,000 Leagues Under the Sea, and she was like, that's Jules Verne. And the H.G. Wells, and this is even more funny, which is why I wanted to tell you guys, he did the War of the Worlds. So very, very martial, very much 2 homes defending, battling one another. I just thought that was quite funny. Right, okay, I really am now going to be moving on to Scorpio rising. How are you doing, Scorpio? So if you're just tapping into the Scorpio energy, as I said in the introduction, the messages in the tarot can still very much apply. It'll just be in a different area of your life and have a different flavor. If you're looking at your sun, it's more sort of the direct inspiration of who you are, your intellect. Your moon is more your emotional needs and how you connect to it. Mars, your motivation to drive, your motivation to take action. Venus, the things that you care about and how she's being affected. All of these parts of your chart, as I said, you just sort of look into your natal chart and think about where that falls, and then sort of shift the messages that come through to what is happening for the Scorpio part of your chart. But for Scorpio rising, hi Scorpio, so this transit of Mars in Cancer, a fellow water sign, is happening in your 9th house. This is your house of perspective. This is your philosophies and morals and connection to God, spirituality, however you want to phrase it. These big picture ideas, how you map yourself out in society, the world around you, the universe. This is also a place for learning and teaching. When we are in that space of teacher and guru, we are broadening our perspective. But in particular, it's linked into mastery of something that we're doing or something that we're striving for. And that just doesn't have to be linked into higher education. That can be in absolutely anything. It's also linked into foreign travel. This is going to a land, an environment that is unfamiliar to you, that you immerse yourself in for a longish period of time, again, in order to broaden your perspective. I mean, it might not be the reason why you're doing it, but your perspectives will be broadened by being in an environment that you aren't comfortable. No, comfortable is too loaded a word, but as I said, an environment that you're not familiar with. So this is trining your Scorpio energy. So it's a fellow water sign. You are the set of the same elements. You're on the same team. It's just a bit easier for you guys to talk to each other. This energy to transmit. It is an ease. There's a flow. Trines are an aspect of Jupiter. Jupiter wants to elevate. It's one of the yes planets. It wants to provide opportunity, coherence, and wisdom, and expansion of self, expansion wherever it goes, a sense of opportunities, a sense of luck. But as I said, a sense of wisdom, a leveling up of that area of your life. So apply those themes to how Mars is talking to your Scorpio energy. That can be whatever placement, but for Scorpio rising, this is affecting the first house for you. And this is the house of self. This is how you embody your sun or your moon through your actions and your deeds. This is often why people see you more as your rising sign than or your sun or your moon, because those can often be more personal to you, that you might not necessarily share with others, but your actions and your deeds are certainly something that are visible to the people around you. This is also the house of your body and appearance. It's your house. It's everything that's happening there is 100% to do with you. Love that. So, one second. Sorry, Scorpio. I was just sort of messing around with the lighting because it all seems a lot dimmer in here today. I do need to get a bit more potent light come in. So talking of, so it's affecting you. What does this mean? How might this feel? Mars being in Cancer is helping you understand your emotional connection to your motivations of who you are in the world, how you want to embody. You might have more drive to take up learning again in whatever form it is that you want to do. You might be inspired to go on a long distance trip. Always a bit wary, as I said, Mars is traditionally in its fall and depression here, that just Mars in water sign. Sorry, I'm just having a bit of a brain fart here right now. I think I'm struggling with words because I don't like to say these things in these videos, because I really just want you to get in touch with your intuition and your inner world, and really what's best for you. So I don't like to be like, oh, maybe it's not a good idea to go do long distance travel when Mars is in its depression and fall. Like, that's limiting, but it might be relevant to some of you. But anyway, you're getting support from how you embody your big picture philosophies, your movement, your motivation, your drive to get up in the morning, and how the actions that you take with Mars is facilitating the actions that you take in the first house, and how you bring all these philosophies together. You work out what you want to defend and what you want to keep, and you get to embody them in who you are during the next 2 months. So that's what Mars in Cancer can feel like. So the moon rules Cancer. The moon's going to move so what's going on with the moon is going to have an impact on the sign of Cancer, and therefore on Mars's transit. The moon is going to be moving very quickly. I think it's going to be making at least 2 cycles around the zodiac. Maybe 1.5. 1.5? No, 2. At least 2. I really should write that down. I do apologise, Scorpio. Let me check. Yeah, at least 2. The moon started in Taurus on the 25th of March when Mars went into Cancer, and will be in Gemini, having gone through 2 cycles on the 20th of May. I really shouldn't second guess myself, even when I am just sort of haven't double checked something, anyway. I don't know what's going on with me today, Scorpio. I'm being a little bit more ridiculous today. Anyway, so the moon is going to be moving through every area of your chart twice. So that means that this Mars transit is very changeable. You're going to be moved in different ways. It's going to represent different things every 2.5 or so days. I'm going to be pulling. There's going to be 8 piles. And 5 of those piles are half of the main aspects that Mars is making on its journey through Cancer. And for those, I will be mentioning where the moon is. So yeah, just be aware that this journey with Mars is not as fixed as it could be in terms of the impact that's happening on Mars, but the bombardment of the emotional changeability will be making this a very transient journey for the next 2 months. So just be mindful of your emotional state during this time. It's good to be aware of this. So because we're dealing with a Mars transit. Oh, sorry. I will sort myself out, I promise. Oh my God, you just got to laugh, haven't you, really, sometimes? We're not perfect, but we are perfect in our imperfections. I really recommend, if you know your chart, to look to where your moon is. Now, this is going to be flavouring Mars's journey. You're going to see themes linked into where it is for you in your particular chart that will be consistent throughout Mars's journey. And because we're dealing with a Mars transit, what's going on with Mars? Sorry, my hands are just sort of pinched like that over my heart chakra. Because we're dealing with a Mars transit, and what happens with Mars will impact and add more nuances to Mars's transit, will have an impact of leveling up and influencing the signs that Mars rules. And Mars rules Aries and you, Scorpio. So I should have said this at the beginning. Scorpio, this is your chart ruler, one of them. If you haven't had a personal reading or worked out, there are different rulers of your chart that all work together. So Mars has a bigger impact on you and Aries risings. Mars has a flavor, a stronger flavor for you at all times. And so, right, Aries and Scorpio, where do they fall for you, Scorpio rising? Well, Aries falls in your 6th house. This is your house of work, health and routines, and co-workers, also pets. And so we've all had a lot going on in Aries for a while now. We're all being leveling up. If you haven't had a chance to check out any of those Aries transits, I recommend them. Simply that and the Saturn transits, because this dynamic between water and fire, and in particular Pisces and Aries, is a very potent part of the beginning of all these cycles, with the planets moving through Aries and Saturn being in a sign ruled by Jupiter, and Jupiter is in Aries. Recommend checking out those, as well as the spring equinox and the Aries new moon videos for more themes about what this sort of Aries energy is doing for you at this time. And so that's in your 6th house, work. You've had a big benefit there. Now Mars moving to the 9th house of your philosophies, how you map yourself out in the world, what really matters to you in that sort of long-term expansive space. How Mars is connecting with your emotional desires and motivations to embody those things is feeding into your house of work, your house of your health and your routines. Like this can, taking care of your health in a very independent matter, being able to bring in those big picture philosophies into your routines and really embody them on a very doesn't just have to be spiritual. This can be moral, philosophical basis of bringing Mars finds its joy in the 6th house, so it's really activating this space of embodying your work and not letting it sink you down, not letting it not be a space that you can be in with joy. I know that sounds like a strange word to say when we're dealing with Mars, but very much getting that energy for us all of, you know, enjoy taking action with integrity. And I think that's because we've currently got Mars trine Saturn. We're going to feel that for a little bit. Trines have a bit of a wider orb, so you know, even as Mars moves forward, it's still making that trine aspect of really setting us up to appreciate labor in a way that isn't soul destroying. So your soul can be, you know, expanded in the ninth house. And the more that you get, the more that you understand how hard work is to you, your sixth house, how you work, it's how you embody your work. And how you can utilize that for a sense of expansion and abundance is a really beautiful thing. And so you also have Mars rules Scorpio, which is in your first house, Scorpio rising. So how you embody yourself in your deeds and your actions is being impacted on how you're connecting to your big picture philosophies, how you're connecting to your perspectives. Having Mars here can be a really good time. I said in a lot of the introductions, taking baths, working with water, working through movement, working with flow, in order to help you meditate and work through what it is that you're emotionally connecting to that's going to serve you long term in your legacy and in what it is that you want to defend. So that's the kind of general energy around for you, Scorpio. I really like this trine. The water signs are getting the benefit of Mars being it's definitely a heavier energy so far. I mean, it's shifted. I've certainly found it very heavy myself. I have a lot of air and fire in my chart though, so engaging with water can be a bit more difficult. You may have found the Mars in Gemini being quite too overloaded, being burnt out, that you're able to tap into this energy with ease. And really be supported over the next 2 months. Right, so I'm going to be shuffling while I talk about the aspects. There are 8 piles. There's going to be a pile for Mars's journey through Gemini and sort of like the crowning energy of what you've transmuted and learned and what you're taking forward. There's going to be a pile for Mars's general energy in moving through the sign of Cancer for you Scorpios. And then there's going to be 5 piles linked into the 5 aspects I'm going to be talking to. I'm doing up till the 27th of April. There will be a second series to Mars in Cancer, where I'll be breaking down the last 4 transits. And there's some very potent ones in that second series. So I really felt very called to finish at the final 5th transit, which so far in all the readings has been very potent energy. So there'll be 5 piles for that. And then the final pile will be kind of how these energies are cultivating, the kind of energy that, having gone through this phase, what is it that you're bringing into the next cycle, the next transition of Mars' journey. Right, so the first aspect, this has already happened. I'm sorry guys, I really meant to get this video out, but it didn't manifest, and I do apologize, because I do appreciate that there's a lot going on astrologically. It's going to calm down soon, so I hope that I'm going to be able to get these transit videos out, so you're aware of those main transits. However, it's not that you're missing the energy. It's not like it's not occurred. This is kind of like a retrograde. you coming to this video after the event, so you get to sort of then think about what happened around that time, and then understand that energy and be able to transmute and understand the messages that are coming through, and then apply it with hindsight. Also, it's very much my belief that these energies you're able to tap into these energies at any time, and so it's not that you're missing out on anything. It's always cute. They always like to do a little so far they've always sort of responded to those messages when I've put videos out that aren't necessarily in a 100% timely manner. Right, 30th of March, yesterday. The day that I read those examples out from the newspaper on, this was when Saturn at 2 degrees of Pisces was trine Mars at 2 degrees of Cancer. As I said, we'd have felt those in the lead up, and we'll feel them following. It's not a single day transit. And so I think a lot of those examples was like Saturn. So you've got Saturn in your fifth house of creation energy. This is also linked into fun and amusement and children. But having that with the trine to your big picture philosophies, I always focus mostly on your creation energy. All of those other topics come from that creation energy and how we have tended to it and how we've taken care of it. You've had Saturn there. I've done a Saturn transit. Do go check that out. I've also pulled cards for this aspect already, but that was in relation to Saturn's journey rather than Mars's journey. That you've got this integrity, responsibility, maturity, but also this space for limitations, fear and frustration that we have with Saturn being in Pisces, but it's in the sign of Jupiter. Again, if you haven't checked out the Saturn transit videos, I really recommend it. So we're such a different shift to when it's been in its own signs of Capricorn and Aquarius. So Saturn here, giving you, there's a sense of responsibility here, but you're wanting, you can create a space where you want to step up to the work that's coming with in terms of your creative energy. Saturn helps bring foundations and long-term structure for legacy and integrity. I'm a big fan of Saturn, even if Saturn's energy has shaken me up and yeah, certainly it's not always fun. But with this trine to Mars in your ninth house of big picture philosophies, how you map yourself out in the world. I love this combination of Mars's energy and ambition and movement and passion of how you want to see yourself in the world, how of changing on an embodied state, your connection to your actions in the way that you bring your big picture philosophies into the things that you do, into that creative energy. Beautiful trine here for longevity and maturity in your emotional state, because not only is Mars talking to Saturn and giving it a boost, Saturn is talking to Mars and saying, hey buddy, yeah, you know, when you blow a gasket, you know, when you go on rampage, how about we chill out a bit with that? Yeah, I completely forgot to mention in the introduction for this one, but I've mentioned it in other introductions. This is Pallas Athena. She was there were two representations of war in the Greco-Roman mythology. Mars very represented this chaotic, instinctive rage aspect, and Athena, Pallas, represented wisdom. If we are going to go to war, at least be strategic about it and try not to do too much damage in the meantime. And she is in the sign of Cancer. She's been in the sign of Cancer for a while. She's come up in a few of the lunations when she's been making prominent aspects to everybody. I love her being in Cancer. However, there's a sense of let's bring some wisdom into our emotional sphere. There's a phrase that a lot of people use right now is my emotions are valid. All my emotions are valid. Are they really? Are they really though? I have Cancer in my 12th house, so it's kind of hidden from me. They're kind of like my hidden enemies. And I've got my moon in Aquarius, so I'm a bit detached. But really, are they valid? Why do we, yes, hold space for them. Yes, give them a big hug, give them some compassion, understand perhaps where they might be coming from and how that particular programming framework trauma may be valid, but do you want to work with it? Do you want to work with it rather than let it go rampage? Do you want to get a sense of, I'm trying to find a word that isn't loaded, cooperation, yeah, getting everyone on the same team. I don't want to invalidate anybody's emotions, but I think you should question your own. At least try and zoom out a bit. Oh God, I'm gonna get in trouble for all of this. Yeah, I'm gonna move on. Right, where was I? So yeah, getting a lot, but I that's what I believe. That's my personal practice. It certainly helped me. I've dealt with my own difficulties, my response mechanisms, and the more that I've been mindful, not only with my mind and what it says, but my emotional responses, the more at ease I feel, the less chaotic, the less conflictable. It's not a word. I feel, and the more I have space to feel free. But that's my journey. Anyway, right. The fourth or the fifth. I'm in such a strange mood today. I do apologize, guys. The 4th or the 5th of April, depending on where you live. Mars in Cancer at 5 degrees will be sextiling the North Node in Taurus, also at 5 degrees. Taurus, for you, Scorpio, is in your second house. Sorry, seventh house of intimate relationships. This is romantic, business, friendship. These are the people that really matter to you on a one-to-one basis. This can be clients, this can be business partners, this can be friends who, you know, you call up at 3 o'clock in the morning because something's happened, and, you know, or they do to you, and you're here for them, and you don't even care. You're obviously your more committed romantic relationships. Because it was also the house of marriage. You've had the nodes moving through your 1st and your 7th house, or your Scorpio energy. Guys, I'm here for you. I have a Leo rising, which is another fixed sign. The fixed signs have been going through it. It's so dark. Why is it so dark? Okay, guys, let's see how this works. I'm sorry. I'm messing around on your time. I just muted my lamp. Okay, so we're gonna get a bit of reverb on the light bulb. Hello, light bulb. But it's just because I want you guys to be able to see everything with in detail. Right, let's see how that goes. It's sort of resting next to me, so hopefully I won't break it. Okay, where was I? Sextiling the North Node. So it's been going through your 7th house. Venus has been going through there, activating every single one of those eclipses we had last year. I recommend you check out that transit video. Super important for us all. You know, we're dealing with eclipses, we're dealing with the nodes. This is also dealing with Uranus being there. So this is big, changeable, big energy. Big energy. And now Mars is going to be trining the North Node, like on the North nodes. The nodes are going to be in Taurus and Scorpio till July. So they've still got a couple of months, but this means like Mars is feeding in your motivation, your drive of your 9th house into your 7th, of how you want your big picture philosophies and how you map yourself in the world to have an impact on where you're headed in your one-to-one relationships. So really potent energy here. And we've also got the trine with the South Node in your sign at 5 degrees of Scorpio. South Node, you've been refining who you are. You've perhaps maybe been a bit more isolated. The South Node can very much, you draw inward rather than the North Node of wanting to expand or sort of craving that or where you're headed. The South Node is something that you're familiar with, that you're comfortable with, that you're spending time refining and working on. And that can mean, as I say, this feeling of going inward a little bit. And you've had that in your 1st house of working out how you want to embody yourself, how you want others to see you, working on your appearance, and just really cultivating that area of your life. So we're going to have this trine of everything, of Mars, of like, here's how I want to embody on an emotional level. I want my needs to be met by my philosophies, and how I embody that in what the actions that I do, feeding into that South Node for the rest of the final 5 degrees of that journey of how you want to really embody that, how you want to be present with that wisdom of the refinery that you've been doing, being added by that passion and that desire of Mars feeding into that at the time. The moon will be in Libra, and you have Libra in your 12th house, Scorpio. So the moon is going to be having an impact on Mars. And you know, Mars is also the ruler of the South Node. So this is having a big impact on the South Node's journey, in the same way that Venus moving through Taurus, I keep getting my words all over the place, is having a big impact on this eclipse cycle. So the moon in Libra. the 12th house, the hidden house, the house of mysteries. This is often called the house of self-undoing. This is because with 12th house transits, we are working on the hidden constructs of who we are. This is very much linked into, can be linked into depression and psychological pain, because those hidden concepts can often be linked into trauma. Not only your trauma, your lineage's trauma, the collective trauma, your ancestral trauma. And there are all these, also these hidden constructs of your soul. So like going even further back past all those layers that might be blocking you. This is also why this is a very powerfully magical space. It's the hidden house, the things that you cannot see. The occult means you cannot see what's going on. So there's a lot of breakdowns to breakthroughs in the 12th house, and there's having the moon there. This is a couple of hours before breakdowns to breakthroughs. I will read all of these where they want to go, but I do find it also a bit funny when they come out and what I'm saying at the time. This is just before the full moon that's happening on either the 5th or the 6th of April, so very, very close to this full moon. So it's a culmination of the energy in this space, like you integrating your 12th house energy, and that feeds into Mars in the ninth house of your big picture philosophies, which is then feeding into the nodal axis. And we're dealing with the moon here, so this is having even more of an effect because the nodes and the eclipse axis is linked into the moon. So we've got a lot of moon and a lot of Mars energy here right now. At the same time, the sun in Aries is conjunct Chiron. Now, Chiron's been moving through Aries for a while. We've had a lot of support in Aries to help Chiron heal or understand those wounds, understand the wisdom and the medicine that those wounds have on you. And the sun, our divine illumination, our inspiration, our directness, where we're this intellect, part of who we are, our vibrancy, is connecting with Chiron really just before this full moon. And the full moon, it will be conjunct. I think it will have moved degree. I think it's conjunct Chiron at 15 degrees on this day, and then it'll be the sun will be at 16 degrees and Chiron will still be at 15, but that is under a degree orb in terms of full degree. So that is still very much a conjunction at that full moon. So we've got this big, potent, just before full moon energy. While Mars is saying, hey, this is how I want to embody, this is what we want to embody, this is what we want to embody for your big picture philosophies. And I love the fact that you've got these trines here with that really supporting you in your journey. As I said, this is just before the full moon in Libra. I won't be pulling cards on that for this reading. I will be doing a separate reading for that, hopefully over the weekend. Maybe do go check that video out when it comes out, because I will be pulling cards for each of the signs and come back to this reading and see what comes through there in order to like add to all these messages. I also have pulled cards for the sun conjunct Chiron already, so go check that out if you want to add on another layer of the weight of the sort of energy that's all intermingling at the same time. On the 7th or 8th of April, depending on where you live, just after this full moon in Libra, we have Mars sextiling Mercury in Taurus. Mercury's now in Taurus. This is at 6 degrees of each of those signs. So Mercury in your 7th house of intimate relationships, or opposing your Scorpio energy. When we have oppositions, we deal with this at a full moon, and this can be highlighting the imbalance between one or other of the energies. We're all here, those things come about to let us know what needs to be put into balance, because the aim of the game is to get these energies to be in harmony with one another. So that's particularly linked to the Scorpio message, because it might be opposing some of your stuff in Scorpio. So you might feel that opposition a bit more than other people. But the sextile, so Mars in your 9th house, big picture philosophies, sextiling Mercury in your intimate relationships. A sextile is an aspect of Venus wanting to bring beauty, creativity, harmony, connection, appreciation, love, relationships to this energy between Mercury and Mars. How do you communicate your needs to of how you want the world spiritually, in philosophically, morally, to have an impact on your one-to-one relationships. Mercury's going to be going retrograde. And so you're going to be revisiting your communication, your needs from your intimate relations, and really getting them in line to balance with your motivational drives that tend to your needs and how you nourish others. The moon will be in Scorpio, in your sign, Scorpio. And this is a mutual reception because Mars rules Scorpio and the moon rules Cancer, and they are in each other's lands. So they've got easy access. They're talking to each other. Not only that, they're trining each other. So there's a lot of free flowing strengths of information at this time. The moon in your first house, your Scorpio energy, helping you get in touch emotionally with your needs and how you nourish yourself, how you're able to embody your emotional responses in your in your actions and your deeds based on these big picture philosophies that you have. I just seen the most beautiful blue tit out my window. Oh, that's so lovely. Sorry. Yeah, I have to. I have. I don't have very much light coming in the room because natural light, unfortunately, doesn't suit recording cameras. But just got a little peek of a very healthy, very large-looking blue tit. Oh, how lovely. Where was I? Oh, the moon in Scorpio, helping you embody your drive. What are you defending? Maybe you might need to defend yourself at this time, but doing so from a space of grace, a space of strength. At the same time, there will be Juno and Uranus. Juno will be at 15 degrees, and Uranus is at 17 degrees in Taurus. So Juno's the goddess of commitment. What are you standing by long term? With Uranus, really getting you to, maybe somebody in your life comes into your life who's very unique and very interesting. But also, how are you, your independent, authentic self in your one-to-one relationships, and how you're going to commit to that. Love this for this transit, because we've also got Venus in Taurus, her final aspect that she's making in Taurus, activating, I think it's the Scorpio, is it? Yeah, the Scorpio full moon that happened on the 16th of May 2022. No, it's not that one. Yeah, sorry. The Scorpio full moon, that was an eclipse. That happened in May 2022. Venus is activating that. So that was a full moon in your house of how a culmination of yourself, very vibrant energy at this time. And Venus is talking to Neptune in Pisces. You have Pisces in your 5th house of creative energy. So bringing into harmony, creative outlooks, and how that impacts the ease in which maybe you're getting some appreciation from your one-to-one relationships about the creative inputs that you have. You're able to dream big, to tap into different dimensions with this Neptune Venus combination. And that's all happening while Mars is talking to Mercury, saying, how are we committing to our one-to-one relationships, and what is it that we want from them? Following this is the 20th of April. I'm not pulling cards for this, but this is the second new moon in Aries. This is the hybrid eclipse that I was talking about. As I said, I recommend checking out the spring equinox or the Aries new moon video, the first Aries new moon video, because I talk about the themes in that, and how, but the long story short is that first new moon that we've just had. This is clearing out so much stuck energy, really getting us linking into what it is that we care about. What are we going to defend? How are we going to embody ourselves in this world? Aries. Now we've got a second new moon. This is a hybrid eclipse. This is about having cleared that out, having shifted the energy of the karmic connections, a karmic clearing, to get more in line with this embodied, leveled up version of the Aries energy. We've got the stag here, which represents Jupiter moving through that sign, really helping us get more integral with that and integrate aspects of that Aries on a vibrational level that not only serves us to our highest good, but the communities and universe at whole. that the second new moon is a hybrid eclipse. It's a quantum leap, a shift in timeline, a shift in upgrade of the human being in radical and new ways. So again, I will be doing videos on that and pulling cards. So do go check that out if you feel so inclined. The fourth aspect is happening on the 23rd or 24th of April. So a couple of days after that new moon. So still very much at that potent new moon energy. We've now got the second sextile with Mercury, because Mercury has now gone retrograde. So this is at 15 degrees of Taurus and Cancer. And Mercury went retrograde, I think, about 12 hours before this transit, before this aspect. So Mercury is being hit with Mars's energy. And Mars is at 15 degrees of Cancer, the midway point, very potent energy in a sign. And feeding that energy, feeding that motivation, that drive, that emotional connection. What are you defending? What are you standing up for? How have you brought wisdom into your emotional responses when it comes to mapping yourself out with the world? The motivations and drives that you've had with perhaps learning something more. Maybe you meet maybe you have a one-to-one relationship with someone that helps you change your perspective. Anyway, we've got a Mercury retrograde, so I love retrogrades. They can be difficult, but you know, life's difficult. You know, there's also a lot of fun, even in the difficulties. Retrogrades is a revision, a do-over. You get to revise for the exam that you might have not have. Essentially, we learn from our mistakes, right? If only we didn't need to learn from mistakes and we were able to. Yeah, I'm still working on that ideology. I'm feeling very silly today. It is Venus's day. I'm feeling very soft and very in my body and not so much in my mind. And it is Venus's day, and she is in Taurus, being a complete mega babe. Right, what was I talking about? You're right. So this retrograde, you're getting to any conversations that you might have had, any relationship dynamics that you want to rethink, you want to change the way that you think about them, because it's not just about it's communication, but communication with yourself as well, very much so, even though we're dealing with the 7th house. But it's redoing and refiguring out what it is that you need, what it is that you want, especially with Mars in that sign with the moon, of your emotional needs, how you nourish others, how you nourish yourself, how you want to take care of yourself. The more that we understand our own space and what it is that we need from other people, the more that we are able to take care of others from a very genuine, very abundant space, rather than a space of codependency, dependence, or just seeking out like I need this in my life, I am nothing without it. Nonsense. Utter nonsense. And I say that as someone who's most of my life, the only times I've really felt alive is when I've been in love. That's not so true anymore. I've worked on that. So it's not me preaching and saying, it's not from my own experience. It's not that I don't understand and completely get this human desire that we have to connect and bond with others. But I just find the more that we see ourselves as our own beloved, the more we are able to fully bloom into a space of like a feedback loop of constant abundance. Whee! The moon and Venus are in Gemini. So Mercury in Taurus, ruled by Venus. Mars in Cancer, ruled by the moon. The two rulers of these two signs, of them talking to each other at the beginning of Mercury's retrograde, I will be doing a transit video on that, is feeding into from a Gemini perspective. So how do we collect information? How do we like to share information? So you're getting a lot of... this is the first time Venus has been there since Mars has been there for 8 months. It's the second time the moon has been there. So the moon's kind of adjusted to that Gemini energy without Mars being in that sign. Now it's kind of more in balance of how you're able to, so you've got this in the 8th house of shared resources, right? So this is time, money, things, ideas, intimacy, the give and take with you and the outside world, with you and others. This is an area of your life that can be very much out of balance. We can often give too much or take too much, or feel that we don't ever receive from the outside world. And so we've got the moon and Venus really getting you to get in touch with your core of what it is that you need. I've spoken about the 8th house with others before, about the more you don't see that space as lack, right? Even if it has been, it's more that this inward space, this inwards, cultivating that inward space opens up the rest of the world. I can't really express that enough, especially because I've experienced it. I rarely talk about things that I haven't moved through myself, because I don't want to bullshit any of you. Oh shit, sorry. Mercury's still in Aries. There's still very much that vibe of wanting to be a little raw. As I said before, I'm British. This is what we do. This is yeah, it's not anyway. Shut up, Chloe. We've got all this energy in Gemini, this very, we've got Mars and Mercury in feminine yin signs of being receptive, of drawing things towards you, of strategy. And then you've got the moon and Venus like being like, woo! We want this. Venus moving through that sign can very much bring in support from the outside world. I will be doing a transit video for that. But this is your emotional needs, and Venus, the harmony of bringing your emotional needs being met by the outside world and those shared resources, feeding into your big picture philosophies, feeding into how Mercury is going to go on its retrograde and what you're working over and revisiting and doing over. That that journey of that Mercury retrograde of contemplation is also moving into Mars to really help in this midway point of doing more of that contemplation and understanding of what is it that truly deep down what do you care about long term? What energy do you want to hold on to long term? Like, there's so many when people who have reached near the end of their lives, the things that they say is have some more fun. But there's that sense of but in that's what I mean, of rather than being in this space of, oh, I haven't had this, somebody's done this to me, this is what's happened, this is what's gone wrong. Yes, these things are all valid, and yes, these things all happened, but it's how you emotionally connect to them. It's how you, like, do you want that energy framing everything else? And it's easier said than done. It takes practice. It really takes practice to move out of this space. But you know, practice is the dream work. Teamwork makes the dream work, but my hand's just gone over my heart chakra, which is cute. At the same time, the sun has now moved into your 7th house, into Taurus, and is sextiling Saturn in your 5th house of creative energy. We're dealing with the 7th and the 5th with this one. This could be, because we've got illumination, the sun, coming into your intimate relationships. It could be, because we're dealing with the 5th, which also linked into dating and romance, that something comes into your life at this time. You know, be mindful of that. But it, for me, in this way that I read, is more on an inner level of the light being shone on this area of your life, like a burst of light coming from the sun, helping Mercury at the beginning of its retrograde to be able to make illuminated revisions and conclusions about what's going on, especially with Saturn in the 5th, of your sense of maturity when it comes to dating, a sense of your maturity when it comes to cultivating your creation energy. That, are you going to let your one-to-one relationships drain you of that space? Or are you going to bring in that light and let that shine very brightly? The final aspect, guys, this is on the 27th of April. This is when Mars at 17 degrees of Cancer is going to square Chiron at 17 degrees of Aries. So we've been dealing with trines and sextiles up until this point, while I'm talking about Aries. Funny. Also, we've been dealing with sextiles and trines, which is very inspirational, creative energy, flowing energy, ease energy. They're ruled by Venus and Jupiter, the two benefics. They want to help you out. They don't want to give you a smack. They want to give you a cuddle. I mean, I need to find better phrases for that. Sometimes I can be so brutal with what I'm saying, and that's not necessarily the dynamic I want to bring in, because I think there's a lot of kindness with Saturn. This is the Saturn card. Okay, the cards are being a bit ridiculous right now. Love you guys. That a square aspect is an aspect of Mars which can bring about conflict, drama, frustration, competition, and like, I want to be the best, I want to be right, and I don't care what happens in the process. But it's also, and if all these things come up, so this is your sixth house of work, health, and routines. If all these things come up, just be observant of them, see what's happening, work out, just to hold space for them, and know that they're all lessons to get you to really be mindful with what you want long term. However, I love a square. My chart is mostly squares and oppositions. I think my only trine is between my Sun and Neptune. Square represents friction. We need friction in order to create in the 3D world. 3D linear time frame that we're very consciously aware of. So great manifestation energy. Cute for, yeah, no, but they might go somewhere completely different. But like, this is the kind of the vibe that's been coming through with the Chiron square with Mars. So helping those wounds, helping heal those wounds, so like, if you've got a cut and you need to cauterize it, right? Like, this is a very traditional practice of helping get rid of any infection, stopping the blood from flowing, and just generally making sure that the wound is sealed with a hot knife. Very Mars action, and that can be a possibility of Mars's way of dealing with the wounds that we have, of cauterizing those wounds and helping them heal. There's also this emotional sense of our emotional body. As I said, like, it's a really good time to do flowing energetic movement to help release tension from our body. You know, you've got this in the sixth house of your health and routines. It could be good to be in a state of movement during this time on this day for Mars to help facilitate those healing wounds of Chiron, or you've learned a lot of lessons from that and you're able to now embody that in your ninth house philosophies and how you picture yourself and the outside world, and how you're really able to give some solidity, give some manifestation energy to everything that you've been learning with that Aries journey, because that's been going on for a while. We've also got the moon in Leo, so that's for you. That's in your 10th house of your life purpose, your career, how the outside world sees you. So that 10th house with the 6th house energy of Chiron being in Aries. Like, what do you want from your work? How do you want your emotional needs, your desires, your instinctive, intuitive responses to where you're headed with your career, what it is that you want from your career, be facilitated? Because, right, listen to this. Chiron is in Aries, ruled by Mars. Mars is in Cancer, ruled by the moon. The moon is in Leo, which is ruled by the sun, which is your one-to-one relationship. So we've got this energy of how getting your one-to-one relationships in balance impacts where you want to be headed, what direction you want to go in, how you want whatever career that you're in, or whatever, whether you're finding out your life purpose or in it, elevating that to with the Chiron journey that's been helping you work through your wounds of perhaps not having the motivation to put in the work to do the routines, or of all those things of, or being so independent you don't ever seek help from anybody else. That this energy is feeding into Mars, who's helping you take embodied action based on all of the learning that you've done in Aries, and not only that action to Aries, but Mars's general journey with the moon and your career and where you're headed is feeding into that Chiron energy. Okay, so that's the final aspect. I'm going to shuffle for a little bit. I might be a bit quiet to see when the energies want me to put down the deck, and then we were going to go through and see where all these cards want to go. I got your card, Scorpio. Had an energetic release. Right, Scorpio. Let's see what's going on with these cards. Okay, I'm going to start. So we have for Mars's journey through Gemini. We've got the Seven of Swords, the Three of Swords, and the Seven of Wands. So 2 sevens here. And then the crowning energy is the Four of Pentacles. So this was going through your 8th house of give and take in how you share your resources and the resources from the outside world. So with the Seven of Swords, it can feel like you've had all your resources stolen away from you, that there's a sense of trickery, of not getting what it is that you need, but perhaps also being all over the place, lots of different energies happening, or with that Mars being very active in that sign of not being able to potentially see things clearly at the time. But we're moving through and we've got some clarity. There's also a sense of procrastination. So it could be that things might not have been manifesting as quickly as you had hoped. We've got the Three of Swords, which is working through heartbreak and heart pain. You know, this isn't just a romantic card. This is linked into every kind of situation where we felt essentially our heart getting closed off and in pain and needing to restore itself, of a sense of betrayal happening, of how you're working through your motivations in terms of what it is that you need from the outside world and what it is that you give. Perhaps you've given too much and not received that in return, and in fact received pain in return. And you know, Mars moving through there is helping you understand the dynamics that you want, and what motivates you, and what it is that you need from the outside world, and what it is that you give in return. We've got the Seven of Wands here. This is it's both a positive card, and there's some tricky energy there. There's a sense of competition, but if you see this figure is on the higher ground, what they have is of value. And the way I see this card is you know, you're also feeling a bit unsteady. You know, they've got different shoes on. One, you know, you're standing in between a river. That there's a sense of not appreciating the value that you have to give, and feeling like you're in competition with others, that you're having to constantly defend that value of what it is that you provide to the outside world. But this, for me, this card is always, you know, tend to yourself. Don't whatever competition energy that you feel that you have to give, it's really asking you to realize the quality of which you have to give. And there's also what wants to come through, this sense of when we have this in the world of, because other people are doing things that we may be doing, that we can't hold space in that arena, and that we've you know, there's this unsteady feeling, and we're moving into, so this is the sort of crowning energy. Let's try and get this out of the light bulb. This crowning energy of the sense of safety, sense of power. The Four of Pentacles is very much about structure and stability, and being in command and knowing your own power in the material realm, because this is earth energy coming through, the sort of final crowning energy. Just had an energetic release then. Right, let's put those back. So we have for Mars moving through Cancer, we've got the Ten of Swords, we've got the Death card, which is a Scorpio card, and we've got the Three of Cups crowning it. Oh my goodness, I try and get more light, and then this is what happens. I might just move this just out, there we go, while I'm holding them up. So let me do it with my arm, and then my other arm can do any energetic work that needs to be done. So we've got the Ten of Swords. Again, this is highlighting the sense of betrayal of the outside world in the ninth house of you and how you see yourself, and how you feel that you are valued by your philosophies. There's a sense of betrayal, a sense of feeling immobilized, perhaps feeling very small in the big picture, not seeing your philosophies being appreciated and valued. And in fact, you there's a lot of stuck energy here, but it's the end, it's a closing cycle. Because it's a 10, and of your ideas, perhaps just the mental space that you have in your perspectives, feeling very, very closed off and very immobilizing you rather than setting you free. Because then we've got the Death card, which is a release and a let go. So this is your journey. This is the overall journey of Mars through Cancer for Scorpio rising. We've got this transformation energy coming through of really knowing that this dynamic, this way of looking at things is being transmuted, and so you're surrendering to it and realizing that you are in a space of transformation, particularly because we've got that trine to your Scorpio energy of how you embody your philosophies rather than feeling in this very stuck space. We've then got crowning this, we've got the Three of Cups. This is a celebration card. This is being in harmony with your perspectives and how you see yourself. My hand's just gone to my third eye chakra. How you see yourself in that environment of the shift in perspective from the Ten of Swords to the Three of Cups is quite phenomenal, of being able to be in harmony with those ideas with yourself as well. So this is also about hanging out with other people who really appreciate you, and you're in union with each other about your philosophies, but there's a sense of ease, there's a lightness to it. So really like that this is coming through, and not surprising because we are dealing with a trine which wants to bring opportunities, wisdom, cohesion of those perspectives together, and a sense of elevation for Mars moving through that sign. Right. So we have, for the first transit that's already happened, that we're still in right now, that's still a very prominent energy for this Mars transit, kicking off Saturn's beginning of its transit. We've got the Tower card, we've got the Strength card, and the Magician. This is 3 major arcana. So these are all happening in water signs, and Scorpio, you're the only one that's a guarantee that you've got things in Scorpio. So you've got a grand water trine with this energy. Very powerful stuff, very emotional, intuitive, and sensitive energy. And the 3 major arcana, big energy, big sort of fated energy. So there's a real shift. We've got the Tower card, bringing down internal structures that don't serve you anymore. And this can feel very chaotic. This is the Mars card. I think this is the first time the Tower cards come out in the readings, but I really like the combination of these cards because the Tower card is a liberating card. It's setting you free of the things that you might not even been aware of that were holding you back, that weren't getting you in alignment with your true embodiment of your emotional self. You've got Saturn in your 5th house of your creation energy. Again, getting you in line with the motivation and drive you have about your big picture philosophies, trining that creation energy of what motivates you, what's your spark, what's your internal space. So after this very sort of potentially internally chaotic but positive energy, we've got the Strength card. This is about harnessing your emotional instincts with your cognitive mind. So great for all this water energy. As I said, are all your emotions valid? And that's not me trying to be dismissive of emotions. They are so potent, and the power that they have is incredibly significant for us as a human species. Water, we have 93% of our body is water, that we can lean more into this space. And This is asking you, rather than being like too cognitive, too detached from your emotions, it's really bringing in a sense of harmony of all these aspects of your life, getting them to work together in a very grounded, strong way, the internal strength that you have. And we've got the Magician card crowning it. So getting you to realize that this trine is really facilitating your sense of understanding and wisdom of the qualities that you have all the resources at your fingertips, and you're now able to take action in a very magical, positive, result making way. That there's a real strength here coming in of moving away from sort of this tower space and this space of feeling like you can't move, you don't have your resources, you're stuck in that space of you essentially immobilized, that you cannot get up. You know, this card in reverse for me is resurrection, because all the cards fall out. But again, the swords, they're all along your spine, they're all linked into karmic energy that's stuck there, that keeps you from being able to move and take action, which we have with the Magician card, which is very much about movement and directness. So we have this is on the 4th or 5th of April, depending on where you live. We have the sextile with the North Node and the trine with the South Node, while the Moon is in Libra and the Sun is conjunct Chiron. Very strong energy coming in on this day. So we've got the 9 of Wands here. And this is about feeling like you've always had to be in battle about standing up for yourself. So you've got the nodes in your first house of you and how you embody yourself, and your one-to-one relationships, perhaps always feeling that those relationships, you were constantly in a state of conflict, in a state of battle, where you had where you're just exhausted by it. You're just exhausted, but you're still there. You're still very much yourself and very strong in that space. But there is a sense of depletion with the 9 of Wands. We've also got the King of Pentacles, which is this learning and growing that you've gone through with this eclipse series this season, which could very much have you feeling like this. You're like all over the place, but you're still there. You're still holding on. That the King of Pentacles is coming through and saying, the journey that you're on with that eclipse cycle and that energy of Mars, of embodying your big picture philosophies, is helping you with long-term legacy. Like being very much in your own authority, and not caring. Like sometimes this is about, like sometimes you may have felt you've needed to stand up for yourself because you're feeling attacked. The King of Pentacles is like, I don't care if I'm being attacked. I know who I am. I know what I want. I know where I'm headed, and I'm doing it in a very grounded way in order to manifest things in the 3D realm. We've got a sense of renewal here with the Ace of Cups, a sense of being able to tap into your emotional body from a space of abundance, rather than this defense mechanism here. There's a sense of being able to look at the situations that have come to pass with a sense of joy, a sense of abundance, sense of replenishment and nourishment. So I love this, the crowning factor for this of like Mars being in a water sign. So we've got the Ace of Cups, the water energy, this renewal, and then we've got the Knight of Wands, very direct, wanting to you're able to not be exhausted by defending yourself. The Knight of Wands is you're able to defend your passions, your creativity, your inspiration, your need for action, for adventure, particularly with the 9th house of being able to just feel very supported about who you are and how you map yourself out in the world. And I like with the Knight of Wands, it does represent travel. It does represent movement, that you're not in a space of this stagnant space. You're able to defend yourself without losing that energy, and being able to be very much in command of those emotions, of that passion, without yes, you may be in situations where there is that defense mechanism, but it's not in the same way. It's in a very freeing, carefree way of just knowing who you are, and just getting on with what it is that you're doing, rather than being bothered if you don't feel like that is being reflected in your one-to-one relationships. We have for this is the first sextile with Mercury when Mercury is direct. This is on the 7th or 8th of April. We've got the Knight of Cups and the Page of Wands. And so with this, it's like the Knight of Cups, we've got two knights here. You're getting a lot of protection, a lot of strength coming through with that Mars transit. The Knight of Cups is very romantic, very able to defend your fantasies, your imagination, your intuition, who you are. We're dealing with the 7th house of one-to-one relationships with Mercury, of being able to really embody in your one-to-one relationships what it is that you need on an emotional level for you, and separating yourself from needing others to give that to you, because you're doing it for yourself. And the more that we do that, the more that we draw in energy that will reflect that. We've also got the Page of Wands. Again, we've got very fiery energy, a new lease of passion when it perhaps comes to your one-to-one relationships, because of the work that you're doing with Cancer, with Mars in Cancer, of talking to Mercury about what it is that now that you've established those boundaries and knowledge within yourself, that you're very able to set those boundaries with your one-to-one relationships, of being able to also, with that boundary setting, be very free. The Page is a very useful energy. There's a heralding in new passion, a new way of looking at it from a beauty, very much Mars in Cancer, of being able to defend your emotional response mechanisms from that grounded place of that King of Pentacles. We've got the Two of Cups, the Ace of Pentacles, and the Queen of Wands. Lots of court cards coming through, really facilitating the growth and the change. So we've gone from knights, and now we've got a king. We've now got a queen. So the Two of Cups, very much linked into emotional relationships with another, where you feel seen, where you feel valued, where you seem cared for, and it's also a union with your philosophies and yourself, and how you want that to be mirrored in your one-to-one relationships. And the energy coming through of Mars talking to Mercury is like, these are the lines we're drawing. This is how we want to embody our relationships moving forward. And we've got the Ace of Pentacles. This is a new lease of life in the tangible world, the grounded world, the body, the work, your health. And, it can be bringing in, because this is more focused on what Mars is doing, of this ability to connect to those philosophies in a physical sense, and having a real freshness, a real sense of a new way of embodying those on the physical plane. We've got finally the Queen of Wands, of being very in command of your own creative space, your own, what it is that you, how you express your philosophies. And this can be how this dynamic comes up in your one-to-one relationships, of it just being very, there's a playfulness with the Queen of Wands. She's very good at setting boundaries and saying, no, that's not how I like it, but being very able to move on quickly without upsetting the people around her, of just being, this is what I want, this is who I am, this is my creative drive and passion, these are how I'm enacting these 12th house perspectives in the dynamics that I have around me, from this queen space of knowing what it is that really, really matters to you. And we have for the retrograde, so this is on the 23rd or 24th of April, when Mercury is now retrograde at 15 degrees of Taurus. Mars is at 15 degrees of Cancer, and this is the Hermit card. So the 9th house can be very much linked into teaching, but I feel, with this connection of this embodiment, you're midway through, you've learned. The Hermit knows a lot already, but is very open and willing to go inward and cultivate that understanding and learning. And I like this at the beginning of the retrograde, because it does imply studying and going over things and looking at the very sort of the sort of primal parts of who we are. You know, the hermit's often found in nature, getting close to that outside of civilization, of really tending to the spiritual understanding that you have. You know, they have the star in their lantern. This is a representation of divine healing and of authenticity. That Mars is feeding into Mercury and facilitating the fact that for the rest of Mars's journey through Cancer, Mercury will be retrograde. I don't know if it's all of it, but certainly now a very good chunk of it. So we have for the final aspect, this is the square with Chiron. And so the Knight of Swords, fools can rush in. There's a hastiness to the Knight of Swords of feeling very combative, feeling very mentally combative, feeling like you've got to defend your ideas. There's also with the knight, you know, with the sword, that what I talked about, that cauterizing the wounds of that happening very quickly. And then from that process, you know, the Emperor card is the Aries card of being in your own authority, being able to work from a space of dominion, from your own inner divinity. There is power, there is structure, there is knowing how to take action, rather than the night energy, which can be very speedy and not necessarily thinking before you've taken the action. After this, you know, that space of that Chiron energy in that Aries energy of very getting us to heal those wounds that may have made us quite impulsive in the area of your work and your health and your routines. That Mars energy really helping you embody because what's going on with Mars is also feeding into Aries, so you're getting such strength from an emotional space of having authority over your emotional responses, and really being able to get to the root of what it is that you want. Long-term thinking with power and strength, and how you embody that in your actions. We've got for the cultivation energy moving forward. We've got the World card, we've got the Six of Wands, and we've got the Three of Wands. All very positive cards. The World card is the Saturn card. This is about knowing yourself. When I talk about Saturn's linked into boundaries, and it's when you are given boundaries in order to understand and truly know yourself, and that can be restrictions from the outside world. The more you get in touch with your own authenticity, the clearer you are in what boundaries you do have, the less chaffy that you need, the more that opens up the world when you are very sure of who you are. And you've got this with the ninth house of your big picture philosophies and your perspectives of how that applies to you, and how that applies to how you want the world to open up. And you know, this is a very, very positive card that essentially when you are moving in this space, the world is your oyster. And you've got the Six of Wands. This is the victory card, as well as the Three of Wands, which is the dominion card of knowing where you're at, knowing what drives you. The actions that you're taking are leading to a space of dominion and a space of being able to go on adventures, having done the hard work, having been on the higher. This is you on your higher perspective of Mars moving through that sign of really getting to know when to take action and what to take action over. That you then opens you up for your having done all that work to start on new journeys and new adventures that are going to be bringing in a sense of abundance. Right, now I'm going to be pulling some clarification cards. I'm going to start with the First Light Tarot. And we'll see what other messages want to come through that we may have missed on the tarot, or clarifications and more pieces of the puzzle of certain messages that have already come through. No. do let me know if you feel so inclined about how you respond to the energy work, because I'm very mindful of that taking up too much time, specifically because I'm obviously quiet during this, and I'm aware that this is, you know, I'm trying to be informative, but I'm also aware this is this is entertainment as well, that, and we do have a limited amount of time. Sorry, the decks get quite feisty sometimes if they want to do the energy work, so that's why I'm talking about it, because the energy work, if I allow it, could go on for quite some time. And you know, I am also aware that a lot of these videos are now edging towards being an hour each for each reading. There's a lot going on, so there's always a lot of content coming out, and you know, I'm aware, I'm very mindful of the time that you're putting into this, and I want to be really respectful of your journey. But I would like to hear if that's something that you would appreciate, if because I do cut short some of the energy work, that if you would rather let it all play out, and whether it resonates with you at all. I'd love to hear from you. Got spiritual partnership. So, you know, very, you know, with the, if that's gone, you know, this is linking into the 9th house, which is that traditionally the house of the gods, where we are in union with our connection with the creation source. So having a partnership with that, the more that we are cultivating that, we are that source, we are that creator energy, that the more that we get in line with that, the more that we feel that on a very intuitive embodied space, which is definitely Mars in Cancer, the more we feel tend to our emotional needs and feel nourished by the creation energy. The more that opens up, you know, we are dealing with a lot of things happening in the 7th house, the more that opens up that kind of dynamic coming up for your relationships. And also this is affecting your 6th house of health. We've got health and adventure. Some of you, this does affect their foreign travel. These are things that can happen. Yeah, it would be interesting to hear from you to see what's going on, what are they doing with this. Yeah, there's a lot going on in the 6th house of health, that with that clearing, and perhaps it's impacted on how you look at yourself, look at the world. Energetic health clearing, you know, we have a lot of emotional trauma in our bodies, and so doing work with Mars to help heal that. Can clear your energetic field and open up the world to some adventure. Maybe that area of your life has felt closed off, and yeah, I'm now pulling cards from the First Light Tarot. This is a mixture of major arcana, question cards, statement cards. Activate, awakening, and enlightenment. Cool. That, I don't think that card's come out for the readings in this channel, so that's interesting. What was I saying? Yeah, so statement cards, major arcana, keywords like that one, question cards. So now we've got wild card. I'm gonna, is this light, with that light being there, worth having that that light bulb there? Oh no, we still got it. Something I'm sorry, I've moved quite a lot. I've moved recently of where that is. I'm being too fussy. Ever since Venus has moved into Taurus, which is my 10th house, and we're now on Venus's day, Like, very much feel the need to get all the senses pleased in a harmonious way. Right. So ring light or light bulb, take your pick. Where does this want to go? I'm not surprised with this. This is with the learning and growth that you've done, the change that's going on with those eclipses, and then Mars getting in on the gig of that, because that was really sort of like, oh, that card felt very, very vibrant. Let's see what else wants to come through. Yeah, because I feel like there might be some other cards that want to go with that Knight of Wands. Yeah, the energy compared to the reading that I did on Wednesday, and the energy in my body is is interesting. And I've just remembered that we had Venus conjunct Uranus yesterday, late last night, GMT time, and still very much in conjunction, that there's this real rebellious restlessness with the energies. Right, so this is the Oracle of the Rising Sun. I just want to see what else is coming through for you guys. These always offer very little very nuanced messages to what's going on. Honestly, the energy in my body is like it wants to run outside and run around and scream. Bye. Very Knight of Wands energy. But I mean scream in a good way, just like, wah! As if you're a little kid. That's half the deck. You know, the Knight of Wands, it doesn't just have to link to like moving, like physically going on a journey. It can be very much about having the passion and drive to take action and start things, do things based on your perspectives. We got the Detachment card. This is Venus in Aquarius. You know, I was saying at the beginning, in a roundabout way, without trying to offend anyone, like, are your emotions valid? And becoming detached from a situation. So I talk about these cards in part 2, if you want to go check that out. I think that was saying, like, be mindful. Well, let me just dig that out. Was it 41? Okay, that's just gone with one of the representations of Pisces on the table. Got appreciation. What I'm getting from that is detaching yourself from the need to be appreciated. Again, it's a main tenet of mine with the inner work, that the less that we seek these things from the outside world, the more that we cultivate that strength within us, the more we find inner joy and inner appreciation of our own self, the less we need to seek it, the more it tends to come towards us. Detachment from the pain that you've been feeling. I just had energy come into my body. Healing, letting go of that space, and then being able to move into a space of appreciation and be in true alignment with the wonder that you are, you wonderful, glorious being. Right, what else wants to come through? Scorpio. Revenge. Have you felt the need to take revenge, Scorpio? I mean, that's quite a Scorpion vibe. My nan was a Scorpio. She was a powerful woman, but whoo! Scorpio's sun, though. I don't know her time of birth, unfortunately. So yeah. Oh, nice big energy release there. That keeping these energies and response mechanisms can impact your health. Like, I'm always wary about speaking about my opinions linked into health. I think it's nuanced, but we store trauma in the body. There's a lot of where essentially, my point is, in a very short nutshell, is be mindful. Be mindful with everything. So the activation card, awakening and enlightenment has gone here. You've done a lot of, Mars is the ruler of your sign, transformation, change, movement, activation, especially Scorpio, constantly in a state of reimagining, digging deep, uncovering things, doing it again, over and over and over again. No, that's too many. Let's see if that one comes out again. That was intuition. That's been a very prominent card because, the moon is very much our intuitive space. And Mars being here for so long, working with the moon of really getting you to get into step with of how you connect to your intuition. I've spoken in previous readings about how our intuition gets the way it's a broken compass sometimes because of all the layers of stuck energy. Doing like Qigong, Tai Chi, can be, got authority just came out then. Mars in Capricorn, which is opposite this. Getting into your own authority. Love this for you. But authority in a way that's really, that's Mars in Capricorn, very grounded. There's this more of a certainty of yourself. You've got this sense of power that's come through that, may take a while to integrate. Just because these energies are around doesn't mean that it isn't a process that may take longer than expected. It's just they are all cultivating. They're all cultivating at this time, and each of your charts will represent different things of how you bring that cultivation into force. Like every day is a school day, guys. We're constantly on the cycle, and constantly little things will come up and be like, okay, how do we refine this? How do we work on this? Have I really practice? I really get with the hermit vibe, practice, like that dedication to being the not only the teacher energy, but the student at all times. We've got manipulation. It's an interesting one. I'm not picking anything up from it immediately. It may be a personal message for some of you that may resonate, that potentially with Cancer in the 9th house of perspectives, like the water signs can be very open to like collective energies, and perhaps your perspective of yourself in the world has been manipulated from just the energies out there. Doesn't mean that they're your energies, doesn't mean you have to engage in them, doesn't mean that they hold any relevance to who you are and where you're headed. Right? They wanted me to hold that one up. You know, the 9th house is about journeying, however that may be. I'm going to pull, no, what do they want? What do they want? Let's do the first, no, okay, fine. Oh my days. I mean, I've only been channeling this way for, God, it'll be 3 years. Wow, time flies. 3 years, maybe in a month. And I'm still very much at the beginning of my journey, that because I've got Mercury on my ascendant, I don't really let my mind shut up, or to take a step down, that I don't give the energies space to show me what it is, what they want to do. Like, I don't meditate. I don't have a daily meditation practice. I can be very frenetic. I've got a lot of fire and a lot of air in my chart, that I am very aware that if I started up a meditation practice, my intuition would get on point about sometimes what's going on with the energies and what it is that they want. I love that this came up. This is such a big theme with Mars in Cancer. What was the card underneath? Wild card. Perhaps your intuition's been a bit all over the place. Let's see. That it's very powerful intuition with all this water, that especially because you've got it in your 5th house of your creation energy as well, that with all, as I say, with all the water signs, like, you're bombarded from every direction, in a way that can feel, that can just potentially get in the way. And I like that the Hermit's gone there, of cultivation, of going inward and studying and being in a space where you are cultivating that intuition, now that you've kind of got more of a sense of security coming in. And there's been a lot of clearing out, with that big cycle, and with all the other cycles that are going on. And you've had the nodes in your sign. Oh my God. You've been refining that. You've been working on that. That's still part of the, I've got when. Let's see. What do they want to say? Optimism. That came flying out. Love that. What's that? Moon in Sag. Trying to take my own advice and being still and seeing what messages come through, rather than immediately jumping all over it. But I am liking this shift from feeling the sense of manipulation to a sense of optimism and adventure. This is good. Moon in Sag. Yeah, with the rainbow card, Flattery. What's this one? That's with the nodes. Now, do you need to be wise with your intuition? Do you need to be wise with it? While still giving it love, while still appreciating the skills and talents that you have. You know, I always say, be real with yourself, be compassionate with yourself, and also live in that fantasy world. But the key is being real with yourself. I just feel I'm getting with that manipulation and what was it? The optimism. With some of these cards, I'm really getting feel that this transit, this being able to embody and understand what it is you need to defend and what it is that you need to let go of. That a lot of limiting beliefs are going to be shaken off here. That is opening, you know, because flattery, there's negative connotations with that. It's like, but it's also a very lovely thing to be flattered and to be admired and to be appreciated. But there's a sense of, I just don't know. I just keep getting that you might, there might be this sense of, so not false flattery, just a little too much. Who may I help? Flattering your sense of adventure. This is an interesting message here, because there's sort of two. There's I need more cards. I need more cards for this. I'm not getting it. I'm not perfect. I'm not getting it. Maybe I'll look in the book. So the book was just sort of talking about a smooth talk. This is Janus, the one of the avatars of time, who was able to look in the past and in the future. There's getting you to be in a safe space so you're in the now. That opens you up to more adventure. Maybe it's the universe helping with your intuition. Okay, that was the strongest reaction of support coming in. You know, this Mars helping you defend who you are, what it is that you want, where it is that you want to go, and really give you the motivational strength to cultivate that energy away from this sense of as I said, that manipulation, that that feeling that you don't have authority. You know, the cards are very much coming through, like giving you that sense of strength. With that Four of Pentacles, got the Emperor, and a lot of very positive cards. But there's a real sense of groundedness rather than not thinking clearly or rushing into things. Even though we've got 2 nights, it just feels that there's a lot of energy around those nights that's cultivating a sense of being the adult in the room, while still remaining optimistic, or at least bringing in that optimism. You know, I go back to what I said, being real, being compassionate, and also living in a fantasy world, that space of abundance. That the first one is being real. And that is being real with your delusions and your illusions about how to interact with the outside world. As I said, you don't have to let it in. It's mental out there. It's mental for all of us. Yeah, there just feels like there's an opening up where you might have felt very protective with the strength of, because, you know, Cancerians want their safety. It's just flipped over, the Empress, development, growth, abundance, productivity. Cancer wants a sense of safety. And I feel that Mars being in there is giving you a lot of confidence, a lot of momentum and ability to feel that you are supported, feel that you are defended, that you are moving out of that survival mechanism. And very much, you know, they've got the Magician here into a sense of I've got the resources that I need. I can now think beyond that. Whoa, Scorpio, I've just looked at the time. I think this is like nearly 2 hours long. Whoa. Yeah. Right. Let's, what do we want to do? What do we want to do? Just wanted one more card. Okay, let's leave it with compassion. That's the second word that I said. You know, after being real, you be compassionate with yourself. And then, actually, no, perhaps compassion should be first, and then being real. And then you open up to the optimism out there in the world and go on your own adventure, Scorpio. Okay, I'm going to leave it at that. I had no idea I'd been talking this long. And I really do appreciate you watching and the energy transfer. Yeah, it means a lot to me, Scorpio. And yeah, I'd love to hear from you if you feel so inclined. Be well out there, Scorpio, until we meet again. Libra rising. How you doing, Libra? So for those of you just tapping into the Libra energy, the messages that come through and how the energies are, how the planets are talking to one another will still apply, just in a different area of your life. But for Libra rising, you're having this transit of Mars in Cancer in your 10th house. This is the house of career, life purpose, how the outside world sees you. And this is squaring your Libra energy. So this is for Libra rising, this is squaring you, how you embody your sun or your moon in your actions and your deeds. This is often how other people see you, and it's your body and your appearance. So this square is an aspect of Mars. This can bring about conflict, drama, frustration, competition. And if these things turn up, then look to what they're teaching you and how you can utilize that energy to how you want to move forward long term. Also, very potent manifestation energy, as a square represents friction. We need friction to make things happen in this linear 3D time frame that we're very consciously aware that we're in. Having a lot of energetic responses for you here, Libra, straight off the bat. Not surprising, because we're dealing with a lot of cardinal energy. Both Cancer and Libra is cardinal, a very potent energy right now. And we're also dealing with Aries, because because Aries, I'll get to Aries, sorry, I'm jumping all over the place. Today's readings so far have been a bit, I'm recording this on Friday, which is Venus's day. Venus is very close to Uranus, so there's a lot of frenetic energy, but also kind of very much there's a softness, so my words are kind of all over the place, and I do apologize. Because Cancer rules the moon, this transit of Mars in Cancer is going to be very changeable. The moon is going to make her way around twice around the zodiac. So this means that you're going to have 2 rounds of each area of your natal chart being affecting how the qualities of Mars shows up and how you're connecting into your emotional needs in every area of your life. I recommend checking out your natal chart and seeing where your moon is, because this will add another dynamic to the energies that are at play, because it will be having an impact on Mars. We're dealing with a Mars transit. My hands are just sort of kind of scratching over my heart chakra, but certainly moving up and down very rapidly over that space. Now move down to the solar plexus and now the sacral chakra. My hands are showing up the light that I have today hands are showing up very yellow. I do have circulation issues in winter, so my hands can go strange colors. So what am I talking about? Look to where your moon is. And as I said, because we're dealing with a Mars transit, we look to the signs that Mars rules, as what's going on with Mars is going to have an impact on those areas of your life as well, which is why I was talking about Aries, because Mars rules Aries, and you have that in your 7th house. So lots of potent cardinal energy. You've got lots going on in Aries generally, and these are all happening on your angular houses. So 1st, 4th, 7th and 10th are the angular houses. These are powerhouses, so these things do tend to show up in the 3D realm. Rather than being more inspirational and creative. So that's the 7th house of intimate relationships. So you getting in line with your embodiment and your emotional needs when it comes to your career is going to have an impact on your one-to-one relationships and what it is that you need from them. I've talked to you quite a lot about this, Libra, in previous readings, so you should be familiar with the kind of energy that's going on. Mars also rules Scorpio, and for you, that is in your 2nd house of your value system. You have the nodes there. You've been refining what it is that you care about, how you value yourself, how you make money. It's your resources. It's how you manifest in the world. So big transformational, motivational energy happening for you with this transit, Libra. That's the kind of general energy around. So now there will be 8 piles. I'm going to be shuffling while I talk about the aspects, but the first pile will be Mars's journey through Gemini and the crowning energy of Mars leaving Gemini. The second pile will be Mars's general energy through the sign of Cancer. And then we will have the energy. As I said, the energy has been quite frenetic today, they are being what they are. And then there'll be 5 piles linked in. As I said, Venus is currently conjunct Uranus, so there's a lot going on, guys. There'll be 5 piles linked into 5 different aspects, which I'm going to talk about while I'm shuffling. And then the final pile is the sort of energy that's been cultivated up until this point, and we'll be moving forward into the second part of Mars's transit, which I will be doing a second series on. They're being really feisty today. Yeah, and so let's start with these aspects. Just had a big energy come into my body. Hey Libra, so I had to pause the video because the energies were, I was just getting, even before your reading, when I paused between you and Scorpio, I felt like I should go outside this is Venus's day, and Venus is in Taurus, and she's there with Uranus, so a lot of electric energy, and I just I felt like I needed to go outside and cleanse the space, cleanse my energetic field, and ended up getting caught in the rain, which I love, which was fun. But just letting you know that there was a pause in the reading. So where were we? I think I had just finished talking about the sort of general energy that's around for you Libra, and I was heading into the aspects. So the first aspect, and the exact aspect, happened yesterday. I do apologize to this set of zodiac signs that I wasn't able to get this video out in time to predate that. But we felt that energy in the lead up to yesterday. That was Thursday the 30th, and which is the day of the exact aspect, and we'll feel it afterwards. This is between Mars and Saturn, and this is a trine. And so Saturn is in the early degrees of Pisces, and Cancer is in the very, Mars is in the very early, my words have been all over the place today. We've got, very, very much tapping into Venus just wants me to go lie down and eat food, get in nature. And unfortunately that's not what's happening today. So hopefully I can channel her. It just, anyway, I'll shut up. I'll stop talking about me. This Mars in Cancer will be at 2 degrees for this trine. As I said, you'd have felt that in the lead up. Things may have happened in the lead up, may have happened yesterday, maybe happening in the next couple of days. And certainly it's just a general energy for both of these planets, because it's marking the beginning of their journey, especially with Mars. And so what does this mean? So I talked a lot about this energy in the introduction with some of the examples that came up of essentially working with the collective unconscious integrity, in terms of that Piscean energy, which you have in your 6th house of work, health and routines. So you would have felt more structure with Saturn being there, of actually finding some discipline when it comes to your work, some discipline with getting your health routines in go. And Mars is coming along in your 10th house and really getting that in alignment with where you want to be headed. So you've got a lot of support here with 2 traditionally malefic planets, but they're working together to help you embody your sense of purpose in the things that you do in the work, in your routines on the day-to-day, for long-term legacy and legitimacy that is tapping into your authentic space and how you are motivated to respond to your emotional needs, to your desire. You're connecting to your intuition during this time, for all of us with Mars being in Cancer, of really being able to, I don't think I said it in the introduction, but I've said it in the other introductions. This is Athena Palace. I think I did mention it in the introduction, but in case you didn't watch it, this is an asteroid that has been in Cancer for a while now, and and she represents, so in the Hellenistic approach, there were 2 different types of energies linked into war. Mars being the very sort of instinctive outburst, the conflict driven, when you're in that rage state, you can't really think, whereas Athena was very much about strategy. And the Greeks were all about strategy and logic. They kind of looked down on Mars. I do recommend part 1, where I talk more about the energy and the mythology behind these dynamics. That, Pallas Athena is the goddess of wisdom, the goddess of the law. Is she the law? I think she is the law as well. And a sense of strategy and wisdom coming into our emotional responses. So she's really helping Mars out in Mars's journey of hey, whatever you're working through, we're working through in terms of long-term strategy, long-term mindfulness, a sense, you know, and I love how Mars is kicking off with an aspect to Saturn, of that integrity of Saturn feeding into Mars, the motivation, the drive, the passion feeding back into Saturn, and having a really lovely feedback loop around this time of just really moving away from this combative space to being able to be mindful of our emotions and how we respond to them. And for you, linked into the 10th house and the 6th, as I said, like Mars is really helping you give some confidence, some intuition, some motivation, some drive to get your ducks in a row when it comes to where you're headed in your career. Doesn't mean a change of career. It can be like knowing which direction you want to head in, what suits your emotional needs, what feels safe and right for you on an emotional level. But it also can evolve. It can be evolving where you're at in your career. So that's on the 30th. I will put all of this in the description box, so don't worry. I know it's a lot of information. On the 4th or 5th of April, depending on where you live, Mars will sextile the North Node in Taurus. So you have Taurus in the 8th house of shared resources. Mind went blank then. And this is about time, money, things. It's the give and take between you and the outside world, basically. It's a place of transformation. It's a place of inheritance. It's kind of linked into mortgages, taxes, these kind of big money things, rather than how you make your income in the 2nd house, which is opposite it. And so the North Node and the South Node has been going through Taurus and Scorpio for quite some time, where they'll be moving into your signs, Libra and Aries, in July this year. And so we're at the kind of tail end of this eclipse cycle. I really recommend, Libra, especially as you're ruled by Venus, of checking out the Venus transit videos, because she's essentially tapping in and activating all of those eclipses we had last year. But anyway, back to Mars. Mars sextiling the North Node. Mars sextiling the North Node, and I had a feeling they didn't want all of those. And this is in like you've been striving for and trying to figure out where you're headed with how you'll give and take in relationships. And this is a sextile, so this is an aspect of Venus wanting to bring about beauty, harmony, appreciation, love, a sense of relationship bonds, a sense creativity, between Mars in your 10th house and the give and take, all the wisdom that you've learned, the give and take of how you give your resources, how you receive resources. When this can be in balance of giving too much or taking too much, and it's really about cultivating your own inner space in order to be able to then open up to the abundance of the universe. So you've had a lot going on in that area of your life, and Mars is now feeding its motivation, its drive on an intuitive, emotional response mechanism into the rest of the node's journeys through that sign, also receiving the wisdom of what the node has passed through, and really helping you bring those together in an embodied sense. At the same time, Mars will be trine the South Node in Scorpio, and these are all at 5 degrees of their respective signs. And this is a trine. So it's an aspect of Jupiter. These are both very benefic, easy, free-flowing aspects of the sextile and the trine. And they're in the same water sign. So they're in water signs. They're the same element. They share resources. They're essentially on the same team. So it's easier for them to share resources quickly. And it's about elevation, expansion, cohesion. There's a sense of abundance, a sense of opportunities with the trine. So again, everything that you've been refining with that South Node, of drawing inward and cultivating that which you know and getting it really crystallized and purified during this of your value system. What you value, and most importantly, how you value yourself. This is linked into how you make money. This is linked into your manifestation ability. And so you've had a lot going on in that area of your life that's really been shaking up your value system, shaking up how you look at yourself, shaking up how you're bringing in money. And so again, Mars is giving a sense of motivation and drive in terms of your career, which is linked into the second house, feeding that into the rest of the South Node's journey, as well as learning all the wisdom that the South Node has been teaching you, and then how you embody it on an emotional level in that area of where do you want to be headed? How do you want the outside world to see you? The moon will be in Libra at this time. So we're looking to the moon because that rules where Mars is. And it's in your sign, Libra. So you're having a square with the moon and Mars in Cancer. Because this again, it's that cardinal energy. So the moon moving through your first house, you know, this is how you embody your moon or your sun in your chart in your actions and your deeds. This is how other people see you. This is your body and your appearance. There might be response mechanisms of the moon activating because it's squaring that Cancerian Mars of what it is that you need, like what isn't being met for you in yourself with your career, and really asking you to look at that. It also can help you tend to your own needs and work out how you emotionally connect your embodiment in the area of in that career area of your life. At the same time, the sun is conjunct Chiron in Aries in your 7th house, opposing your Libra energy. This is just before the Libra full moon, guys. So this is a bit of a powerhouse for you, Libra and Aries. And so Chiron conjunct the sun. I've pulled cards on this in the sun's transit through Aries. So do go check that out if you feel so inclined to get another layer from more the sun's viewpoint of what's going on with this conjunction. But just to let you know that that's going on at the time of the sun illuminating and healing and giving vitality to the lessons that you learn of the woundings that you felt in your one-to-one relationships. So a very, very powerful transit. And as I said, the full moon in Libra is happening on the 5th or 6th of April, depending on where you live. I think it's like 4 hours after this exact sextile. Obviously, you will feel it a little bit more and a little bit after. Sextiles need a tighter orb. So actually, we should feel that for a while. Right, where I was at. Yeah, so I'm not going to be pulling cards for that full moon in Libra. I'm going to be doing a separate video. Hopefully I'm going to get those out over the weekend. Then maybe go and check that out and see what cards come up for your sign, and then come and sort of apply what's coming through from the sun's point of view, and the moon, obviously, because we're dealing with we're dealing with a lunation. And then come and bring that back and see how the rest of the messages kind of make sense with what's come up there. So that's going to be a full moon in your sign, Libra. So that's a lot of vitality. It can be a bit chaotic, but there's certainly a lot of connection between your emotional needs and your conscious thoughts during this time. On the 7th or 8th of April, depending on where you live, this is a sextile with Mercury, who has now moved into Taurus and is at 6 degrees. So Mars is at 6 degrees of Cancer, Mercury's at 6 degrees of Taurus. And this is a couple of days after that full moon. So really harnessing all of that energy of what you've learned at that full moon and getting it to sort of move into how Mercury and Mars are talking to one another. So this is in your 8th house of shared resources. You're going to have a retrograde there. I will be doing a separate video on that. And so this is like... this can often be a time when you're receiving information from the outside world, and also you contemplating and thinking about how you communicate with the outside world, and how you compute and understand that relationship. And so with this sextile with Mars, so again, an aspect of Venus, bringing about a sense of a sense of creativity, a sense of appreciation, a sense of love, with the dynamic of how you're embodying your career and the actions that you're taking. Perhaps you're taking very intuitive, strengthening, defending actions in your career. And this motivation and drive is feeding into Mercury and really helping you find your voice when it comes to what it is that you want in the give and take. Perhaps opportunities are coming up in the outside world that you're having to think about and digest and think over and work out, oh, is that changing the direction of my career? Is that changing how I look at it and how I think about it? The moon will be in Scorpio at this time, and so this is in your 2nd house of your value system. So the moon is in Scorpio, which is ruled by Mars, and Mars is in Cancer, which is ruled by the moon. So this means they are in mutual reception. They're basically, the connection between them is a lot stronger. They are able to sort of share resources. It doesn't matter where they are on the chart, that they're able just to, it's as if they're able to go through a wormhole. And you know, the speed in which they communicate is it helps bring them together a lot. I don't know if that's a great analogy. I'll think on that one. So the moon, your emotional needs, your intuition, your sense of how you nourish yourself and how you nourish others is coming here with the nodes and really helping you refine even more this sense of your value system, and that's feeding into your drives and your motivations with your career. So you're getting a lot of very watery support at this time, very receptive, intuitive, creative. There's a sensitivity here as well, so be mindful around this time of what comes up. And you know, it can, even though we're dealing with a trine here, which is very supportive and helps elevate and brings wisdom, like things may come up with this trine that trigger you, that trigger some of your needs that need to be met, and how you need to understand where they're coming from, and understand your motivation behind your actions. And now clapping over my heart chakra and now over the solar plexus. There's also quite a lot else in the astro weather that's going on. So at the same time, Juno, an asteroid which represents commitment long term, in it through thick and thin, is in Taurus at 15 degrees, and Uranus is at 17 degrees. So it's quite a tight conjunction, and I've really felt that it was relevant to bring this up because it's about how are you committing to your maverick self, essentially. Uranus is the oddball of the universe, but it doesn't care. It doesn't care about judgment, and it really wants us to get to that space to really be in line with our authentic self. And I know that's kind of a phrase that I say a lot, but it's so crucial right now in the current climate that we're in, that it's getting you to commit to your needs that are very personal to you, and how you give and take in this house of shared resources. It can bring, really helping you commit to your maverick ideas of what give and take are. So maybe you felt that the dynamic that you bring with other people, with the outside world, might be a little strange, a little odd, and this is really asking you to commit to who you are in the way that you give and receive. Also, Venus is sextiling Neptune, so she's still in Taurus. And so she is, I've pulled cards for this one, in the Venus transit. She's sextiling Neptune in Pisces, which for you is in, where's Pisces? My mind's gone blank. It's in your 6th house. That was a very easy one to get to. It's before. Sorry. As I said, I'm definitely more in the slow. Like essentially, my cognitive mind is sort of is a bit. There's a softness there. It's a very Venusian space that I'm in right now, and I do apologize if I'm not as quick fire as I can tend to be. So that energy is floating around of you being able to bring harmony with the resources that you need, some creative input from the outside world to help you really be able to manifest and tap into your creative Neptunian ideas about what routines work for you. They might be very different to other people. What work works for you? How do you embody your work, and what brings you pleasure? Because Venus is also very much linked into pleasure, and how do you want the outside world to, give you that feedback loop? After this is on the 20th of April is the new moon, the second new moon in Aries. I really recommend checking out the spring equinox and first Aries new moon video, because a lot of what I said in there is very relevant to what we're going through right now, and will still apply. I will do a separate video for the second one. In a nutshell, this first Aries new moon that we're doing, that we're currently in, is really a very sort of short period of refreshment and cleansing, and then when we get to the second new moon, which is a hybrid eclipse, because the nodes are still in Taurus and Scorpio, is a sort of a quantum leap reboot, like a DNA shift change, energetic field, different vibration, different frequency, different reality space. So that's happening then. But it's the beginning of that cycle. And then we have sorry, I just had an energetic release then. And then on the 23rd or 24th, depending on where you live, we have this second sextile with Mercury. This is just after that new moon, so very potent new moon energy at this time, when Mars is going to talk to Mercury when it's now gone retrograde. I think it went retrograde 12 hours before this exact sextile, so that energy's still around, even though it's wouldn't have been exact at the point of the retrograde. And so we have this very potent energy of Mars having another chat with Mercury, this time at 15 degrees of their respective signs. And so again, this is sort of a reinforcement of the journey that Mars has been making through Cancer. And now at the midway point, talking to Mercury and communicating the embodiment of where you headed and what it is that really moves you on an intuitive level in terms of where your soul wants to go. And Mercury's right at the beginning of the retrograde, and so this is a great time for revisiting and going over things, and this is in the 8th house of shared resources. So there may be something that's come up that's going to need you to double check and you to understand, actually it's really good to have a do-over. It's really good to work out the small details and try again. Like we learn from our mistakes. It's practice makes perfect, and a retrograde gives us that space for a bit of hindsight. And so Mercury's also saying to Mars, this is kind of where I'm headed, this is what I'm doing, can you help me out through your embodiment of and tap into that intuition of where Mercury's headed. So you're kind of getting like clues earlier and being more receptive to what's going on with Mercury in your motivations and your drives. So my hands are just sort of moving all around my head right now and around my throat. Taurus rules the throat. So the moon and Venus ruling Taurus, which is where Mercury is, and the moon ruling Cancer, which is where Mars is, they are both in Gemini. Gemini for you is a fellow air sign. This is a trine aspect. And this is in your 9th house of your higher philosophies. I love this. I really love this, because the work that we do, the more we get in touch with how we perceive the world, how we perceive ourselves in it, what do we dream, how are we expanding that, is the 9th house. How we elevating our perspective. The more work we do on that house, it feeds into the 10th house of our life purpose. And you're getting support from the moon, our emotional needs, our instinctive bodies, and our unconscious space, with Venus, who's wanting to bring harmony. She's wanting to connect all the dots. She's wanting to bring a sense of appreciation and value to the perspectives that you have. And all of that's feeding into Mars talking to Mercury at the beginning of this retrograde, and the midway point of Mars through its journey through Cancer. So being able to apply this energy and for Mars, the rest of Mars's journey. The sun will be sextiling Saturn in Pisces. So the sun has now moved into the 8th house, shining a light, giving vitality between you and the outside world. And is sextiling Saturn in Pisces, your house of work, routines and health, getting more strength from the outside world to help support your long-term goals of how you tend to your work, you put your integrity in. You have a sense of responsibility, a sense of commitment to to that space. Just wanted to let you know that that's what's going on at the time. I will be doing a Sun transit in Taurus, the final aspect. This is a square with Chiron in Aries. So this is the first square that we've got with Mars. The rest is all trines and sextiles. They're very easy, free-flowing, benefic aspects. Now we've got a square, which can bring about conflict, drama, frustration, competition, but in terms of like, I want to win above everybody else, and that energy can come up, especially with Chiron and Mars, and Mars being in Cancer, which is a very emotional sign. That if these things do come up, which I'm not saying that they won't, I often find, like, with all these different vibrational levels, the universe will show you many different frequencies, and it's all about, often it will go, okay, so you think you've got that figured, right? Here's a little nudge. Here's a little trigger. How are you going to respond? So those things can come up, but it's all helping you learn and understand what wounds need to be cauterized, basically. What is it that you need to sit with and tend to and have compassion for? But also squares are very powerful manifestation energy. So this is about friction. Mars, squares, it's like two energies at 90 degrees, and they both think they're right, and they're pushing against each other, and neither are seeing eye to eye. That's where you can get some of the unintegrated aspects of the square come in. But once you get them to work together, the power behind that structure, there's four of those 90-degree angles in a square, and that creates a sense of stability and structure and power. And so this is a big manifestation energy that's coming through, of really helping facilitate, because not only that, but Mars rules Aries, so the energy from Mars is like doubly impacting with that square with Chiron. So really helping you get in line with your motivations, like the wounds that we have in our 7th house, of where we may have felt unseen, we may have not received the love that we've needed, we may have given too much and not felt supported. All of those wounds, or anything that can come up with that Chiron energy, is going to be really supported by the strength and determination of Mars in Cancer, really wanting to defend what is core, what is essential for your emotional needs. In terms of your bringing that into balance with your career and your life purpose. Sometimes when we have codependent relationships, or all we think about is wanting to be in love, and that's the only thing that's going to make us feel whole, is being in these one-to-one relationships, that's going to not give you the strength and support for you to know who you are and what your purpose, like, purpose is a very loaded word. It doesn't have to have a lot of pressure onto it. It's just the thing that motivates you to drive and to be in this human existence. That often that can get very clouded when we are seeking that validation in our one-to-one relationships, and that can be business, that can be friendship, it can be all of those. So and we've got the moon in Leo, and so you have Leo in the 11th house of hopes, dreams and wishes, groups and alliances. So the moon is really facilitating this transformation between your 7th house and your 10th house, because it's in the sign of hopes and dreams. What do you hope for? What do you dream for? Where are these not being met with your one-to-one relationships that are affecting your career? Or the other way around, how is your career impacting on your one-to-one relationships? Because it can go both ways, of getting these things into balance, getting them talking to each other. There's so much wisdom in Chiron that the more that we understand and learn where we might be prioritizing one thing over another, that's impacting us and having us just... There is an energy flow with that. There is an energy flow. And also the moon with in Leo, your groups and alliances, really having this need to bring that kind of frequency in of what kind of groups and alliances you want to be in. Have you shifted? Have you changed? Has your career shifted, or has your career not shifted in alignment with that? How your partner's not shifting in alignment with that? You know, it isn't selfish for you to want to get to a space where you are capable of being strong and nourishing yourself, strong and you know, I'm not saying strong as in like blocking everybody out and being very linear with the way that you're thinking. There is a nuance to it. It's asking you to find resilience within and prioritizing your own needs. And I say this often with you, Libra rising, because that is one of the issues with not issues, but you're the social air sign. You do like for there to be ease. You're ruled by Venus. She likes peace. And this can sometimes mean that you're not allowing yourself, I mean, it all depends on everybody's chart. This is a generalization of not allowing yourself to have your own voice that's above others. And I really feel like a lot of these transits are for all of us collectively, are helping us be okay with being in a crowd while being an individual, and not feeling like you're being selfish, and not feeling like you're yeah, I think that's about it really. But I am excited to see what cards have come up for you, Libra. You have so much strength, Libra. Yeah, it's just giving that strength to yourself. And I feel like with the nodes moving into your first house, that's definitely going to be something that's going to be coming up a lot more. So this is kind of like a preemption of that. Conflict can be okay. Right, let's see if the energies want any. This is your card, Libra. Any more cards? Right. So I'm probably going to go a bit quiet for a second. Do you bear with me while me and the energies will be moving the cards around. I wonder if you guys can hear the rain. I do love the sound of the rain. So these are the cards that I talked about in the introduction of part 2. So they've just put the heart of the sky there. I do recommend going and reading and watching that video, where I read out what and interpret the messages that came through with that. Okay, what have we got here? So we've got for Gemini, Mars in Gemini. It's journeys through Gemini, 8 months. That was in your 9th house of your life purpose. Of higher perspectives of how you map out the world. It's also a house of teaching, learning, higher education in terms of mastering something. Also linked into foreign travel in terms of going and immersing yourself for a longish period of time in a different environment. So all of this in order to broaden your perspective, how you map out yourself in the society, in the world, in the universe, and your place in it. So we've got the 9 of Wands and the 4 of Swords, and then the Judgment card. This is quite it's a very clear message coming through from the cards that you have so the 9 of Wands is you feel like you've been you're constantly on the defensive of trying to be able to be able to be your authentic self, of you're trying again, but you're feeling like the outside world is kind of out to get you, and you're still standing, you're still trying to do the things, but you're feeling exhausted. There's a sense of depletion, there's a sense of that you're not getting the support that you need, whether that's you giving yourself the support or your environment not providing that for you. And Mars moving through there, very frenetic in Gemini. Gemini's a very frenetic sign, and there just maybe it felt like there was a lot going on, that you're a bit worn down by everything. And what I like about these cards following it as well, I was like, oh, that's quite a clear message, is this is rest, this is feeling held by something higher, this is the time for contemplation. There's a stillness here of this release of being, they're in a church, there's a stained glass window of really knowing that you are in your own sanctuary in order for you to be able to think about ideas, contemplate your perspectives, meditate on where you're headed. And we've got the Judgment card, which is resurrection. This is having gone through all that stuff, having purged, having cleared, having been in that state of contemplation, that you're working towards this elevation of self. You're raising your frequency and vibration, having Mars essentially been helping us really get to understand our priorities and our motivations about how we collect and share information. And that can be on so many different levels of just really getting you like, what do I care about? What's important? With this card, I often say, well, okay, maybe you have been bashed around a bit. Maybe you do feel like you're on the defensive, but do you need to step into that space? Can you just be in your own space and not feel like just because you're not being supported or you're being attacked, in however that manifests, it doesn't necessarily have to be from a person. It can just be from the environment of, do you need to engage in it? Do you need to let it deplete your energy? So obviously, like, after going through a lot of that, you can often kind of get to that conclusion of like, this doesn't matter. This isn't important. I've got better things to be doing. Got better things to be doing. Also, for those of you who were studying, it may have felt like the energy was so exhausting that you couldn't even think. It all depends on your chart. It is trining you, so help clearing out the clutter of what it is that you need to stand up for and what you need to defend. But I love that we've got the Rest card and the Judgment card. It's the shift and change of Mars moving into Cancer has been quite phenomenal. I have a lot of fire and air in my chart, and so I don't have much water at all, so it very much, it feels like this after the this energy of Mars running around in Gemini. I quite liked it, but it was sextiling my ascendant, so I was getting support. So we have for Mars moving through your 10th house in Cancer. We've got the Tower. This is structures falling down that didn't serve you. This is the Mars card. And yeah, this is, interestingly, these cards have only come up because I'm doing the social signs now, so they haven't come up for the individual or the collective signs. I'll have to think about that. So yeah, Tower card can feel incredibly disruptive, can feel difficult. Whatever falls down here is not serving you long term, especially because we've got that initial trine with Saturn that's all about shaking foundations in order to get those foundations solid. So where you're headed, I mean, look, this is the overall energy. You couldn't get further away, these two cards further away, but this is helping you get to here. We've then got the Five of Swords, the Five of Wands, and the Knight of Swords. This is a lot of chaos. This is a lot of chaos energy right here. The Five of Swords is like, was it worth fighting for? Yeah, you may have felt like you've won, but was it worth it in the end? Like, what is it that you need from where you're headed and what you're doing? And you've got a lot with the 7th house as well, of like, you're doing a lot of healing in that 7th house, whether it's you being compatible or whether it's those people in your life, those intimate parts of your life that they aren't necessarily supporting what it is that you need to do, and they're not, it's the kind of their way or the highway. And at what cost? At what cost? And then we've got the Five of Wands. This is, for me, this is more playful than this, right? There's different energies, but it's still two fives, conflict energy. And this one is your passions, your drives. Perhaps you felt kind of all over the place with your motivation. There's a chaos energy here. Like, none of these figures are allowed to breathe, allowed to contemplate, allowed to think. These are all in survival mode. But yeah, there's a playfulness. There can be brainstorming here with this one. But yeah, there's definitely that sense of overwhelm and not feeling supported by the structures and environments that you're in or around. And then we have the Knight of Swords. This can be Okay, so this can be very quick to fighting, quick to verbal what's the word, sparring, like you like just quick off the guard of trying to find something to pick a fight with. You know, this is a lot of energy coming through, and there's part of me that's not surprised because this is on your it's not your fourth. If you've got things in Capricorn, it will activate your fourth, but it's pinging off your fourth house. But it's your first, your seventh, and your 10th. That's a lot. That's oppositions and squares, and that can bring all of this out. And as I said, whatever this is doing is really is helping you get here. It's helping you get here. This is the most independent card in the deck. This energy has made the decisions on her needs for the long term in order to get her to this space, in order to be like, okay, I can now do what it is that I love to do, be safe, feel a sense of ease. But there's hard work here. There's hard work here. There's making the right decisions, not impulsive decisions. And this is, so we're getting a lot of clearing out here. We're getting a lot of this space of feeling overwhelmed and distracted and not being able to, you know, with Saturn in your sixth of work, this is really, really facilitating a direction, a sense of, I've now got the strength, I've got the maturity, I've got the understanding to be able to put in the discipline and start to not hold space so much for the people around you that aren't supporting you, that aren't giving you what you give them. Right, so for the first aspect, this is with Saturn. This is the trine to Saturn and Mars, kind of confirming what I was just channeling, that we've got the Eight of Swords, the Death card in reverse, and the King of Pentacles. The Eight of Swords is you're trapped in a cage of your own doing, right? So this is linked into the mind, very much linked into the assumptions that we make, the framework that we think, it's all based on assumptions. So you think, you often find like when you're kind of thinking about other people, or you're thinking about outside situations, that when you get in them and if you question and ask, oh, what was that about? It's got nothing to do with what's going on in your mind. And you see the figure, her legs aren't bound. If she moves a little bit, the other binds will fall. She'll be able to remove the blindfold and realize she can in fact leave this cage. She is not completely surrounded by swords. There is always a way out. This asks you to tap into the idea that everything is an illusion, and you can switch gear on that and put your focus somewhere else. Yeah, so we've got the Death card in reverse, which feels like a processing of that energy of feeling like you're limited when you're not, when you have the vast reserves of your human spirit and soul within you in order to transform your environment. And so the Death card in reverse very much feels like an internal thing that you've had to let go of, some limiting beliefs that got in the way of your ability to work and take care of yourself. That's sixth house, and therefore your motivation and drive and your purpose in the outside world. We've got the King of Pentacles crowning this energy. This is long-term decision-making, legacy. This king doesn't care what anybody else is thinking. The king knows what it's doing in terms of the tangible world. This can be your body, your health, your work. All of these things are being pinged by Saturn in the 6th and Mars in the 10th. And it's really giving you that sense of maturity, sense of authority, long-term. I mean, the Saturn transit's like 2.5 years. I think it's like March 2026 that it's leaving Pisces. It will go into Aries for a bit. That there's so much strength and support in the astro weather right now of getting us to be compassionate, real, and live in a fantasy world at the same time. I love it. And yeah, just really being like mindfulness of our thoughts, our emotions, our sensations, our response mechanisms, and really peel back that onion. I always say, like, I meant to say in the introduction, like I used to talk more about what was going on in the outside world in terms of like geopolitics and stuff, but it's just like all I say is go find alternative media, question everything from every angle. Everyone's got an angle. Question yourself, question all of it, and keep going until you get to the root, get to the why do I care about this? What is important? How is this taking me into a space where I'm able to express myself truly without all the layers? Question all the layers. We have for the sextile with the North Node, which is in Taurus. As I said, that's your 8th house, and the trine with the South Node that's in your 2nd house of values. So this is cultivation. This is Mars helping inspire and bring about the dynamic, these 7 of Pentacles. You've been working on these things, you've been growing things, you've been putting the time and effort into bringing these into force, and this is kind of implying that there's time still with this, that there's time still, but this part, enjoying this journey, enjoying this cultivation of self and how you want that to be in the world, because we've got the Hierophant, which is about knowing through study and practice, of a deep understanding of yourself and realizing that you are the divine, and how when we cultivate that space and we realize that we are all the universe manifest in strange little human forms, and that we have that capacity to tap into that creator space, and the pleasure that there is of being on this journey of discovery, and how that can feed into your understanding of where you want to go and where you're headed, of based on like how you connect on an intuitive emotional basis with that moon ruling your 10th house. As I said, do look to where your moon is in your chart, and you'll get a kind of understanding of how that dynamic is affecting your life purpose and where you're headed. We have do bear with me, Libra, I do apologize. So we have your card, Libra. This is Justice, Lady Justice, and this is happening, this is linked into the aspect that's on the 7th or 8th of April. This is just after the full moon in Libra in your sign. So this is when Mars is sextiling Mercury in Taurus, and the moon is in Scorpio, which is your 2nd house of your values and how you value yourself. I love this because I feel like your value, like your sense of value is being, you're seeing it clearly, rather than being out of balance. You are harmonizing and bringing yourself into balance. And there's a sense of rights being wronged and equity taking place. There's a clarity here. There's and this is linking into your 10th house and the outside world, how you give and take, what you get, how that give and take of you in the outside world is coming into balance and giving you drive and motivation to realize your own value, and therefore what it is that you give and what it is that you take, and being okay with that, and being in harmony with that. Jupiter's going to be moving in there in May, so like really giving you that sense of wisdom and understanding about that dynamic. And you're ruled by Venus, and Taurus is ruled by Venus, so you know you've got an affinity between each other. Right, we have for the second sextile with Mercury, and this is when Mercury is retrograde. These are great cards to come up for that retrograde, because this is the Two of Wands. This is long-term manifestation, but this is a sense of pause. It's getting the lay of the land. So, you know, like going over things, very much the Mercury retrograde, getting good foundations in order. So the next card is the Three of Wands, which I think you have. Yeah, is the next aspect along of, there's a restlessness though. So, you know, be mindful of that. Realize that this is a time for cultivation, of going over things and revisiting and getting your ducks in a row so you have strong foundations to start new journeys moving forward. And I like how we've got the Four of Pentacles here with this. Is like you're moving through this space, and the motivations and drives that you're getting in your 10th house, you're getting a sense of security and power of your own space and who you are and what you're able to give and what it is that you want in return. There's structure here, there's foundations here, there's a real sense of I am in command, I have authority. The final aspect, this is with Chiron, the square to Chiron. This is helping you get, this is the Dominion card. This is having gone through this, although I feel that they're not linked in the same way, because that was with the give and take of the world, and this is about your one-to-one relationships. But you getting in line with the give and take and receive of the outside world helps you be able to have strong foundations, strong one-to-one connections that are based on where you're headed, right? So this is the three of wands. This figure is on top of the cliff. They've done all the things that they've needed to do. They've put in the hard work, and now they're ships are going out on an adventure. This is a sense of real authority in what it is that you've been doing and what it is that you want from your one-to-one relationships, how you want to move forward and how that affects your career. And we got the King of Wands. The king is the king is, it's not a page, it's not a knight. The king knows what it's doing. This is another wand energy, so we've got a lot of fire energy here. We're dealing with Chiron in Aries, of you being very sure of your passions, sure of your creativities, sure of the direction that you're taking, sure of the actions that you're taking. Or this could be bringing in strong fire energy, because you've got Aries in the 7th house of your one-to-one relationships, and they're leveling up with you. Because I really get the feeling like you're not messing around here, Libra, at the moment. And I got that in some of your other readings of like it's go big or go home, and by doing that you are inviting the people around you to get on board, because we've got the 10 of Cups as the sort of manifesting energy moving forward, the cultivation energy for the next part of the cycle of this is you working with others and you creating a life that you want, and there's sort of, yeah. But most importantly, it's about teamwork. Like having got to this space for yourself and prioritized your boundaries, your needs, the support that you need. This is what I say, that it's not being selfish. You then bring in this energy from the outside world that then helps provide that support that you've already been giving to yourself. Love that for you, Libra. Love that for you. Right, I'm going to pull some clarification cards, and we're going to see what messages may have been missed in the tarot, or confirmation on some of the messages, or more small details, little pieces of the puzzle. So this is the numerology deck. I put all the decks in the description box if any of them take your fancy. Yeah, there's a lot of strength here. with all these crowning messages. You know, you've got Nine of Pentacles, the most independent, abundant card in the deck. You've got the King of Pentacles, long-term legacy, long-term structure and safety. The Hierophant, there is a sense of command and power and being able to communicate your truths. Justice, things coming into balance, a sense of harmony of what has been not there is now coming into the forefront. You know, I very much get that in terms of support. You've got the Four of Pentacles. You know, that can be about holding on to things, but I definitely with these readings get the sense of safety and security and your survival needs being met. The King of Wands, being sure of your passions, the directions that you're heading in, with that Ten of Cups, which is again one of the most positive cards in the deck, about all the things coming together, working with other people, having the kind of support and nourishment that you need from the outside world. Not to mention that Judgment card, completely forgot to mention the Judgment card, Resurrection. Essentially all the pieces of you leveling up at the same time and raising your vibrational frequency. Right, let's see what wants to come through. So we've got health with spiritual career, and any career is spiritual. It doesn't have to be this. You know, it doesn't have to be all the bells and whistles. That's absolute nonsense. Everything we do when we work from our soul is spiritual. Everything we do, like the washing up, is spiritual. That there is no hierarchy when it comes to from that, if that makes sense. Yeah. I don't want anyone to be like, oh, well, what does that mean, the spiritual career? Like, I really like doing this. And it's like, well, whatever that is spiritual. You know, we need to, any boxes we feel like we're falling into, we really need to just smash open. The Moon, phases, mystery, instinct, discovery. Instinct. Yeah, intuition has very much been a thing. You know, this is also the Pisces card, and Saturn's in Pisces, that there's a lot of the messages for this transit has very much been about helping us get in touch with our intuition. Clear, because like our intuition can be it can be a broken compass sometimes, that through those layers of trauma and the collective, the outside world, we can get very swamped, and the intuition can be like, I don't know, what's going on? Is it this or is it that? We've got activate, spiritual awakening, spiritual and enlightenment. Love that. Some of you maybe, yeah. What was I saying? What was I saying? Oh my goodness me, my brain today. Sorry guys. Like I think it's all still going well, but just know that I am disappointed in myself. The Magician, performer, creativity, illusion, power. Yeah, you have everything, all the resources at your table. You're able to create, you're able to take action now. You're able to take action now after, you know, feeling completely burnt out. Admittedly, this is a great card for not taking action, but you're able to move forward on that vibrational frequency that you've been working on. Yeah, intuition. Yeah, blocked. There we go. Came back. That there's so much clearing going on that's really helping us, not even consciously, on so many different frequency levels, so many different vibrational levels, that there's just more strength and power in our own internal intuition going on right now. We're getting a lot of support, guys. Right, this is the Oracle of the Rising Sun. And before that was the First Light Tarot. I forgot to say that. No, that's too many. This deck likes to give me like half the deck sometimes. And I'm like, no. I'm sure you want all those cards. In my personal practice, they tend to just like end up doing this magical, if not long and exhaustive story with like basically all of the cards from every deck that I have. which is a lot. It is. And I do appreciate the fact that, yeah, what am I talking about? Concentration. Okay. This is Saturn in Gemini. So I should imagine Gemini now feels like it's got Saturn in Gemini now that we don't have Mars in Gemini after being there for 8 months, of you being able to concentrate, you being able to contemplate and work out what it is that you've needed. As I said, for those of you, yeah, I think for a lot of people there is a lot of overstimulation with Mars in Gemini, that now that, yeah, having worked through and cleared out stuff, that you're able to focus on the thing that's important. Okay, let's do no. Okay, 2 I'll take. Enthusiasm. Sorry, I said that really strangely. And we've got rebellion. Having difficulty tapping into your intuition, almost sort of pushing away from it. That now your intuition, I feel like all of our intuitions are sort of rebelling against us and going, right, we're tired of having to go through all of these different, you know, stuck energies. It's just this gateway leads to us down this garden path, and then, you know, it takes us about 2 hours to get out to really get you to know what's going on, or we come out really quickly and we're really rushed, and it's based off like a really deep trigger wound instinctively, and like, come on guys, we've got stuff to do. Like, it's Mars in, this is Mars in Aquarius, of like the collective truth uprising and being like, we're in it for the collective. We need to get every individual's intuition sorted out now. And yeah, the moon card is the Pisces card. So there's the Saturn energy coming in of being like, here's some structure. Here's some structure to that's more of a collective reading with that rebellion word, but here's some structure to the rebellion in terms of the mystery and our intuition. I like that you've got enthusiasm come out. That's the sun in Sagittarius, of really being able to so this is in your 10th house, so really being able to look at where you're headed with enthusiasm. I like that for you. That's a nice thing. That's a nice space to be in. That's a very nice space to be in this day and age. Right. Hermit, truth, guide, facts, wisdom. Are you studying, Libra? Are you studying? Having enthusiasm, because it is the applying what you've learnt. Applying what you've learnt. Because I was going to say it's the 9th house. It's not. We're dealing with the 10th house. However, you've just gone through a 9th house transit with Mars. So the things that Mars has learned, getting you to appreciate where you're headed, and then if you are learning anything linked into your career, having a reboot and an enthusiasm because of Mars in the 10th house of like, hey, I'm motivated to go in this direction. Oh, I need to do this in order to go there. Okay, cool, I've got this. I'm strengthened up. I want to do it. Just sort of, yeah. Let's get just one from ay. Communication. Interesting. Interesting. Stronger communication with your intuition. To help you make the right decisions for you long term. Okay. Why is this not doing this? Oh, I've got this here. Right. I think I'm going to leave it at that, guys. I think that's a very clear message that's come through here. Yeah, I really appreciate you watching, guys. And thank you for the energy transfer. Obviously, I'd love to hear from you, but you do what you need to do. No pressure. And yeah, be well out there, Libra. Have fun. Enjoy what you're doing. Be strong with yourself from a grounded, emotionally connected way. And yeah, be well out there until we meet again, Libra. Virgo rising. How you doing, Virgo? So for those of you just tapping into the Virgo energy, the messages that come through and how the planets are talking to one another will still apply, just in a different area of your life. But for Virgo rising, this is happening in your 11th house of hopes, dreams, friends, groups and alliances. This is a very supportive house. A lot of benefits come through from here. And so you've got Mars moving through here, getting you in touch with your emotional connection to your hopes and your dreams, bringing some motivation to interacting with people of the frequency that you want to be around, sense of collaboration, sense of motivation and drive to take action, to find there's a real a beautiful energy here because it sextiles your Virgo energy. And so a sextile is an aspect of Venus, and this is bringing about creativity, beauty, appreciation, love, connection, harmony. There's a sense of did I say appreciation? Oh, well, if I didn't, I'll say it again. There's an appreciation, a sense of value to what's going on, and how your instinctive actions are feeding into your Virgo energy. For Virgo rising, that's your first house, of how you embody your moon or your sun in your actions and your deeds, and other people being able to see you as well, especially because we're dealing with the house of groups and alliances and friends. How appropriate. So the moon rules Cancer, so the moon is going to move through each of the 12 signs twice in this journey, and so this means that the feeling of Mars is going to change every two and a half days, and so it's going to ding each part of your life, and so you're going to just interact with Mars in a very holistic way, a very full rounded way, where it's like where your needs, your emotional responses in each sign, and therefore each house is going to impact what Mars is doing in terms of your hopes and your dreams. So you're really facilitating this journey of as I said, this holistic way of bringing in every area of your life to your hopes and your dreams at this time. Also look to where your natal moon is, because this will bring up another layer of what's showing up in your life in terms of this Mars transit. Because we're dealing with Mars, what's going on with Mars is going to impact the signs that it rules, and therefore the houses that those signs fall in. And this is Aries and Scorpio energy. And so for you, Virgo, you've got Aries in the 8th house of shared resources. This is the give and take between you and the outside world. This is also a house of transformation. It's also inheritance, cosmic or 3D, mortgages, loans, all of these things are sort of big money rather than how you make your money, which is in your 2nd house. So, we've got a lot of Aries action here. So what Mars is doing with your hopes and your dreams of getting you supporting the alignment that all that Aries energy is doing to get you to really be authentic to how you operate and how you share and how you receive, based on a very authentic space, very independent space. So really allowing you to open up to being, when I talk about the 8th house, it's about really integrating that moving that away from that need, from that or that feeling of lack, of not necessarily getting back what you put in, and just doing you, being you. The more that you are that, the more that you are going to tap into a frequency where you then, that comes back to you, especially with absolutely everything that's going on in Aries right now. So Mars in Cancer, in your hopes and your dreams, your friends, groups and alliances, is bringing that energy and helping cultivate it in your instinctive, emotional, how you nourish yourself, how you nourish others, but more your emotional body, your intuition is come up for every reading, of really helping level up that intuition. So you're getting in touch with your soul's core needs, and your sense of security and safety that you're embodying in this space. That means that your dynamic with the outside world is going to come into more balance. We're also dealing with Scorpio energy, and for you, that's in your third house of communication. This is also your local community, the things you do on a regular basis, places that you go, the people that you see. This is also linked into starting and learning something new, as well as being the house traditionally of the goddess. This is where we bring down our big picture philosophies from the ninth house into our day-to-day, putting meaning and mindfulness and a connection to the divine, or however you want to look at that, your moral standpoint, whatever that is, however that's shaped, into your day-to-day. And so your hopes and your dreams that Mars is really motivating and helping you get in touch with, and what are you defending, what dreams are worth taking the time to take action with, is really facilitating your ability to communicate. You've had the South Node moving through there for some time. And so really getting you to refine what it is and how you communicate, the importance and value that you're putting behind that, and transforming your local community. So yeah, that's facilitating that area of your life, so that's the general energy for Virgo risings at this time. There are going to be 8 piles. The first pile is going to be Mars's journey through Gemini. And this is going to sort of show the culmination of what you've cleared out, what you've moved through, and the crowning energy of what Mars from Gemini has helped you tap into. And then bringing into Cancer, we'll have the second pile, which is the general energy for Mars through Cancer, and then the crowning energy of how that's going to ripple out on all these different aspects. And then we're going to have 5 aspects, which I'm going to talk about, and they're each going to have their own pile. And the final pile will be, because this isn't the full transit, I'm going to be doing a separate series linked into the second half of Mars's transit through Cancer. And so this is going to be like the culmination energy, the cultivation energy of all of this coming together, and how that's growing and building and moving into the next part of Mars's cycle. So let's get on with the aspects. The first aspect is between Saturn and Mars. So this was exact on the 30th. That was yesterday, Thursday the 30th. I do apologize for not getting this video out sooner. Some things came up and they were unavoidable. However, this doesn't mean you're missing out on the energy. We're feeling this energy some days before and some days after, because we're dealing with a trine here, which has quite a wide orb. And so that means that as Mars pulls away from Saturn, because Mars is the faster moving planet, it will still have that trine aspect for a while afterwards. You may have noticed it in the lead up to the exact. Something may have happened on the day, and that may integrate on the days coming after, but also things may crop up afterwards as well. It's not that you're missing out on this energy or missing out on the energy transfer from the message, because I feel like we can tap into the energy when we rewatch these things and be able to cultivate and understand what those messages are with a sense of hindsight, because you're moving through it at this moment, and you might come to watch this, it might even a week away from now, and it's still going to have value and importance. What does Saturn and this Mars trine mean? So you've got Saturn in your 7th house of relationship, Virgo. So you're now dealing with Saturn being in an angular house. The angular houses are the 1st, 4th, 7th and 10th. These tend to show up a bit more prominently in our day-to-day. They're very powerful houses. So Saturn moving through this sign, I've done a big Saturn transit on that. So if you haven't seen it, I really recommend it. I've also pulled cards on this aspect, but that was more in relation to Saturn's part of this journey rather than Mars's. So Mars, the sense of motivation, drive, passion. What is it feeding into Saturn very early on in Saturn's transit, as well as Saturn feeding very early on into Mars's 2-month transit. So you're getting a sense of integrity, responsibility, maturity with Saturn's transit through your 7th. And those one-to-one relationships can have a really big impact on our hopes and our dreams and the kind of frequency level that we're at and that we're drawing people towards us. And so Mars is really, really being facilitated with the energy coming through from Saturn, as well as Saturn getting a big motivational push up. I was going to say a push up that hill of here's the drive, here's the spark, here's the thing that motivates you to get you out of bed and really give you a sense of drive and direction, is feeding into Saturn at this time. The second aspect is on the 4th or 5th of April, depending on where you live. And this is when Mars, at 5 degrees of Cancer, is going to feed into the energy of the North Node in Taurus. And you have Taurus in your 9th house of your big picture philosophies, your there's a sense of perspective here. Perspective is always the main word that I use for this house, because we're expanding our perspectives by mapping out ourselves in the people around us, our society, our communities, the world, the universe, the creator energy. It's traditionally the house of the gods, so it's there's a direct line into those bigger aspects and bigger understandings of who we are and how we find ourselves, our small little individual self that is also utterly holding the entirety of the universe within us, in the world around us, and how we want our morals, our philosophies, our connection to God, our connection to spirituality, however you want to frame it, you've been working on with that North Node, which means the eclipse season has been there. I really recommend checking out the Venus in Taurus series, because she, in her journey through Taurus, is activating all 4 of those eclipses that we had last year. So we've now got Mars in your hopes and your dreams, sextiling the North Node. So this is an aspect of Venus bringing about beauty, appreciation, creation energy, love, connection, harmony the nodes they're going to leave and move into Aries and Libra in July. So they've got a couple of months at the last end of their journey, that Mars is pouring vitality and motivation, getting you in touch with your intuition of what it is that you want to hope in your dream, what's worth standing up for, and feeding that into the North Node, because the North Node kind of represents what we're striving for, what we're reaching for. It can kind of consume us and feel a bit out of reach, but we're getting a big boost from Mars here of, hey, this is another way of thinking about it. Hey, like I've grown, I've evolved, now let's change the frequency level of how these nodes are going to affect me. Also, the wisdom that you've known and grown and learned from during this eclipse cycle from the North Node is feeding into Mars. At the same time, because the North and the South Node are opposite one another, we have Mars in a trine with the South Node in Scorpio. And so you have Scorpio, as I said, in your 3rd house of communication. You've been refining that area of your life. You've been working on it. You've been really sort of digging deep, and like the South Node is what we're comfortable with. It's what we're familiar with, and through this process, we distill, we go over, we review, we revise, we really hone in what's important to us. And so this is a trine aspect to Mars. So this is an aspect of Jupiter wanting to bring expansion, wisdom, understanding, elevation, a sense of opportunities, a sense of abundance, there's ease with sextiles and trines. And so all of this is, Mars is now feeding into that South Node and saying, hey, these are my motivations, these are my drives, this is what I want, this is how I want to communicate to my community, these are the things and how I want to be on a day-to-day basis. So we've got a lovely, lovely energy here of sharing information between these energies. The moon will be in Libra at this time. And so where the moon is having an impact with what's going on with Mars. And you have Libra in your 2nd house of values. This is your house where it's your resources. So it's how you make money. It's how you manifest. Just got had a heavy energy. In a strong energy with this one. How you manifest, it's how you make your income, it's your values, the things that you care about. It's also how you value yourself, and this is something that we'll be working on and refining on when the nodes move into this sign. So this is kind of like the precursor, the lead up to this. You know, I always say with all of these transits, particularly the longer transits, like you know, Jupiter's a long transit, anything sort of beyond Jupiter. So we've got the nodes, Jupiter, Saturn, all of those. I always say, like, you know, you can do it with the shorter transits as well. I just don't want to overpile everybody with all these tasks that would be a good idea to do. They're not tasks, they're fun things to do. The more we engage with this energy, the more we can shift and change it to get it in line with our soul's journey. And breathe. That like doing the work now with Libra, with your value system, is really going to facilitate the shift in the nodes, and therefore the eclipses, which represent big new beginnings, big endings, culminations, that they, if they might be a shock, they wouldn't necessarily be a shock if you're doing the work and preempting it. So the moon in Libra, getting you to connect to your values, how you value yourself, how you make your money, and that is feeding into the energy of Mars at this time. And it's particularly important because the moon is linked to the nodes are linked to the moon. And so what's going on with the moon in this case, talking to Mars, which is talking to the nodes, is really helping you get your intuitive, instinctive response mechanisms, your unconscious space, in harmony with your motivations and your actions, and how you embody that on a very deep level, bringing that into balance for you. At the same time, the sun is conjunct Chiron in Aries in your 8th house. I have pulled cards for this in the sun transit. If you want to check that out, do so. Might be good to go check that out and then come back and see the rest of the video and see how that energy applies to the messages that come through when we know what the tarot cards are for this in terms of Mars. Not long, couple of hours after this exact sextile. So we'll feel the sextile and the lead up and the lead after. It's not as wide as a trine or a square or an opposition, but it's still potent around at this time. We're gonna have the full moon in Libra. So quick off the bat of this conversation with Mars, with the moon getting involved with Libra, is then gonna, like, there's a real boost here. There's a real sense of perhaps your needs. Your needs are in the Libra, in this conversation, your needs are being met and you're seeing them being met. There's illumination there. And this is going to be even more boosted when we get the full moon in Libra not long afterwards. I will be doing separate videos on that, so maybe again go check out those videos, come back to this one, see how they all apply together. I know I will be writing all of this in the description box, and I do appreciate I put out a lot of information in all these layers, but it's fascinating when we observe and we see how these things turn up, and we can really sort of work with the magic of this energy. On the 7th or 8th of April, depending on where we live, not long after that Libra full moon, Mars is going to sextile Mercury, who has now moved into Taurus. I will be doing a Mercury video, but in terms of Mars's relationship to Mercury, so we've got Mercury in your 9th house of your big picture philosophies. This is trining your Virgo energy, and so this is Mercury and Mars are talking to one another in an aspect of Venus, again, providing creativity, providing a sense of appreciation of those energies. You know, they're getting on, they're having a nice chat. I always see it as sort of like you're sitting around a fire with a group of friends and you're all sort of brainstorming, you're all talking, you're really enjoying and getting in depth into those sort of creative juices of ideas that are coming through. So with this, like, how does this relate to Mars? So, you know, Mars through its actions is really helping you move with your intuition. And, you know, Mercury is moving, it's going to be in retrograde. The next aspect will be linked into the retrograde, but it's direct right now. So there's a kind of a clarity about, you know, has Venus left yet? she might have left by now. I can't quite remember off the top of my head. Venus is either going to be, oh no, she's right at the later degrees. Yeah, because that's another aspect that's happening on the same day. That you've got this sense of harmony because Venus is still there, and she sort of worked some magic over those eclipse points, and now Mercury is going to be moving over those eclipse points. So really getting a clear understanding of like your big picture philosophies and how that can help feed into Mars and really help you embody. But these things might change, they might revisit because we're doing the retrograde. But so Mars and Mercury are just having a nice, they're just what's the phrase, chatting the gas, chatting the gas. I mean, gas, putting your foot to the metal. Gas is very much linked, you know, cars, Mars movement, just really, I feel like there's a sense of being able to communicate easily through your movement, your motivations, and your of what it, like the actions that you take maybe around this time is really going to highlight which philosophies are important and how to bring them into life through the movements of Mars. So, at 15 degrees of Taurus, Juno, the asteroid of commitment, long-term commitment through thick and thin, what are you committing to? She's going to be conjunct Uranus, which will be at 17 degrees. So it is a close conjunction. It's not exact, but it's close. And I really feel this is helping us commit to the journey that Uranus has done in Taurus of really getting you into committing to your authentic weirdo-ness. Like, and I say that with so much love. Uranus is the oddball of the universe. Its north pole points towards the sun, which I love so much. All its moons are in retrograde. Like it genuinely isn't bothered about its difference. It's just doing it and it doesn't care. And with this Juno aspect of like really committing to your unique perspectives, and having a real care and appreciation, because we've still got Venus there, we've got Mercury there, being able to understand and contemplate the beauty that is your unique way of looking at the world. Venus is making her last aspect in Taurus, and this is a sextile with Neptune in Pisces in your 7th house. So we've had I've pulled cards for this already, but just wanted to let you know of the energy. Like Neptune's been there since 2011. Dreams, fantasies, a sense of everything all at once, all the dimensions, and Saturn giving a sense of structure to that, and Venus talking to Neptune going, hey, let's collaborate. Let's bring our one-to-one relationships in line with our big picture philosophies. This is also the house of mastery. So learning, getting to understand and know something that can be absolutely anything, to a state of feeling like we never really master anything. We're always in a state of learning. We are always the student and the guru teacher at the same time. That this is really facilitating, hey, let's really appreciate the cultivation that we've been doing, the learning and the mastery that we've and the bigger perspectives that we've brought in together. And Neptune is all the frequencies, all the dimensions, every single possibility of the universe all at once. And so I love that we've got this as the final aspect of Venus having an impact on what's going on with Mercury, talking to Mars at this time. Very powerful stuff. Following this, on the 20th of April, there will be a second new moon in Aries. I really recommend, if you've not watched it, the spring equinox and the first Aries new moon that we've already had, because those themes are still very relevant for the second new moon. I will be doing separate videos for that, so check those out. But the short story is the period that we're in now, between the first Aries new moon and the second, is a very short clearing time of karmic ties, of really getting us to be getting back in touch with the spark of spirit that we are, that is we're burning up, transmuting that energy, shifting that energy of karmic ties that have been potentially keeping us blocked from being able to be our authentic selves. Love it. And then the second new moon is a hybrid eclipse. The nodes are still in Taurus and Scorpio, but this is at 29 degrees of Aries, so it's very, very close to the nodes. Which means new different dynamics of being able to come through. Quantum leap of DNA shift, of avatar changing, of really being able to break out of the box of so many structures and be open to yeah, just a radical leveling up, cool stuff. Following this, a couple of days afterwards, so still at the very potent energy of this new moon, on the 23rd or 24th of April is when Mars will now be sextiling Mercury again, but Mercury is retrograde. And I think it happens about 12 hours beforehand. I really should have checked that out at the beginning of this series, but it's not far off, and I will do a separate video on that so you can come back and yeah, work that out. And this is happening at 15 degrees of Taurus and 15 degrees of Cancer. So the midway points of both of these signs, very potent energy. It's the balance point between the beginning and the end of signs. And so what does this mean? So Mars is now talking to Mercury again. And so really, but this time from the middle, rather than 6 degrees, this is now the middle of its journey through Cancer. And communicating to Mercury of everything that you've learned, your embodied journey of what you really want to stand up for, what you really want to fight for, defend, and cultivate. You've been strategizing and just exploring and being in a flow state. That Mars is pouring all of that energy, everything that it's learned, into the retrograde, into Mercury right at the beginning of the retrograde, of like, right, what are we revisiting? I love retrogrades. It's you get to revise, you get to redo things, you get to be able to change things that you've learned from your mistakes. Sometimes it's a good redirection, where if we'd gone straight, if we'd gone direct, we might have gone down a path that we would have had to have rerouted later on, and this is giving us the space to open up to that. Rehashing of your perspectives with all this new information that you have, and it's a new embodiment of really what your hopes and dreams are. I love this at the beginning, and that retrograde, though, Mercury can also give signals and signs to Mars right at the beginning of like, oh, where am I headed? I'm going to give you a little secret surprise that you might then embody in your actions, and be, maybe be mindful about this around this time, and see like the clues that Mercury's giving Mars of, okay, this is what's going to go on in the retrograde, and now you've got a little bit of wisdom about how to work with it and transmute that energy even quicker, so you can have a really rich retrograde during this time. The moon and Venus are in Gemini. So Venus rules Taurus, which is where Mercury is. The moon rules Cancer, which is where Mars is. So this energy of Gemini is feeding into Mercury and Mars at this time. You have Gemini in your 10th house of career, life purpose, how the outside world sees you. So the moon, your unconscious, your emotional, instinctive response mechanisms, your needs, how you nourish, how you need to be nourished in your career. With Venus, bringer of harmony, bringer of appreciation, of value, of fun, of amusement, of pleasure, of creativity, is feeding into this conversation right at the beginning of the Mercury retrograde. And Mars is just acting as a vehicle of this beautiful vessel that Mars is being in this space of really, it's been through Gemini, and now all this harmonizing energy, this nourishing energy of the moon and Venus are having an impact on the rest of Mars's journey. So things may come up in your career area of your house that flavor your hopes and your dreams and your big picture philosophies. The sun will be sextile Saturn. So the sun has now moved into Taurus, and this is your as I said, your higher perspectives, your connection to a bigger pictures, and this is sextiling Saturn at the beginning of Saturn's journey, and so Saturn, with its long-term responsibility and integrity about your one-to-one relationships, is getting illuminated, creative, light, driven, action-taking, feeding into that energy, and Saturn giving that sense of maturity and response to the illumination of the sun in this area of your life. So that's going on. I will be doing a separate transit series for the sun in Taurus, so go check that out if you feel so inclined. The final aspect that I'm going to be talking about today is on the 27th of April, and this is the first square that we have. So we've got sextiles and we've got trines. These are all very free-flowing, harmonious, creative and inspirational sensations. And now we've got a square, which is an aspect of Mars. Aries, Chiron, that Mars rules that square, so it can bring about conflict, can bring about drama, can bring about frustration, can bring about what's the word, competition, but in terms of I want to win above anybody else, I'm right, because a square aspect is like two energies butting heads, and they both think they're right, and they both think it's their way, and they're not willing to compromise. So this can bring these things up at this time, especially because we're dealing with Mars in the moon sign and Chiron in the fiery Mars sign. If these things come up, they are lessons, they are windows into the wounds that you may not have tended to, or you may through the triggers that you may realize that you have surrendered and you have released that pain. My hand's over my heart chakra right now, and be able to realize, oh, okay, no, those aren't hurting me in the same way that they used to. It can also represent friction, and we need friction. It's highly like big manifestation energy. We need friction to create in this 3D linear time frame that we're very consciously aware of. And so with squares, we get things turning up in the 3D. We've got a lot of action happening, and a lot of movement with squares. So what does this mean, this square with Chiron? It's very powerful, potent energy. I talked about in the introduction about how, you know, Mars is often linked into cutting and severing, the god of war, like using a hot blade to cauterize a wound. So Chiron has a wound that never heals. Now, we can still be aware of that wound, but whether we have that infection or not is a different thing. So the cauterizing of the wound is clearing the infection, is making sure that the blood isn't spilling out, but that wound's still there. There's still that scar tissue, there's still that sense of remembrance with those wounds. But I really feel with everything that's been going on in Aries that we're really transforming and learning the medicine that comes from the danger, the medicine that comes from those wounds, from those pain, and being able to flip that into being not only to teach ourselves, but that vibrational level and the way that we then respond in the world helps open that space up as for others. And so it's teaching not only ourselves but other people. And you've got this in your 8th house of shared resources. So really what you've really been working on, the pain that you may have felt about not getting what you need and overgiving what you have, or highlighting the fact that maybe that you've taken and not given, and not had that sense of balance. Aries can be very autonomous and independent and wanting to do things their way, and it could be, and there is the potential of being blinkered to other people's needs. Those are just parts. There's so much. I love Aries, don't get me wrong, but those I always try and mention the unintegrated, slightly shadow, but also very vital and very important aspects of each sign, just so we're aware of, you know, the good, the bad, and the ugly. But, you know, I really feel that this embodiment of Mars in your hopes and your dreams, this watery, intuitive space that you have here, is helping you really go into your own space and your own, like, cultivating that. Like, Cancer really appreciates security. The moon appreciates security of Mars, very independent energy, really helping you cultivate an internal sense of security, and giving you the confidence to be able to do that. That this movement, this flow with Mars in this space that is taking its time. It's gone from such a frenetic energy in Gemini, and now it's chilling out. I was going to swear then, but yeah, I'm dealing with Mars and Aries. It's quite an understandable instinct as well, but that you're helping seal and transform those wounds that have been uncovered and been supported by Venus, Jupiter, the Sun, Mercury, to really help elevate and bring some wisdom to this area of your life. At the same time, the moon is in Leo. So what's going on with the moon is affecting what's going on with Mars. And this is your 12th house, Virgo. This is the hidden part of who you are. This is a place of transformation, can be linked into depression, loss and grief, because there are lots of hidden, and also like psychological struggles, because we're dealing with those hidden parts of who we are. We're dealing with the trauma. We're dealing with the trauma linked into like the things that we can't even remember happened that form the patterns that we have. We're also dealing with those hidden parts of our soul, and the magic that's there, the real getting to the root of things. It's also very much linked into magic, the unseen. So the moon moving through here is helping facilitate both of these dynamics of tending to your needs, bringing them up, of those hidden parts of who you are, as well as your deep intuition linked into the magic side. And all of that's funneling into your hopes and your dreams. It's supporting and nourishing Mars's movements with its square to Chiron, to help us really be at peace with whatever wounds we may have. It's weird, my hand just went to my arm. That doesn't normally happen. That might just be for some of you. Maybe there's a wound in the arm. So yeah, very powerful energy to end on. Yeah, the next series will come out at the end of April. So yeah, that's all of that covered. I'm just going to keep shuffling to see what cards, if any more cards want to come out, and if the energies want me to keep going. No, that's half the deck, so no, that doesn't count. Very interesting energy today, Virgo. I'm recording this on Friday. This is Venus's day. I've definitely felt that there's more of a softness, there's more of a flow. I think I had to go for a walk midway through because she's also conjunct Uranus. So there's this frenetic but mellow energy of wanting to be in nature and slow down and eat more food. Okay. Let's see where these cards want to go. had an energetic release then. I have to say, Virgo, so I drop out of this is the most positive spread that I've done so far. I mean, they've all got very positive elements, but they've also got a lot of clearing of energy. Like underneath of the crowning cards, and okay, let's begin. If they want to move them around again, I'm sure they will. So we've got for Mercury, Mars even, moving through Gemini. We've got the Death card, we've got the Seven of Cups, we've got the Queen of Pentacles. So this is your 10th house of your career. It feels like you helped shed certain ideas, things that you were holding on to that weren't serving you, things that you needed to let go of. A sense of deep transformation happening in that area of your life. And I like how the Seven of Cups is following it. It's like through that transformation, you've opened up lots of different portals. You've opened up lots of different options and choices. You've been just which makes sense with Mars in that space of trying lots of different things. You know, Gemini is very capable of doing more than one thing at once. And with Mars being there, this motivation and drive to explore, to have a sense of imagination. You know, this is a very dreamy card. And you've got the Queen of Pentacles, which is the crowning energy of how all of this is cultivated moving forward. And you've got the Queen of Pentacles. She's very there's a sense of abundance and wisdom, earth energy linked into the tangible. I like this is coming up for your 10th house of career, life purpose, and how the outside world sees you. That you, through those choices that you've had and you've been experimenting with and playing with, you are able to cultivate and create from this space of things that have a sense of longevity and legacy. You know, we're dealing with a Queen here. There's a sense of you're now knowing where you're headed and what it is that you're doing. We have a very interesting combination of cards here. We've got the Three of Cups. This is for Mars moving through Cancer. We've got the Three of Cups, the High Priestess, and the Emperor. So, you know, with that Three of Cups dealing with hope, not only hopes and dreams, but friends, groups, and alliances. There's a feeling of collaboration, a feeling of having fun and being playful, engaging in things that you're engaging in things that you like, and that if you are with other people, they're enjoying them too. This can be a bringing about of your hopes, dreams, and your friends and your alliances. The kind of frequency of people that you want in your life are being brought together and in harmony through these actions of Mars moving through this. It's a very beneficial house for Mars to move through. But yeah, so really getting a lot of support, a lot of drive, a lot of passion, there's a sense of intuitive creativity, because we've got the High Priestess here of after all this rushing around with Mars in Gemini, it's now a space of cultivation, a space of like, working, observing, being in that space of seeing what comes through, seeing what energy you're connecting to on an intuition basis. This is the moon card after all, and we're dealing with the moon in Cancer ruling Mars, and we've got the Emperor, which is Aries energy. So we've got this combination of this fire and this water here, of really bringing your passions and your emotions in line with one another. You know, the High Priestess isn't really bothered about the outside world. Like, she knows she's got her own power. She's not in a state of drive and action. And the Emperor there's a groundedness to the Emperor. There's a knowing your own sovereignty and being in command of that intuition, being in command of that space and finding pleasure from it. This is such a great spread. It's been the best one so far, Virgo. And we've only got Leo to go, that there's a real sense of you being very much in your authority with your intuition and having fun with it as well. It's such a supportive house. I've just had Mars leave my 11th and I miss it. I miss it. Right, so the first aspect. Let's go. We've got the Wheel of Fortune. So this is with Saturn and Mars. So Saturn in your 7th house of relationships, and so the Wheel of Fortune is a change, a shift in gear, and moving upwards. This is a Jupiter card, and Pisces is ruled by Jupiter. And I like this shift here because we're then moving on to the Six of Cups, which is being able to look at the past fondly, and very much linked into our one-to-one relationships can not necessarily can cause pain and frustration and heartache. It's just whether that's friendship, romantic, business, that this shift that's happening. With what's going on with Mars, the vitality, the inspiration, the passion, the intuition that you're cultivating in your hopes and your dreams, and really being very focused on that area of your life, is opening you up to be able to look at the past sweetly, being able to smell the roses, not have this sense of grief or loss or frustration or resentment, and none of these things linked into because Saturn moving through that sign is getting you in line with your authority in your one-to-one relationships, of really rejigging the environment to get your stronger foundations. And when we are able to look at the past with a sense of ease, a sense of lightness rather than a heaviness, which the Wheel of Fortune feels like it's shifting that your hopes and your dreams, and also the way that you look at your hopes and your dreams as well. Like that impact of that 7th house is facilitating a change of gear of your dynamic of perhaps, we often, like, our hopes and dreams don't necessarily come to manifestation, and we can feel pain to that. And this is all coming along and saying, hey, don't worry, like, there's a shift coming, a change is coming. And the more that we look at things as if they are lessons and we are here now because of absolutely everything that's ever happened since the dawn of this universe and the one before that, blah 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 blah, ad infinitum. like if we live in this space of regret, and this is not about regret, this is helping ease that regret, and receiving wisdom from the past, receiving knowledge and understanding, you know, on a metaphysical level. This can be your past lives, or ancestor spirits, or connections to avatars, and all of that thing of just being able to look a little more lightly at where you're at and where you're headed. Just pause to have some water and realize that the camera was a bit out of shot. You weren't being able to get to look at all these lovely cards. Right, on the 4th and 5th of April, this is when Mars is sextiling the North Node, trining the South Node, and the Moon in Libra. And this is that South Node of the 3rd house and the 9th house of your big picture philosophies, all being facilitated by your values, with the moon being there and being able to get in alignment. So the strength card for me is very much about alignment of bringing and harmonizing all the different parts of who we are. This instinctive emotional response mechanism of our mammalian brain, in line with our cognitive higher mind of the pineal gland. You know, I kind of wish there was like a snake on here to represent the reptilian part of our brain as well, because this is bringing all these things together. This is the Leo card. There's a sense of grappling with things so you're getting everybody on the same page. There's a resilience here, but there's a space of pause. So this is very much of allowing this energy to come in. We're going to have that Libra full moon not long afterwards, of really giving a sense of vitality, a sense of culmination, of bringing you into this space of taming all these different parts together that are linked into, you know, your perspectives and how you communicate, but more importantly, your values and how you value yourself. And as I always say, the inner work, the more we do that, the more this ripples out in the world and things come towards us that match that vibration. And so after that, we'll have the second new moon in Aries. And then on the 23rd or 24th of April, depending on where you live, this is the first sextile with Mercury in Taurus. So we've got the Knight of Wands and we've got Temperance. So then there's a lot of speed with the Knight of Wands. There's a lot of desire to defend your passions, your motivations, your creativity, sense of adventure, sense of movement, sense of there's a generosity here. There's a gregarious, there's a funness with the Knight of Wands. And we've got the Temperance card, which is like really, this is a kind of moderation card. So it's an interesting combination to come through, that you're in a space of yeah, that way around kind of makes a bit more sense. Thanks, guys. I really wish they'd just do that at the beginning, but you know, you can't always get what you want. And you gotta laugh when you don't. So the Temperance card is about alchemy. It's about purifying, being very mindful of every part of who you are, cultivating it, crystallizing it, refining it to its to an essence, and that inner work that we're doing. It's all Temperance is all about the inner work, because when we do, if you see here in the figure, the water is actually going upright into this cup, you know, going against the laws of gravity. There's a lot of magic here in Temperance, a lot of ability, you know. People get confused with the alchemical process of like the Philosopher's Stone, of like trying to make gold out of lead, and there's the esoteric understanding of those are the layers of your conscious, of your being, that you alchemize, and you tend to, you know, in early Christianity and early Islam, the devil was internal, the jihad was internal, like the work that we do to sit down and have a conversation with our shadow, with our being really real with ourselves, our actions and our motivations, and being honest, being really upfront and honest, and getting to the root of things helps. You know, I do like how they changed it round, because it does make a lot more sense, because when we do this, we are open up to the adventures of the universe. We are open up to the passions, to the magics, to the fact that we are capable of going on adventures and enjoying the process as we do so. And so that's with, you know, your philosophies and how you communicate, but again, your value system, that where you've been refining those areas of your life, and now you're able to dream about adventure. Now you're able to work magic and create a adventurous space for you to exist in. So then we've got the new moon. Did I jump that? Oh, wait a minute. Sorry, guys, that was Mercury. I do apologize, but Mercury's in Taurus where the North Node's been, and the moon is in Scorpio. So everything that I was talking about, the nodes, is still very much relevant to this transit. I do apologize, but essentially getting your emotional needs, that refinement that you've done, your ability to communicate and understand your higher perspectives, is opening everything I've just said is still very relevant. Oh my goodness, I do apologize. I am nearly 5 hours in, so I do pace myself and have breaks, but yeah, it's still very relevant. Then we're going to have the full moon, the new moon. Sorry. Then we're going to have the new moon following all of that energy come in. And then we're going to have on the 23rd or 24th of April, I do apologize, Virgo. I don't think I've said anything that discredits the messages that have come through. Oh, my hand's just gone on my heart chakra. Oh, bless them. They do care about me, really. The 23rd or 24th of April. Sorry, I'm so I have no sense of authority yeah, anyway, I'm going to shut up and stop talking about me. We have, following that new moon, that second new moon, that hybrid eclipse, we've got on the 23rd or 24th, we've got the second sextile with Mercury, which is a retrograde. And so we've got the King of Swords and we've got the Four of Wands. So the King of Swords is like knowing your truth and being very clear on it. And we've got the Four of Wands, which is working hard to get to a space where you can celebrate. So it feels like this energy here of that retrograde, like you've already been working on it. You've already kind of, with everything that's going on in Taurus, you're adding to the strength of that retrograde, of really allowing yourself to feel the fact that you are the King of Wands. You do know what you want. You do know that's how you look at the universe. And there's a certainty there. There's a clarity there. Again, we've got the moon and Venus in Gemini about your career. So this is everything that you've been doing with your career, everything, or, you know, the Queen of Pentacles here, which was linked into that transit of Mars through there. You know, you've got a very grounded sense of where you're headed, and now you're getting some more clarity with that retrograde, and the journey through that. The energy that's going into Mars is like being able to embody this sense of future celebration. And really being able to perhaps bring people to, you know, this is a collaboration card as well, because it's about working together with the cycles, that you're bringing in some energy that's really helping facilitate where you're headed in your career and your just general hopes and dreams. Your life purpose. I always prefer the phrase life purpose, because career kind of feels a bit limiting, because you know, we have very messed up ideas about what careers mean and how they look, very like the traditional viewpoints, and I just think that's absolute nonsense. Right, so we have the square with Chiron on the 27th of April. Got the Three of Wands, we've got the Ten of Cups, we've got the Ten of Pentacles. Virgo, what's going on with you, Virgo? You seem to have your stuff together. Yeah. So this healing that's happening, this square with Chiron and Mars, is bringing you into power. It's like real strength, but like not misuse of power, just very sure of what you are and where you're headed and what you're doing. Because we've got the Three of Wands. This is the Dominion card. This is having done the hard work, having done the hard work, that you are now in a position to start a new adventure. And wherever you're headed is bringing in the energy of the Ten of Cups and the Ten of Pentacles. The Ten of Cups is getting support from the outside world, of working in a team, in a community, of basically having the life that you want and the people around you. It's a very happy card, but it's not all about you. It's realizing that you are part of a whole, and the collaboration that you're bringing in is facilitating your inner happiness, right? We've got the Ten of Pentacles. This is the legacy card. So this is about bringing in the mundane world and the spiritual world together. It traditionally in this deck, because this figure has a lot of decoration, a lot of symbols, and this sense of time and wisdom and connection to other things that aren't there's the simplicity of the 3D world, of bringing those together. And when we do, we create long-term legacy structures. Super powerful energy with that. The transformation that's happening with that Chiron and Mars is really giving you an internal strength here. And then we have these energies manifesting, moving forward, the culmination, like until bringing this into the next part of the cycle. I'd be really interested. Can't wait to do your reading for the second half. We've got the Judgment card and the Nine of Pentacles. So resurrection, leveling up, ascension. So this is when did we have the Death card? Yeah, we did. So the Death card is the letting go process, working through those things. Then we've got Temperance, which is alchemizing all those parts, being mindful of your actions, words, deeds, whatever it is, absolutely everything. That when with that work that you've been doing, every part of your soul, every part of your being is now raising a vibrational level, and that resurrection of going upwards. And then the Nine of Pentacles, the choices that you make, very independent energy. You make the right decisions for you for the long term in order to get yourself to be in this abundant space of hanging out in your garden, talking to the birds, or however that manifests for you in an abundant way. Yeah, that's let's see what the clarification cards say. I'll be really curious for you, Virgo, because that's bananas. Love the energy though, very clear. Like there's a very calm energy of, like, I feel like I don't even need to tell you these things. Like you're already all over it. Right, let's pull a card from the numerology deck, see what wants to come through. Like I even felt it when I was shuffling. It was like the cards were just coming out. There wasn't a stickiness, which sometimes happens. Wait, not half the deck, thanks. There's me saying, oh, the decks were really clear. And oh, they do like to play tricks on me. Change. Okay. So they're highlighting the communion, the being with like-minded people, being celebrated by like-minded people, enjoying, having fun. There's that fun vibe. That there's a shift and change because we're dealing with we're also dealing with that 8th house and the 9th and the 7th of your one-to-one relationships of clear. I remember, Virgo, I think the last reading that I did was it with the Mercury and Aries one, that you basically had half the deck of all the difficult cards, I swear. So this is quite a big shift and gear of like what's being letting go, what's being transmitted and evolved, and through that journey, It's showing Mars is going, hey, now you can have some fun. Now you can enjoy. You can be in flow, be at ease. And it's not going to get in the way of this stuff. It's not going to get in the way of this. It'll just facilitate it. Let's move decks. Let's shift and change. Let's do, this is the First Light Tarot. This is a mixture of the Major Arcana, question cards, statement cards, and present. Well, we kind of knew that. I was like, all right, thanks guys for pointing out the obvious. There's also other keywords. Soul identity, family. How cute. Drawing together people to help you, you know, the more you're in line with your soul identity, the more that we bring that energy towards us. And really being at peace with it. I feel like, you know, it doesn't mean that you weren't connected to it in the past. It's just being at ease with who you are. Oh, too many. We'll see if any of those come out again. The Empress. Well, as if you didn't need any more good cards, guys. Abundance, growth, productivity, development. As I said, like, you know, Jupiter's moving into your 9th house as well, really helping you give a strength of your understanding of your perspective. And yeah, it's like you're getting support. And then Venus is going to be moving into Gemini. So like really that transit of Venus in Gemini after that long Mars in Gemini transit, like every time I mention it and I'm like, she's helping smooth over some of that energy, I always get a little nudge from her of like, I'm not just clearing, my job isn't just to clear up after Mars. But you're getting this, there's a lot of support here. Environment. Nice. Nice. I feel like whatever it is you're doing, you're shifting and changing the environment that you're in. And we're dealing with the South and North Node. The South Node's in your local community as well as the North Node in like big outside world community. So there's still that link of readjusting one's environment through that refinement of the South Node. And Mars rules the South Node, so even though it won't be moving through Scorpio during this South Node transit, it's still having an impact where it goes, wherever it goes. Right, let's do the Oracle of the Rising Sun. Endurance, Sun in Virgo. Yeah, well, if I remember correctly, that reading where essentially you had nearly all of the difficult, challenging cards, you've been paying your dues, man. We got a flipper. Independence. Moon in Aquarius. Huh. What's going on the let's hold those up. Yeah. Very strong independent energy. But I feel like it's independence in a way where it's not like you're shutting out the world. Like when I talk about that self-independence, it's not about like a big fu to everybody else, stop caring, disconnect. I mean that's a relevant energy to have, but it's not going to serve you long term. Like we are tribal creatures, and being part of this weird human existence is what we signed up for. So it's just generally the journey of we've got lust, Mars in Venus in Aries. For me, this is lust for life. Very much lust for life. Like feeling rejuvenated, regenerated, no, I know what the word is. Invigorated, feeling invigorated by the experience of life. Yeah. One more from here. It's a pretty obvious reading that we just had. Oh my goodness, my hands with this deck is so. I just feel like this deck feels like it's like it's very, very slippery fish that they're all wanting to like burst out. Okay, let's move to a different deck. I'm going to pull one more. One more. We've had quite a few from everyone else, and they're kind of just saying the same thing. That just flew out. Moderation. Moderation. Moderation of lust and independence. So, you know, that's that, you know, what I was talking about of yes, we can be independent, but not to separate ourselves from the community. And, you know, sometimes with our lust of life, it can go too far and where we're not making the right informed decisions for us long term. But I like that combination coming through for you, Virgo. Definitely an interesting dynamic, but I'm not going to leave it on moderation, even though it's a very important message for us to have. Let's go out with a bang. And now they'll be like, here's a timeout card. Well, there we go. This is a card that's been coming up quite a lot for everybody. We're dealing with the moon here, getting in touch with our personal individual intuition. And that's definitely been the message of like leveling up and growing up with it, rather than and clearing out a lot of stuff that's linked into our intuition being off kilter. Yeah, highlighting that moderation is needed in these times, you know, being balanced, everything in moderation, including moderation, which I always thought was a brilliant phrase that my old boss used to say a lot. And yeah, Virgo, I'm going to leave it at that. I really enjoyed doing that message, and I really appreciate you watching this video. As I said in the introduction, by all means do take any of the steps to pay this energy forward and help the algorithms push it out. Yeah, be well out there, Virgo. And I mean, clearly you're doing fine. Sending you so much love, and as I said, I really appreciate the energy transfer. Good luck out there, Leo. Leo rising. How you doing, Leo? So if you're just tapping into the Leo energy, this will still apply, just in a different area of your life. But for those of you who have Leo rising, this transit of Mars in Cancer is happening in your 12th house. This is the hidden house, the house of mysteries, Leo. This can be quite a difficult house. It's also a very, very magical house. It's that in-between space. And it's linked into the hidden constructs of who you are. This can be programmings, trauma that you aren't even necessarily aware of. This can be also very much linked into the essence of your soul that is hidden from you. Can be a house of depression, loss and grief. And this is because there's a heaviness to the 12th of working through these things and unraveling these things, that the more integration that we do in this area of our lives, the more our true essence can ripple out and have really get everyone get in line, and all the energies get in line with one, and not in line, but in communion with one another. And that means that uncovering of those magical, mystical parts of that belong to you, and releasing like limiting ideas and limiting beliefs. It can be difficult. This can be a house that can be very intimate to who you are, but a very personal part of who you are that maybe other people don't see, that you don't share with others. This can be a part of who you are that you're aware of, but you struggle to integrate it and connect to it. So this is, very much a house that is full of mystery and magic. You know, it's linked into the unseen, the hidden, the occult. And there's a lot of strength there linked into that, but there can be a weight to it. You know, you've got a water sign there. You've got the first water sign of Cancer, which is, you know, your emotions and how you connect to things on an emotional level. So this part of you may feel quite distant or quite reserved. And this is, you got Mars moving through here. And so this is also, the Cancer is what's called inverted to Leo. So it doesn't traditionally have a direct line of communication. So your different signs, it's likely in conjunct, but it's next door to the ascendant rather than sort of opposite it. That Cancer is a water cardinal yin night sign. Leo is a day fire fixed energy. So there's very little, like when you're having conversations with somebody that you've known for ages, the conversation flows. You understand one another without having to say it as much as you would do. Like it takes a bit of work with an inversion to get these two communicating to one another. It's as if you're sitting next to somebody and you're both facing forward. Like you can sense that person is there, but you're not having that direct line of communication. So it's more the energies between Cancer and Leo is through osmosis, through sort of a subtle body felt sense of this energy coming through. So Mars moving into here can bring a sense of slowing down, of the ability for Mars to talk to your ascendant, which is how you embody your actions and your deeds and the things that you do. It's very much affect your house, it's your vitality, that Mars, this motivation and drive and passion, just is having to adjust to a very different communication dynamic that can feel very heavy. And so, but there's a great beauty with Mars moving through the 12th of helping you get in touch with that unconscious instinctive part of who you are, and so your actions and your movements are going to be highlighting and showing you those hidden parts that you may not have noticed and you may not have observed, because you can observe them through the actions that you're taking. I recommend looking to where your moon sign is in your natal chart, because Cancer is ruled by the moon. So the moon is going to move twice around the zodiac during Mars's transit in Cancer. So this is going to make Mars's responses even more transient, because it's going to the motivations that Mars has is going to change every 2.5 or so days. But also look, as I said, look to your moon, because that's going to add another flavor and another integrated level of what's showing up in your life. What are you motivated and driven to take action on? What constructs of who you are do you want to defend and protect, and what do you want to cut and sever and let go of and transmute that energy, because energy never disappears, it just changes into something else. How can we change that into something that is more in line, not with the programming and the trauma that we've faced, not only on a personal level but on an ancestral level, a collective level, and a galactic past lives universe level, but more in touch with that soul spark that you have within you, that is the driving force and motion of our connection to that creator energy that we are very much manifesting. So this can be a very helpful purging time of clearing some psychic connections, can link into spells, however you want to phrase it, of just energy that's blocking rather than a free flow of energy. Mars in this sign, Mars in general in Cancer, great time. That's a lot. That's all the kings and the Hanged Man. Do we want these? Okay, we do. Oh, cool. Interesting. You can see that, right? So we've got the Hanged Man underneath the 3 kings, crowned by the Fool. So what was I saying? Like doing Tai Chi, doing Qigong, doing something energetically with your body that's a flow, that's an ease, but there's a mindfulness with this. I said in many of the introductions we've got, so this is Pallas Athena, who's on the desk right now on the I just don't feel comfortable calling this an altar. It is an altar to the work that we're doing, I suppose. I should stop being so weird. Anyway, Pallas Athena, she represents the more strategic, logical side of the war energy that Mars represents, really helping us bring about long-term wisdom to our emotional responses and our emotional needs, really helping Mars out here of helping be the spiritual warrior linked into our how it is that we feel and how we take action on those things, how really helping you integrate through the actions that you take during this time to get in touch with that hidden part of who you are and the magical part of who you are, the strengths that you have, because this sextiles your second house of values. So it's important to get these two working together in your manifestation energy. They've just put the 6 of Swords underneath, which is about going on a journey, taking what you need with you. And they put the Emperor over the Fool with 2 aces. I mean, this is some potent energy coming through, guys. I'm not surprised. It's the 12th house. There's a lot of magic there. There's a lot of magic there. Right, so that's Mars in Cancer. And so because we're dealing with the Mars transit, we look to the signs that Mars rules, because what's going on with Mars is having an impact on the signs that it rules. And so Mars rules Aries and Scorpio. And you have Aries in your 9th house of your higher philosophies, your big picture, how you map yourself out in the world, and what it is that you're asking from the outside world in terms of your philosophies, your connection to God, spirituality, your morals, however you want to phrase it. Also, it's a space of learning because it's about perspective. It is the house of perspective, and mastering something in order to not only broaden your own perspective, but a mastery in sharing and teaching others with that, by sharing your perspectives. Immersing yourself in a foreign land in order to gain new perspectives. So that's Aries. There's a lot going on there. Mars, what it's doing through moving through your hidden house, uncovering your hidden motivations, working out what it is that your core truly wants on a very unconscious level, is helping you understand and integrate and expand and level up that 9th house area of your life. And Scorpio rules your 4th house. So that's squaring your Leo energy. Scorpio is connected to your roots, your foundations, your ancestors, your lineage, your parents, your home, your private life. It's a very intimate part of who you are. So the more that you uncover and understand your unconscious motivations, the good, the bad, and the ugly, the more that you are able to move at peace in your home, as well as clear out some of, as I said, that lineage energy that may be in its, part of your ancestral lines, your past life lines, your collective lines of really being able to purge and clean and take action to transmute that energy to free up a lot of that space. So the bottom of my hips are now moving, so around the root chakra and the solar plexus. It's now, my spine is now going straight. So you know, look to those areas of your life that you might see transformation through this Mars transit. So that is the general energy for Leo. And now there's going to be 8 piles, although currently they're just doing their own thing, which they haven't done before yet. Well, I think they nearly tried to a couple of times, and I sort of let them do their thing, but I am at the end of this series, so there's a part of me that's just gone a little soft and a little mellow, I know. Anyway, there's going to be 8 piles, I think, for you, Leo. The first pile is going to be Mars's journey through Mercury. For Gemini, I keep doing that. And then we're going to have Mars's general energy through Cancer. There's going to be 5 piles linked into aspects of this. This is just part 1. This is the first half of Mars's journey through Cancer. I will be doing a series 2, which will be finalizing this energy. So the final pile isn't like how these energies are moving forward with Mars moving into a different sign. This is kind of like the culmination energy of everything that you've been working through over the next month. And how what energy is moving forward into the next part of the cycle. So the aspects. Just had some energy come into my mouth and now leave. It's like, what are you doing in there, guys? Right, the first aspect is with Saturn, and this has already happened. I do apologize. This happened yesterday, the exact aspect. We felt it in the lead up, the couple of days leading up to it. We're going to feel it afterwards. So I don't think you're missing out on anything, and I do apologize. Things came up that meant that I wasn't able to get this video done in time. Everything's going to calm down astrologically, so I'm going to feel like I'm going to have a bit more freedom to breathe and be able to get some of these videos out a little sooner, so you're all aware of the energy while the energy is still happening. However, this is not a problem with this one. So with trines, you have a wider orb, so we're still going to feel it, and you get to look back with hindsight to the messages that come through about what happened for you on this time, and you can sort of have a bit of hindsight and revision and understanding. Also, I feel like all these energies, that we're able to access them at the time, like we can tap into it, and so it's you're not missing out. So I really want to just put your mind at rest. Also, I did do a Saturn and Pisces transit, and I pulled cards for this aspect already, but that was more about what's going on with Saturn more than what's going on with Mars. So you've got Mars moving through your second house, with Saturn in your 8th house of give and take. This is about the other's resources. So it's like your give and take between you and the outside world, time, money, things, energy, ideas, however you want to look at it. It covers all of those things. It's one of the reasons why I do understand why in the modern astrology they link in intimacy, because that is part of the give and take of exchange. It's also linked into inheritance, 3D inheritance and cosmic inheritance. It's the exchange with the universe as well as the 3D realm. And so things may come up that are maybe the actions that you take behind the scenes that others may not see, is you're receiving just a nod from the outside world of the work that you do, being taken into account and being valued. You know, we've got Saturn here, which is about legacy. It's about responsibility, about maturity, about the dynamic you have with the outside world, matching and interacting in a way that is highlighting to you what you may have been working on, and letting it be seen. Also, you know, the actions that you're taking at this time from Mars, so Mars is feeling this motivation and this drive to connect to this part of your life, connect to these hidden parts of who you are, and talking to Saturn, which deals with karma, of like, hey, how can we shift this karmic, the deeds that you, the unconscious movements that you have that may be linked into karmic ties. This trine with Saturn is helping bring inspiration and showing up with you of like how things have changed, and showing that there's a shift is happening, because you're getting support with this trine, and helping give there's a sense of understanding any melancholy, any loss, any grief you may feel, with this, because the trine is an aspect of Jupiter that wants to bring cohesion and expansion and wisdom. So these two malefics, traditional malefics, are helping you on an intuitive, emotional basis. They're both in water signs. They're sharing resources, about revealing the shaky foundations, Saturn, about the exchange that you've had with the outside world that may be based on unconscious programming, past structures from not only your life but other lives as well, and other lineages. That is through your deeds and your actions is being facilitated, your motivation, your drive of highlighting what it is that is being transmuted at this time and released and let go of. So that's the first aspect. The second aspect that's happening on the 4th or 5th of April, this all might be very subtle for you because you're dealing, as I said, with that inversion. But I see it can still come up quite powerfully. Like I'm just saying that as a precursor. Like it's, as I said, it's the hidden house, but we've got Mars here. We've got Mars wanting to take action and to move. It's very independent. It's wanting to establish your independence of these things and give you strength in that hidden house. Like, I imagine this place of like this grief and this loss and the darkness. What energy do you want going through that? You want Mars, having that strength, that determination to defend you and your needs. Because we're dealing with the moon here, of really being able to come to your aid, and help support you through what might be potentially a difficult transit. The 12th house can be difficult. The 4th or the 5th of April, depending on where you live. This is when Mars is going to sextile the North Node in Taurus and trine the South Node in Scorpio, all at 5 degrees of their relative signs. So we've got the North Node in your 10th house of career. And we've got the South Node in your 4th house of home. These are angular houses. These square your ascendant. So these show up on the main stage. Like, they're very powerful energies come up from this space. And so we've got Mars having a chat with these two energies that are linked into these eclipses that we've had since nearly in July. They're going to change signs. So July, June, May, April, 14 months. Been there 14 months. I should know that date, but I don't remember everything because I'm human. And that's okay. Right. I'll stop nattering. Right. Sextile, aspect of Venus, harmony, beauty, creativity, appreciation, love, connection, value. With the North Node, where you're headed, what you're striving for in your career house, you may have been like really working hard to sort of push into that space of getting you in line with what it is that you need, what you get pleasure out of, because we're dealing with Taurus, which is ruled by Venus, very much the senses, what feels good to you. And sometimes the North Node, we're really striving for it, and sometimes it can feel completely out of reach, but it's certainly an energy that we're working towards. And so with the sextile energy of Mars here going, okay, what have we learned from this North Node? And how can I feed this passionate energy that I've got to work through all this hidden stuff, look through all the demons, discover hidden gems, and be able to feed that information into the North Node to help get the North Node to understand the root of who you are, the really deeply hidden part of who you are, and let go of what hasn't been, that's been blocking you, and break out that space, and be able to connect you to what your emotional needs are, and how that links into your career and your life purpose. At the same time, Mars is talking to the South Node in your home, trining this energy, a fellow water sign. They are sharing resources. The information transfer is pretty quick. This is inspiration, elevation, opportunity, sense of abundance, of Mars being like, oh, hey, South Node. Okay, what have we been learning? How have we wanted to refine our home and clarify, give it a sense of purity, really distill it? It's the thing that we're comfortable with, but there is a sense of drawing inwards with the South Node, of how are we highlighting the wisdom that we're learning in this 12th house. Our emotional drives and needs need to fall into what it is that we want from our home, what it is, that refinement, that clearing out of the ancestral lineage. How are we transmuting this energy so we've got this really crystal, the purity of it, the essence, the innocence of it is so it's like a quartz crystal, like that is, you can see all the light shining through, like that real refinement sense of having gone through the darkness of Scorpio and uncovered things and transformed over and over and over and over again, that there's now this real as I said, Mars is defending those deep rooted emotional needs that you have, Leo. And so at the same time, the moon is in Libra. So the moon is affecting Mars, and that means it's affecting the conversations that it's having with the North and South Node. So the North and South Node are now getting some motivation and drive from Mars, and the South Node and the North Node are feeding that wisdom and information that they've learned into Mars's journey through Cancer. So you have Libra in your 3rd house of communication and local community. This is starting something fresh. This is going on a short distance travel. Your emotional needs in the way that you communicate, and your ability to communicate a sense of balance and value, Libra, to your local community. And this is squaring that Mars energy of really being able to manifest what you emotionally need in the way and how you connect on an intuitive emotional level to your communication. My hand is now clicking around my throat. This is any form of communication. It doesn't just have to be talking. We communicate in a vast amount of ways. ways, writing, body language, through different channeling ways of communicating. It's the things we do on a regular basis. It's the house of the goddess. The moon loves being in the third house, so really tending to your spiritual needs at this time. The sun will be conjunct Chiron in Aries, your ninth house of your big picture philosophies. So this is all happening. This exact sextile is happening just before the Libra full moon. The sextile will still be around. It just won't be exact at this full moon. And so really helping illumination of the sun with Chiron. I've pulled cards on this in the sun's transit through Aries, so do go check that out. Of healing those wounds in your 10th house area of your life, and giving a sense of strength and vitality to the lessons and wisdom that you can transmute with that Chiron energy. So then we're going to have on the 6th, or 4th, 5th or 6th of April, depending on where you live, we've got the full moon with Libra. I'm going to be doing separate videos over that. I think I'm going to do that. I want to get anyway, over the weekend. And I'll pull cards. So maybe go check that out and then come back and revisit this recording and see what came up for that video, and then apply it to this bit in between, the next aspect. So we have on the 7th or 8th, we have on the 7th or 8th, depending on where you live, we've got a sextile with Mercury, who is now in Taurus, your 10th house of life purpose and how the outside world sees you. So this is Mars talking to Mercury from your hidden house. Mars, the embodiment of your unconscious desires and needs, wanting to find your true inner motivation, communicating to Mercury, who's now going to have a retrograde here in your career, your life purpose. So Mercury is helping provide some inspiration and information that's coming into Mars about, oh, where are you headed and what are you doing? And Mars is feeding back that motivation into Mercury of like, how are you going to express yourself in your life purpose? And the moon is in Scorpio. So this is trining Mars in Cancer, opposing Mercury in Taurus. Now, the moon is in Scorpio, which is ruled by Mars, and Mars is in Cancer, which is ruled by the moon. This is called mutual reception. So they're basically on direct dial to each other. They're really able to share those and communicate and share those resources that they both have to facilitate each of the journey that's going on here. So the moon in Scorpio, your home, getting you to connect to your emotional needs, your instinctive responses, what it is that you care about on a very unconscious level in your home, very much connected to all those things I said about your ancestors, your roots, your foundations, wanting to get your foundation strong with that South Node there. And feeding that unconscious connection, that intuition to Mars in Cancer of being like, this is the information that I've got. What are you going to do about it? How are you going to strengthen these needs? How are you going to make sure these needs are met in the home world? Which is opposing that Mercury in Taurus of like, how are we bringing the way that we communicate our intuition from our private life into the outer world? Okay, my hand's just gone over that amethyst and gone to my third eye. At the same time, we've got a conjunction in Taurus with Juno, the asteroid. What are we committing to long term? That's at 15 degrees. And this will be conjunct Uranus, which is at 17 degrees. So it's still a very close conjunction. How are you committing to your unique way of doing things in your career and your life purpose? How are you committing to the true maverick part of who you are that's striving to embody itself and have you be able to understand your life purpose based on a very authentic self? We also have Venus making her final aspect in Taurus with Neptune. And so sextiling Neptune in your 8th house of shared resources. I've pulled cards for this, so do go check that out if you want more detailed information. But just to let you know that this energy here of Venus is just about to leave Taurus and move into your hopes and your dreams of Gemini. She's been smoothing over. This is activating a final eclipse point. It's the Scorpio full moon that was in your private life and your fourth house. And she's helping you dream big about what it is that you need and want and give and take with the universe, and helping facilitate that through appreciation and understanding of your dreams and wishes, and then moving into your hopes and dreams house, so helping bring that in and activate that. Following that, we have the second new moon in Aries. So I recommend checking out the spring equinox video, which also had the new moon in Aries, the first one that we had. A lot of themes that came up in there are still very relevant for a lot of this transit, as well as this second new moon in Aries. But the short story is, if you don't have time, this current cycle that we're in from that first new moon in Aries is like clearing the decks, is clearing a lot of karma, is giving us a real sense of freshness, a sense of movement, and you know, essentially preparing us for that second new moon in Aries, which is a hybrid eclipse because the nodes are still in Taurus and Scorpio. So it's essentially, it's bringing in this ability to think very differently, and it's sort of a cosmic upgrade, DNA shift and change, like really moving through a quantum leap into a different paradigm where we're able to access ourselves on a very cosmic level. And so the aspect after that is on the 23rd or 24th, depending on where you live. So a couple of days after this very, very potent new moon energy, we've got Mars talking to Mercury again, but this time Mercury is retrograde. And I think went retrograde about 12 hours before this exact transit. And so Mars is now having another chat with Mercury, and Mercury is about to go over things, revisit things. I like a Mercury retrograde. It helps you have a bit of a do-over, work things out that might not have been as smooth as you've wanted it to be or as clear as you wanted it to be, and really being able to tap into your voice when it comes to where you're headed, and what it is, your life purpose, and what it is that you want from these things, feeding into Mars in the 12th house, which is now the midway point. So they're at 15 degrees of Taurus and Cancer. So the midway point is a very potent energy of being obviously between the midway, the beginning and the end of the sign. So there's a real strength to the number 15. And so we've got Mars now at the middle of that journey through Cancer, of everything that it's learned, everything that it's incorporated, feeding that energy into Mercury at the beginning of its retrograde, of going, hey, this is what I've worked out and figured out. This is what I've uncovered. This is what I'm keeping hold of and defending. This is what we're letting go of and transmuting. This is how the motivations have been working and driving, and this is what's been revealed. And use all this information, Mercury, to go over and revisit where you're headed, the life purpose. You know, it's a sextile. Energy of Venus wants to bring about creativity, different ways of looking at things, a sense of appreciation for our value of those hidden parts of who we are, the magical parts of who we are, and how we can apply that, how we can bring about a sense of connection, a sense of creativity, a sense of beauty in the way that we're able to communicate these hidden parts of who we are and the magical parts of who we are. My hand's just sort of gone all the way around my head, around my throat, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. The moon and Venus. So Venus, ruler of Taurus, where Mercury is. The moon, ruler of Cancer, where Mars is, are in Gemini, your house of hopes and dreams. This is a very positive house. This is a house of friends, groups, and alliances. Your unconscious needs, how your instinctive, intuitive response mechanisms of the moon, how you nourish yourself, how you nourish others. Along with Venus, she wants to bring appreciation, beauty, sensation, pleasure, value, connectivity, creativity to your hopes and your dreams, to your friendship groups, to the big community that you want to bring in and connect to. She's really having a lot of fun here in Gemini with the moon, and pouring all that information of that bringing together of what you need from that 11th house, and feeding that into Mars and feeding that into Mercury. So really, it's such a positive way to kickstart Mercury's transit, but I will be doing a separate video on that. And really helping facilitate, like, Venus and the moon are harmonious. As I said, like, I know I said she's got other things to do, but one of the main things is that 8-month transit of Mars moving through Gemini. And now we've got Venus and the moon going, hey, Mars, here's this information, here's what's going on, here's some clarity, some connectivity, some harmony, to help you really get in touch with your motivations and drives in that 12th house and uncover some gems in there. At the same time, the sun is sextiling Saturn. So the sun has now moved into Taurus, your career area, your life purpose. Illumination is happening in this area of your chart. And it's sextiling Saturn in your shared resources, the outside world. So bringing about some inspiration and some connectivity between what the give and take of the outside world, and the light in which you are being seen in your career house. I will be pulling cards for that when I get to the sun's transit in Taurus. So that's just generally going on at the same time. The final aspect that I'm pulling cards for, this is the first square that we've got. So all of those aspects were trines and sextiles, very harmonious, benefic aspects that bring about inspiration and creativity. There's an ease, there's a free-flowingness to it. We've got the square now, and this is an aspect of Mars, and this is with Chiron in Aries at 17 degrees respectively. So square, conflict, drama, frustration, competition. I need to be right and I want to beat everybody else, just for the sake of winning kind of vibes. But there's also, like, whatever comes up, if it manifests in that way, as I say often, this is just showing us something. This is showing us whether we're going to get triggered by it or whether we need to tend to it, by having a big emotional response, all of which are very valid experiences for us to grow and evolve and be mindful and understanding about our situation and who we are and where we want to be headed. It's also a very powerful manifestation energy because we need friction, which is essentially, so a square is like two energies at 90-degree angle butting heads with one another, and they're traditionally in the same modality, so they think in the same way. So we've got cardinal with cardinal, and they both have this sense of leadership of I'm right, I'm doing the thing. And so that's why they can butt heads and like really like not want to stand down. But when we get them to communicate, when you get them to work together and realize, hey, we're all in this together. We've got different skills that we can think about things in a different way. And it's really productive for us to like brainstorm and think in these ways. I really appreciate you. I hope you appreciate me too, kind of vibe. This is because brings about friction, like a positive friction of back and forth of how we're going to do this. How are we motivated? How are we driven? How can we bring things into the 3D linear time frame that we're in, which is what we need, is friction in order to do that, in order for this reality to be in existence, is a very, very powerful manifestation tool to have a square. So this square with Chiron. So what does that mean? That means the wounds that we've been working with, the lessons that we've been learning and understanding and transmuting. Mars is coming along and helping support that journey by defending and releasing and cortisizing any pain that my hand's gone to my arm again. It did that for another sign. It's not done that before. Of cauterizing any wounds. You know, the wound will still be there, but you're getting rid of that infection. You're clearing that out. You're making sure the blood isn't pouring out of you, and you're not able to see the wisdom and the wonder of those wounds. In fact, they just drain the lifeblood out of you. Mars squaring Chiron is very much facilitating the ability to heal and transmute that energy into something of wisdom and something of beauty that is then going to transform your existence moving forward. You know, it's a week after that new moon, and so is that the cross quarter moon? Yeah, it's the cross quarter moon. The moon's in Leo because the next moon is in Scorpio. It's the Scorpio full moon. So that's really, really, really potent energy. Cross-quarter moons are, especially towards the full moon, it's when you start seeing things like come into being. It's again, it's that square energy between the two lunations. So we've got square on square. The moon's going to be in Leo in your sign. So this is very, very potent energy of you being able to understand your motivations and your drives to do the things that you do, how others see you, your appearance, yourself, like you, your emotional needs connected to that, what it is that your intuition about yourself and who you are and what it is that you're doing is going to be feeding into Mars in Cancer. About what needs to transform, what needs to manifest in the world. And all that Mars energy is feeding into Chiron because it's in Aries, which is ruled by Mars. Very, very, very potent energy. Right, let's see if they're done. Let's see if they're done. There's a lot of cards here, Leo. To be fair, there's been a lot of cards for everybody. Apart from Virgo. Virgo is pretty succinct. Right, so this might be a time when I'm a bit quiet. Right, Leo, let's go. Let's do this. Well. Let's see what we got going on. Okay, so I'm going to start. I'm going to go. We've got 4 Mars moving through Gemini. We've got okay, interesting. It feels like Mars moving through Gemini. It's a very supportive house to move through the 11th house, of clearing away cages of your mind that are in fact an illusion, and helping you step outside of that cage. You know, we've got the Knight of Pentacles here, which is very much slow and steady wins the race, of being very dedicated to something and keeping going and it turning up in the tangible sense. We've got pentacles of your health, work and body, that there's been a direction focus of this stagnant space. You know, it's also there's not speed here, because as I said, slow and steady wins the race. It's the slowest night of them all. But it feels like through this process of working out what it is that you want to defend, what it is that you want to protect, what's important to you really for the long term, that, you know, this is about going on a journey. It doesn't have to be a physical journey. It can also be a mental one, or changing your perspective. You know, you're changing from this space of thinking that you're trapped by something, and actually you're able to move through it. You have the strength to be able to do it, and the Knight of Pentacles showing up is showing that you have that that resilience and that ability to move through this space. But Mars has really helped facilitate that. Because, you know, we've got the choppy waters here and then the very still calm waters, and you're making this journey. You've figured out what it is that's worth taking. You know, you've got the 6 swords, you don't have the 8. You know, these are the things that are tried and tested, that you know have space in your mind and in what it is, where it is that you want to be headed. There's a clarity here. Having you know, felt like you've gone through a bit of a journey there, and we have 4 Mars moving through Cancer. We've got the 10 of Wands, the Hermit, and the Fool. So the 10 of Wands, feeling overloaded, feeling overburdened. This can be hidden burdens within you that you know, has meant that, whether consciously or not, you haven't been able to look up and see the sky. Like there's this sense of weight, a sense of responsibility, that is going to be integrated in this journey of Mars through Cancer. We've got the Hermit card, which is about really cultivating your own understanding of the deep depths of learning that you have and the wisdom that you have within you. So we've got the lantern here with the star in it. I kind of feel like Mars is helping bring those, as I said, those hidden gems to light, helping you work through and shift this space of, it may be that you still have burdens, but you're not going to be hunched over and not being able to enjoy the journey, because we've got the Fool here. The Fool is open to the adventure of life, the good, the bad, and the ugly, able to, you know, I love this combination of the Hermit and the Fool, as well as the 10 of Wands. Like, sometimes hard work is worth it. You know, hard work gets such a bad rap. Working for something that gives you a sense of appreciation for what it is that you do, and value, and there's a satisfaction there, is very value. And with the Hermit here of really working out what it is that you care about, that you are willing to take on this responsibility, if it's there. I'm just saying this is a possibility, that you've got the energy of the Fool, this sense of I always say with the Fool, like, it's really great for us to tap into this energy of being the child but being very wise. And we've got the Hermit here of getting into our natural wisdom with a childlike wonder, and making sure that whatever burdens we do have, it's not that we aren't ever going to have burdens, but that weight, that sense of, I can't even see the light at the end of the tunnel, I can't see that I'm nearly home, or that there is the possibility of rest. I'm so slumped down, slumped over, I am not in my true space. like it's shifting that energy. And with the 12th house, it's a real those, as I said, those constructs, those hidden spaces of who we are that like can be stuck energy. There's a lot of through the wisdom and knowledge of Mars moving through there, of getting you through your actions to be able to embody this new sense of lightness, this new sense of freedom. So this is for the trine on the 30th of Saturn, which we're still feeling now and will feel for a little while longer. And it doesn't, you watching this later doesn't invalidate this message, is the trine with Saturn in Pisces. So that's your shared resources. That's, you know, often with this house, we can feel like we've overgiven and we've not had the support from the outside world. There's a sense of with Pisces being in the 8th, there's a boundlessness, like of where does where you giving is a sense of you receiving. That there's can be a guilt with not with setting boundaries because of that Pisces energy being there. And we've got the 5 of Swords and then the 8 of Cups. So the 5 of Swords is it's a tricky one. It's a difficult card to read. It always kind of stumps me, to be honest, because I feel sometimes that there's so many messages within it that but I always just get the look on this guy's face. I just get trapped by it. I get trapped by the energy that figure is. I get the feel that it's imparting of, it's all mine. I don't care what the consequences are of the pain that I cause to others, because I'm going to win. If you look at the clouds, right, compare them to the other clouds that we have here. These are all fluffy and there's the sharpness of those clouds of whatever's gone on here wasn't worth it for anybody. There's a real sense of I can't put my finger on the word for it. I'm going to meditate on this card. I'm going to spend some time with this card that you know, because there's so many figures in this, it could be that you are this energy that of feeling like someone's just constantly taking, and they have no idea of the consequences and the repercussions of how that feels. And there's a sense of the vulnerability of feeling hurt and feeling betrayed and worn down and without hope. That can very much be a space that we deal with in the 8th house of not being able to see a way out, through the conflict and through the act of being in that defeated space of things being taken. That there's a real vulnerability there. There's also a sharp stabbing pain with that as well, that it can make us withdraw and feel that we are constantly in this state of having to prove ourselves. Perhaps that's also the energy of the figure. You know, if you think about it from that energy of if you understand why people act in the way that they do, it's usually because they've faced trauma of like feeling like you've got to fight for what it is that you need, and it doesn't really matter what happens in the outcome. It's such a complicated card, but like that energy of the trauma responses begetting further trauma cycles, and just feeling like you're in that loop of those cycles. So we've got, for the 8 of Cups, this is going on a journey. This is moving a situation that was a habit, that was a structure, that was a part of this we're also dealing with the 8th house. So I was focusing on, the 12th house. I was focusing so much on the 8th of feeling like there are hidden parts of who you are that are battling against you. That are the unconscious traumas that are acting out and that are pulling you down, and there's that stuck energy. Oh, my body's just going all the way backwards, leaning all the way back, all the way back, all the way back. That there's yeah, I feel like that's kind of one of the messages that's coming, certainly from the Mars energy of of really like what is worth fighting for, what what structures are worth engaging with. And so we've got this, sorry, the Eight of Cups is about leaving a habit, leaving a formation. It's usually about leaving something comfortable, because look, all the cups are upright. But I really feel we find like a lot of our habits, our unconscious habits, they feel comfortable to our mind and our body and our spirit, because we've engaged in them from such an early age. They're so deep in our programming that they feel safe. Like that's linked into sort of trauma and abusive relationships. It tends to be because, you know, we've witnessed that in our environment, and so those are our love languages. Those are the things that we feel comfortable with. So I'm talking about this specifically because we're dealing with the 8th house here of the hidden parts of who we are, the hidden constructs that we are here to unravel, because this is about going on a journey and moving away from these structures to get a higher perspective of that ability to zoom out from these things and being like, oh, right, that's because of that, and that's because of that. That isn't actually me. That isn't actually who I am. When we strip down those onion layers, question everything, that there's a real, we've got a big shift happening of what this is kind of been clearing. So we've got the Wheel of Fortune, which is the Jupiter card. And this is about a shift in change of fate, of the wheel turning upright, of a new perspective. And this is kind of making my heart ache a little bit, because after this energy of that you've been battling with, Leo, that, and regardless of whether you're conscious of it or not, we all have these things within us. Got the Knight of Cups, the defender of your emotions. I very much, you know, feel with, you know, Mars is embodying, you know, the King of Cups, the Knight of, you got the King of Cups later on, the King of Cups, the Knight of Cups. We've got the Judgment card of resurrection, of really this connection with Saturn, of a new way of engaging with these dynamics, and feeling like you've got support and you're being protected of what it, with your emotional needs. And we've got the Judgment card, which is you know, this is after the Death card of letting go and transmuting. This is through refinement of Temperance. This is every part of you moving to a higher vibrational level. And I love that for the 12th house, because often we don't know about those parts. There's a sense of judgment being bestowed in a positive framework because of that Knight of Cups, which is, you know, very sweet and very romantic, but very, very loyal to the heart. We've got for the 4th or 5th of April. This is the sextile with the North Node and the trine with the South Node. So we've been working through career and home spaces, and Mars is talking to them about this, and it feels like this is engaging with feelings of loss, of feeling of betrayal, of heartbreak, of not feeling good enough as well, combined with the Four of Cups, which is comparison, is the thief of joy, of being in a state of lack, being in a state of pain, and a state of frustration that you've been in this limbo phase, this change of perspective, this growing, this evolving with these eclipses moving through those signs. So Mars is coming along, the King of Wands, of really facilitating the wisdom and understanding the embodiment of your emotional needs in the 12th, facilitating this command and control of your passions, your creativity, this sense of adventure, and really harnessing all of these transits all together and bringing them into a space, because we're also dealing with that moon in Libra, of how you communicate, and being able to be sure of your creative passions, be sure of your inspiration, be sure of the fire within you, Leo, the fire within you of being able to not hide that light, of knowing your own authority. Right. The next aspect, just one card. That's been quite rare so far. The next aspect, this is the sextile with Mercury. Deep emotional healing, or your authentic self coming through. She is unclothed. She has shed her masks of really doing some deep healing in your 12th house, of helping you get in touch with your authentic self and being able to have your light. You're the star. We all have stars within us. We are third generation stardust, of bringing in the galactic and the 3D together and combining that, of your getting Mercury to influence Mars, of how you want to be in your career, your life purpose, this direction, follow the North Star, of getting some inspiration and knowledge about, from the 12th house with Mars there, of the hidden parts of you, the magic parts of you, of how that's moving forward for you, because the moon is also in Scorpio, of really harnessing this balance between the home life and the public life. We have next, this is the second sextile with Mercury, but this is retrograde. So I feel like this journey with this with Mars really giving a real information to Mercury of like, you're bringing things into balance. Bring things into balance, bring some clarity, bring some justice to the situation, and whatever's coming out of this is and this ability to understand where you're headed and what it is that you're doing, of a new way of thinking about things, because we've got the Ace of Swords, a sense of clarity of your direction, a clarity of how you communicate in a balanced way with that 12th house area of your life. Because the moon is in, and moon and Venus are in Gemini, of your hopes and your dreams, of things, everything coming into balance, that's impacting all of those areas. So we've got, this is the final aspect, this is the aspect with Chiron. This is deep healing here. This is tempering your higher philosophies with your the hidden parts of who you are, the mysterious parts, the magical parts, and really refining those things, getting them to work in balance and harmony in order to create magic. And then we've got the Three of Pentacles, which is the collaboration card. And I feel like because we're dealing with the 12th and the 9th, that you're able to realize your own mastery, because this is the mastery card as well. All these three figures, they're all very skilled at very different things, and they're able to come together to create something beautiful and long lasting. That this energy of collaboration between these two houses and these two signs is facilitating your own understanding of your own mastery, but it's based on this foundation that we are multi-dimensional beings. We have a lot going on within us, that you're feeling supported by energies that are on the same page as you. And then we've got the Ace of Pentacles. This is a new way of looking at the 3D realm. This is a new start of your tangible body, your health, your work, and how, the healing that we do in the 9th house of our big picture perspectives, the more we get in line with where we're headed and what it is that we want from the world, what our life purpose, how that motivates us, how that drives us. There's a new sense of a lease of life here with that deep healing with Chiron. Right, so this is just so many. we got a lot. So we've got the Queen of Swords, the Ace of Cups, the Three of Wands, the Four of Wands. Queen of Swords, there's clarity, there's understanding. She's been through some stuff. She's not necessarily daydreaming. She's very real with the situation there, but there's that clarity and independence, because she's not facing us. She's facing her own way. And we've also got the Ace of Cups, a renewal, a new sense of your emotional drive and connection to all those different facets of who you are, and really feeling a space of nourishment and abundance, like you're feeling healed through this part of the transit, especially after that Chiron square. We've got the Three of Wands and the Four of Wands. This is dominion, knowing the lay of your hidden land, and being able to celebrate it moving forward, and really this is working through the long-term cycles of the earth, and celebrating the harvest that comes in with the people that you've worked with in order to bring that about. You know, with the 12th house, as I say, it's many different facets of who you are, of really getting everybody on board to work in the same for the same outcome, this space of enjoying the hard work and having a harvest, an abundant harvest at the end of it. We've also got, I mean, there's a lot of powerful energy coming through for you, Leo. So we've got the King of Pentacles, long-term legacy, making the right decisions. The King of Cups, emotionally being able to look at the world and utilize your emotional instinctive connection with creative and intuitive response mechanisms. So there's a lot of yang energy, a lot of there's this ability to take action moving forward. And then we've got the Emperor, this sense of really the King of Kings, of really being in command of your own sovereignty, your own divinity, and being able to take decisions that affect the whole community in a very fair and open way. And you know, with that 12th house, it can be the whole community that's there. We've got the Magician, being able to know that you truly have the resources that you need in order to create magic and manifest the world that you want to be in. That's quite some powerful stuff there, Leo. Right, let's pull some clarification cards. I'm going to pull from the numerology deck. Let's see what wants to come out. Change, a shift, a change. That's definitely been the vibe. I mean, we're always changing, but it just, it's just, you know, after 8 months of being in the same sign, there's an adaptation, and I feel with the 12th house transit, it's really very supportive to get you in touch with your emotions in a healthy, grounded way that you're able to then liberate. I was about to say the energy in my body has just gone really, it's not heavy, it's just stop now. Stop doing the things. We need you to do something else. Just had an energetic release. Okay, they're wanting to go to the first light tower. This is a mixture of major arcana, question cards, statement cards, and we've got the Hermit, truth, guide, facts, wisdom. So we've got 2 hermits out and about, of really being able to tap into the inner space, in the, you know, the isolation, the away from the outside buzzing world. We can still do that while being a part of it. It's really cultivating harmony, bridges, joy. I like this for the 12th house. I like this a lot, especially bridges, because bridges for me is always like linking of worlds, linking of dynamics. And the fact you've got joy and harmony. It's a difficult house, the 12th house. So this is showing a great sense of the ability to harmonize that. We've got the Emperor. Order, logic, stability, plans. Okay, so we've got duplicates coming through again. There's been quite a lot of readings that have had duplicates. interesting. They just wanted me to shuffle that. That's happened a few times. Oh my goodness. Right, this is the Oracle of the Rising Sun. I put all the description, all the links, all the names of the decks in the description box. And I'm also going to... Mercury in Leo drama. I'm going to... I always put the... it's gone with the 10 of Wands. Of all the aspects and all the dates and everything, that's all going in the description box. So yeah, I know it's a lot of information, so you can go check that out and maybe write it down in your diary, to be, you know, just be aware of what's going on in the world at the time. That's half the deck. No thank you. If those cards come out again, they come out again. Nope. Environment. This card keeps coming out, but it's so key. It's so important that we tend and be mindful of our environment. It's gone with the Emperor card. Oh, that's just sent my head right down. It's gone over my throat. Having more power and control in your environment, the hidden environment. Got the forgiveness card. Sorry, I was just, they were wanting me to move my fingers over the word forgiveness. I mean, the first thing that's the words that have just come into my head, and I don't know, maybe it's a message for some of you: forgiveness for the journey. You know, it's something that's really hard to do, is if you've been through some things, that of really being able to be fully okay for what's happened and be in that state of forgiveness and understanding. Forgiveness for yourself in that space. Forgiveness for the drama, the burden, for it not necessarily being a very clear-cut route, a clear-cut path. That's, yeah, it's an interesting message. I've got strange energies, it just around the back of my neck and around the just going down the back of my back. Karmic completion. This card's come up quite a lot, and I do link it into that bridges, that sense of the links that we have, transmuting that energy. Some of you may want to sever it, but I do lean, I do lean into transmuting that energy. I do apologize if I've slowed down a bit. I am at 6 hours and 15 minutes. Not my intention. Got another duplicate. We've got the Magician, performer, creative, illusion, power. Right, I think I'm going to just pull a couple more cards from this deck. And then rather send you all to sleep with the fact that I've gone into slow-mo, I will try and speed up. I don't think it's affected the reading. I really don't. I just, it's like, when you just sort of relax a little more when you're nearly home or whatever, when you know something's about to end, that there's that you're already there, you're already in the future, it's already ended. Yeah, I just feel like my brain is like, oh, shut down now. Right. Come on, Oracle. What do you got to say to Leo? Leo rising. Health, Sun in Virgo. You have with that transit of Mars in Gemini, of getting your mind in a healthy, balanced way. You've facilitated the overall health of your body, mind, and soul by really getting an understanding of your hopes and your dreams and how they can be met, and rather than being from a space of lack. I've also got birth. So that's gone with the Fool. I just wonder with that being the Sun in Virgo, that's squaring that Mars transit. And it's in your second house of values and how you value yourself, that, with all that motivation and action in a very positive house of the 11th house, how that square with Virgo might have really facilitated your ability to tend to your value, and therefore have a healthy outlook on who you are and where you're headed and what it is that you want and the kind of vibrational level that you want to draw towards you. Right, one more and then we're done. We're done, guys. We're done, Leo. But yeah, you've got 3 aces, you've got lots of kings, you've got lots of double cards. This is restlessness. Okay, now it's all going to the front. Let me move that around so you can see. So it's all going there. I mean, there was that forgiveness for the journey, like it. Now I'm tired and I'm getting a bit frustrated. This is usually when I start throwing things. No, I'm kidding. Am I? We're dealing with that forgiveness card of perhaps because of the slowness of Mars being in Cancer, that the fast pace that you've been used to, as a fire sign, that this there can be a restlessness and a frustration with what's going on. So this card was all being very weird in my hand as I was about to put it back in the deck, and it was like, no. This is generosity. This is Saturn in Leo. So there's this sense of what may have felt like a difficult time, and frustrating and feeling like a burden, to be aware that there is there's support. This is a Saturn card. There's a support coming from the outside world that is drawing in a state of abundance. What do we want? Oh, they want one more. Oh my God. Oh my God. I know. I just always, I'm like, I want the reading to be as full rounded as possible. I want all the messages to come out. Yeah, I love you guys. I love all of you. I want us to know all the things. I want us to, was that even a thing? Practicality. Okay. Well, we have got the King of Pentacles and the Emperor of like really being, you know, I say compassion, being real with yourself, and while still living in a fantasy land is very much a healthy vibe to practice. So it's not all bells and whistles. You gotta, there's a sense of what's going to work. Practical magic. Right, one more. I know I said that about 3 cards ago. Oh, hey, Leo. Right, unmet ego needs. Egos aren't bad. It's just when they're unintegrated. So, you know, that's Mars in Leo. That whatever unintegrated ego issues that you have, perhaps for when your needs weren't met, you know, the moon in Cancer, that this is helping clear those out and free that space out for expansion. The Magician, the Emperor, really being knowing your stuff, and having a sense of understanding of where you've been and what you've been doing, being kind to yourself, forgiving yourself. Like sometimes Leos can be a little proud and a little tough internally. Right. I know I said one more before, but I feel like we can't end on egoism, because there's so many of you going to be watching this and have so many negative connotations around it, when the ego is actually a very vital part of who we are as a human being. So this card comes up when I talk about the 12th house, because it's like the convention of all the different versions of you that are inside this hidden part of your house. This is also about a child that's sort of like blocked off around, like a lot of our childhood wounds can be there. But we do end with Saturn in Capricorn of riches. The riches and jewels, and I talked about Mars uncovering riches, freeing the convention, integrating the convention, bringing them all together, and creating magic. Right, I'm really going to leave it at that, because I could go on forever, but yeah, we're good, Leo. Anyway, I really appreciate you watching, and I appreciate you watching the fact that this is the last video that I've done in the series. I genuinely hope from the bottom of my heart, I don't feel like it's been affected by that. I still think the messages have come through, and the channeling's come through, and the information's come through, to need to understand what's going on with Mars and how to utilize that energy and sort of be aware of the things that are coming up. I really appreciate you watching. If you want to pay it forward by any of the actions that I talked about in the introduction, I would be very open, and I would be very grateful for anything that you do. But also, you do you. I love you. Be well out there. And yeah, just good luck. Good luck on your journey, Leo, and be well until we meet again.